Chapter 3659. Yang Shui turned her head to look at Yang Kai and said with a smile, "Big brother, wait for me here for 10 years. After 10 years, I will come out of seclusion." Yang Kai raised his hand and rubbed her head. "Big brother will wait for you." If it was in the outside world, 10 years would be too long, but this was the flowing time temple, where the principle of time flowed. 10 years here would not be long in the outside world. It just so happened that he could take this opportunity to study a new secret technique. The Wind Monarch was at death's door and was taken into the small sealed world by Yang Kai. Even if he was a fake emperor, he had to be obedient after entering the small sealed world, not to mention that he was seriously injured. Even if he wanted to, he would not be able to make any waves. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui went back to their seclusion. The little girl asked Yang Kai to wait for her for 10 years. She did not say what she wanted to do, but from her mysterious appearance, it was obvious that something good was going to happen. Before leaving, Yang Kai woke Lu Yen up. When the master and servant saw each other again, they were naturally happy. In the main hall, Yang Kai informed Lu Yen and Xiongqi about the recent situation in the star boundary. When they entered the Four Seasons realm together, the demon race had not yet invaded, so they did not know the situation in the outside world. When they first heard that the star boundary was in such a situation, both Lu Yen and Xiongqi were shocked. This matter was too sudden for them. They had just entered the flowing time temple to sleep, but who knew that the star boundary would be in deep trouble? Xiongqi would definitely follow Yang Xiao and Yang Shui to assist them in the future, so it was necessary for him to understand the current situation in the star boundary, lest the two children would be confused about the outside world when they came out of seclusion. The conversation did not take much time. A few days later, Yang Kai found a secret room and went into seclusion. Previously, in the demon territory, he used the sealed world bead to devour the continents in the demon territory, but the more he devoured, the more problems came. The world principles in the third territory were gradually perfected and had a tendency to devour and assimilate the second territory. The reason was that the world principles in the second territory were relatively low level, making it difficult for them to resist the invasion of the third territory. This was the same principle as water flowing to lower places. When there was more water in the third territory, it would naturally flow to the second territory. In the second territory, Yang Kai had devoured several cultivation stars in the lower plane star territory, forming a territory. There were several creatures living on the cultivation stars, and if left alone, those creatures would definitely be demonized. This kind of demonization was not like the demonization of demon heaven Taoist. Those creatures were weak, and once infected by the demonic qi, they would become mindless walking corpses. Those were creatures living on 3 cultivation stars, and the number was difficult to calculate. The demon territory had to be devoured, but the creatures on the 3 cultivation stars could not be left alone. Otherwise, what difference would there be between Yang Kai and an executioner? If such a thing really happened, he would not be able to live in peace for the rest of his life. It just so happened that the devouring in the demon territory could no longer continue, so he brought Yu Ru Meng and the others back to the star boundary. If this matter was not resolved, the continents in the demon territory could no longer be devoured. The solution was not difficult, and the root of the problem lay with those creatures. He just needed to transfer those creatures out of the small sealed world bead. Yang Kai was the master of Heng Luo star field, and in the star territory, there were many cultivation stars suitable for habitation and cultivation. As long as those creatures were brought back to Heng Luo star field and transferred to other cultivation stars, it would be enough. This method was the simplest, but it was not easy to implement. In the lower plane star territory, there were indeed many cultivation stars, but each cultivation star had its own complete set of systems. If a large number of outsiders were rashly sent, it might cause some turmoil. Take a city for example. This city originally only had 100,000 people living in it, and although there was friction and fighting, it could be considered a peaceful life, but if 20,000 outsiders suddenly joined the city, everything might be in chaos. It would be best if he could find an uninhabited cultivation star, but this was basically impossible. All the cultivation stars in the star territory had basically been explored. So, Yang Kai chose the second method, which was to separate the second territory from the small sealed world bead and make it a new world of its own. In this way, the crisis of it being swallowed by the third territory could be avoided. The second territory was swallowed by the sealed world bead, and since it could be swallowed, it could also be separated. However, this was a bit difficult for Yang Kai. Separating a world was tantamount to recreating the universe and refining the world. This method was even more difficult than Li Wuyi refining Indefinite Mountain. However, if he succeeded, it would be of great benefit to Yang Kai's cultivation of the Tao of Space, enough to make his attainments in the Tao of Space world shaking. It was difficult, but it also had huge benefits, so Yang Kai was naturally eager to try. What's more, even if it didn't work, he could still transfer those creatures to various cultivation stars. At worst, he could just run to a few more cultivation stars and settle down a few fewer people on each cultivation star. Creating the universe and refining the heavens and earth, Li Wuyi had already done so. Boundless Mountain was his masterpiece, so to a certain extent, what Yang Kai wanted to do was the same as refining Boundless Mountain. Indefinite Mountain originally belonged to the star boundary, but Li Wuyi separated it from the star boundary and refined it into a small sealed world. The second territory was originally a small sealed world, but Yang Kai also wanted to separate it and refine it into a small sealed world. The experience of the seniors could be used as a reference. Indefinite Mountain was no longer in his hands. In order to repair the Universe Tower, it had been contributed to Star Soul Palace, but Li Wuyi had given Yang Kai a jade slip in addition to Indefinite Mountain. That jade slip contained Li Wuyi's various insights on creating the universe and refining the world. It could be said to be his highest attainments in space principles. A small jade slip was tantamount to a peerless treasure for Yang Kai. He didn't have the time to investigate it before, so he planned to study it properly after going to the lower star territory, but now, he had 10 years to use, so how could he waste it? So Yang Kai went into secluded cultivation. The jade slip contained the essence of Li Wuyi's life of cultivation. Yang Kai was fascinated by it and soon entered a state of selflessness. In the flowing time temple, the principles of time pervaded. This was the legacy of the great emperors, not the work of Yang Shao and Yang Shui, but it was more or less related to them. They obtained the inheritances of the great emperors and cultivated the secret arts of the great emperors, which would stimulate the barriers in the flowing time temple and make the principles of time flow, making the time here different from the outside world. This kind of inheritance was not inexhaustible. Once the flowing time force was exhausted, the flowing time temple would no longer have such a miraculous effect. But for Kai Yang, these 10 years were nothing but a waste of time. Nothing happened for 10 years. Qiongqi and Lu Yen did not come to disturb him, Yang Shao and Yang Shui were also working hard, and Yang Kai was immersed in the jade slip, unable to extricate himself. Only Win Chui was restless. After Yang Kai summoned him, he was not very willing to return to the small sealed world as there was no one to play with him. Over the past 10 years, he had been following Qiongqi and Lu Yen. All three of them were divine spirits. Although their origins were different, they could be said to have hit it off and gradually became familiar with each other. From Yang Kai, Qiongqi and Lu Yen also knew that Win Chui was a strange beast in the territory of the demon realm. Although its intelligence was not high, its strength was not bad. They had fought many times over the past 10 years, so they knew each other's abilities like the back of their hands. However, such a strange beast was only the mount of the demon saint in the demon territory. Qiongqi and Lu Yen had a slight understanding of the strength of the demon saint. 10 years later, one day, the quiet flowing time temple suddenly buzzed. The sound was dull, as if it came from the depths of the earth. Yang Kai, who was meditating, was alarmed and gradually came back to his senses. He released his divine sense to check the surroundings. The next moment, Yang Shue's clear voice sounded in his ear, "Big brother, wait a moment. Xiao and I will be done soon." Yang Kai heard this and knew that the temple's abnormality was because of Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, so he was relieved and continued to study the jade slip. The little girl said, "Soon," and soon, a month had passed. The temple's abnormality lasted for a whole month. Every day, every moment, the flowing time temple buzzed endlessly. Occasionally, a profound light would bloom from all over the temple, flickering with light. It was not until a month later that the temple stabilized when a long roar sounded. In front of the door of the secret room, Yang Xiao leisurely appeared. He was dressed in white, spotless clothes, and his snow-white hair was casually tied into a ponytail behind his head. His figure was tall and handsome, and his face was like jade. In the end, he was from the dragon race and came from a good background. With his appearance and temperament, if he went out, he would probably charm thousands of women. The elegant young man bowed, cupped his hands, and said in a loud voice, "Welcome back, father." When his voice fell, Yang Kai had already appeared in front of him. Yang Xiao's eyes lit up and he said loudly, "Congratulations, father." Yang Kai smiled, "Where did the joy come from?" Yang Xiao said, "Seeing the light in father's eyes and the glow on your face, you must have gained a lot during your seclusion. This child congratulates you." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I'm just picking up the wisdom of others." 10 years of studying Li Wui's cultivation experience was just picking up the wisdom of others. Yang Xiao also shook his head, "Today I'm picking up the wisdom of others. In the future, father will be able to comprehend the mysteries of the great Tao." Yang Kai couldn't help but look him up and down a few times and said with disdain, "When did you learn to be so glib? The dragon race doesn't know how to flatter others. If your parents see you like this, they will definitely teach you a lesson." Yang Xiao said seriously, "Everything this child has today was given to me by father. I dare not accept father's praise." "Bastard!" Yang Kai scolded with a smile, "Are you trying to say that if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked? I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare." Yang Xiao put on a cheeky grin and stepped forward to hold Yang Kai's arm, acting like a filial son serving his grandfather. "Father, please come with me. Little auntie has prepared everything, so we can leave now." "Okay, I'm still young." Yang Kai shook off his hand and walked out with him. Flowing Time Temple. The door was open. Outside the main entrance, Yang Shui, Qiongqi, Lu Yan, and Zhui Feng were all there. Hearing the movement behind her, Yang Shui turned around and fixed her eyes on Yang Kai's white hair for a moment. A trace of sadness flashed in her eyes, but she quickly smiled and said, "Big brother, sorry to keep you waiting." Yang Kai smiled slightly, "It just so happens that I also need this time. I'm basking in your light." He looked around and said, "If you're ready, let's go." Yang Shui nodded and glanced at Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao smiled and stepped forward, standing side by side with Yang Shui. In the next moment, the two changed their hand signs. Chapter 3660. Their spells were different, but the law of time that emanated from them was exactly the same. After a short while, Yang Xiao looked solemn and stamped his feet on the ground. The temple buzzed, and a rumbling sound came from all over the temple, rolling like thunder. Yang Shui raised her hand gently and shouted, "Rise." Rumble. The flowing time temple was uprooted, like a big tree, slowly rising from the ground. The flowing time temple was not only a temple, but also the palace of the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. The so-called palace could be brought wherever one went, just like the palanquins and carriages of mortals. This was unimaginable for ordinary people, but it was common for the great emperors. The central control of the flowing time temple was the endless hourglass. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had spent 10 years refining the endless hourglass. Although they had cultivated the true teachings of the great emperors and could activate some of the power of the hourglass when it was in their hands, if they wanted to completely control the flowing time temple, they had to practice it well. After 10 years of hard work, now, the great emperor's palace had become the two children's carriage. The temple rose, broke through the void, and rushed out of the Four Seasons realm. In a nameless valley, the embodiment sat cross-legged on the ground, with two sculptures in front of him. They were not sculptures, but the two half-saint of demon race sealed by the divine technique of the great emperors. After a fierce battle, Baiya and Baizhua only had time to show their faces, but they were sealed here before they could do anything. The former was like an angry Vajra, while the latter was like a lion hunting a rabbit, motionless. They looked no different from sculptures. The embodiment was a little worried. Although it had ascertained that the two half-saint of demon race were not in mortal danger, it could not break the restriction on the two after repeated attempts. Naturally, it could not help them regain their freedom. Although the embodiment and Yang Kai's cultivation were different, they had been through life and death together for so many years. It had also experienced everything that Yang Kai had experienced, so it could be regarded as experienced and knowledgeable. Now that it had the power of a half-saint, it could not do anything about the current state of Baiya and Baizhua. Naturally, it was a little worried. Moreover, it had been more than a month, and there was no movement from the main body. It did not know what the main body had encountered in the Four Seasons realm. However, a month ago, its heart suddenly throbbed and it felt like it was going to die. It was Yang Kai's embodiment, formed by a wisp of Yang Kai's soul entering the body of the stone mongoose. Whether it cultivated to a half-saint or a demon saint, this would not change. It was born because of Yang Kai and it would die because of Yang Kai. In other words, if Yang Kai met with an accident, it would be doomed. On the other hand, if something happened to it, Yang Kai would not be implicated. At that time, it and Zhao Quan were cleaning up the battlefield and had just settled the sealed Baiya and Baizhua when the feeling of impending death suddenly hit it. It immediately understood that the main body should have encountered some trouble. It couldn't figure out how the main body was chasing the seriously injured wind monarch with a fierce beast like Xiaofan. How could it be that the main body was in such a state? It couldn't figure it out, but it was certain that something must have happened in the Four Seasons realm. However, it couldn't manage the main body's affairs. At the time, it immediately called Zhao Quan over and arranged for the future. After its death, it asked him to take Baiya and Baizhua to the Seven Fog Sea and give the two half-saint to Li Wui. It also asked him to go to the High Heaven Palace and talk to the people of the High Heaven Palace. After arranging the future, the embodiment closed its eyes and waited for death. It didn't die and inexplicably survived until now. Zhao Quan was meditating on the side. He had also been injured before and had almost recovered in a month. The huge valley was quiet and silent. At this moment, the embodiment suddenly raised its head and a dignified expression appeared on its stone face. Two flaming eyes stared at a certain place in the void. A moment later, it suddenly shouted, "Retreat." The moment the words fell, the embodiment's demonic qi wrapped Baiya, Baizhua and 6 or 7 captives and retreated 30 li. Just as the embodiment retreated, inexplicable ripples spread in the void above the nameless valley. The calm void seemed to have turned into a lake and someone threw stones into it. Zhao Quan woke up from his meditation, looked up and screamed. As the ripples spread out, a huge silhouette slowly emerged from the ripples. How familiar was this scene? More than a month ago, when the Wind Monarch laid out the array and held the skeleton, such a thing happened once. He naturally knew that the outline that emerged from the void was the outline of the Flowing Time Temple. At that time, the Wind Monarch hadn't done his best. The Flowing Time Temple had shown its head and then retreated. Did it come again this time? Was the Wind Monarch still alive? Zhao Quan urged his emperor's qi and assumed a fighting posture. The embodiment was surprised and immediately patted him on the shoulder with a smile. Don't panic. The barrier between heaven and earth had opened and it had already sensed the aura of the main body. Since the main body was here, the reappearance of the flowing time temple should be his means. It probably had nothing to do with the wind monarch. Kacha, the void shattered, and a huge palace slowly emerged from the void, covering the sky and covering the earth. At the front of the palace, at the main entrance, several silhouettes entered one's eyes. Who else could it be but the main body in the middle? The embodiment smiled very happily. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the flowing time temple jumped out of the Four Seasons realm. The flowing time Great Emperor's palace reappeared after countless years. Old Xiong's face was filled with melancholy. Back then, wherever this palace went, there was no one in the star boundary who didn't worship it. Even the great emperors would travel thousands of miles to welcome it. But after the fall of the flowing time Great Emperor, the great emperors, the palace had been silent in the Four Seasons realm until now. There was a successor, the old master had a successor. Others couldn't see it. The old man wiped the corners of his eyes. The huge palace covered the entire nameless valley. Its shadow was cast on the ground like a giant beast. Zhao Quan trembled and fell to the ground. The captives of the demon path from the emperor realm were even more shocked. Although they had become the demon race, their minds were still clear. How could they not know the origin of this palace? However, they didn't see the wind monarch's figure. They knew that from today onwards, the four great monarchs under the Tao Master would become three great monarchs. Jumping out of the void, Yang Shui waved her small hand and the seal disappeared. The temple quickly shrank, turning into the size of a palm in a few breaths and being put into her sleeve. Wind Chaser screamed. His eyes were as big as copper bells. He lowered his head and stared at Yang Shui's sleeve as if he had seen a ghost. He was probably thinking, how could such a big palace be stored in her sleeve? This sleeve can hold so much space. Yang Kai stepped forward and arrived in front of the embodiment. He looked at Baiya and Baizhua and asked, how is it? Previously, he had chased the wind monarch into the Four Seasons realm and didn't have time to investigate the situation of these two half-saint of demon race. He only had time to ask now. They didn't die, the embodiment replied. Yang Kai heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that they didn't die. He was really afraid that Baiya and Baizhua had met with some mishap. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to explain it to you. Rumeng and Bailey Mo, your hair has turned white? The embodiment frowned and looked at Yang Kai's head. When Yang Kai entered the Four Seasons realm, his hair was as black as ink, but after coming out, his hair had turned white. Although the embodiment didn't know what had happened, he could guess that Yang Kai must have had a fierce battle inside when he thought of the palpitations he felt before. I've aged a few hundred years. Yang Kai smiled. It wasn't a big deal. He was now a third-layer Emperor Realm Master and had a long lifespan. In this realm, a few hundred years was considered young. They are. The embodiment looked at Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. Like Yang Kai, he felt that they looked familiar at first glance. He vaguely felt that he had seen them somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. Even if he could remember, he didn't dare to recognize them. In just a few years, the two children had grown up. It was too bizarre. It was troublesome to explain, so Yang Kai simply passed his divine sense to the embodiment. The embodiment pondered for a moment and couldn't help but stare. Xiao, Shui, Yang Xiao obediently stepped forward and cupped his hands. Xiao, greets second uncle. The embodiment was Yang Kai's doppelganger, so it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was his biological brother. Calling him second uncle was right. This stinky brat's mouth was filled with honey. With just one sentence, the embodiment laughed heartily. Yang Shui didn't know about the embodiment's existence. After all, she was too young when she left the High Heaven Palace and hadn't seen the embodiment. However, since Yang Xiao took the initiative, she also knew how to address him. When she called him second brother, the embodiment's mouth almost cracked open to his ears. After laughing, the embodiment said, "You came out at the right time. I need your help with this matter." As he spoke, he pulled Baiya and Baizhuo over and placed them in front of him. The two half-saint of demon race were sealed by the divine technique in the remains of the great emperors. It couldn't lift the seal, but after knowing that the two children were the successors of the great emperors, it naturally could lift the seal. Since it was a family matter, it naturally had to help. The two children each stretched out a finger and pointed at Baiya and Baizhuo's foreheads. In the next moment, the law of time surged and wrapped the two half-saint of demon race. Not long after, about half an hour, the two half-saints' eyes suddenly turned, and then the devil vitality in their bodies surged. Baiya roared, "Give me your lives." Baizhuo shouted, "Die." They attacked together. However, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were already prepared. When their bodies swayed, they both hid behind Yang Kai. When the two half-saints' divine technique reached Yang Kai, their expressions changed. They forcibly withdrew their power and retreated quickly. Then, with a muffled groan, they froze in mid-air. Forcibly withdrawing their power caused them some backlash, but it wasn't a big problem. The two half-saint had already reached the realm of freely withdrawing and releasing their power. After a while, Baizhuo and Baiya walked back in confusion. They looked at the unfamiliar faces, especially Qiongqi and Lu Yan, and then looked at Yang Kai. They were very confused. Baizhuo said, "What's going on? Where's the Wind King?" In his perception, he was preparing to attack the Wind King a moment ago, but in the next moment, Yang Kai was standing in front of him. There was no sign of the Wind King around. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai's hair turned white, and he looked a few years older. Yang Kai turned to look at the two children and asked, "They don't know?" Yang Shui smiled and said, "The principles of time have stopped. They can't sense anything." Yang Kai nodded slightly. He understood why the two half-saint of demon race reacted like this. During the time they were sealed, they couldn't see or feel anything. It was equivalent to being removed from their lives by the principles of time. It would be strange if they could react. Chapter 36-61. After this explanation, Baiya and Baizhuo understood and their expressions became dignified. They didn't know how many years ago the great emperors of the astral world had passed away, but the power of the divine technique in their remains made them unable to resist. It was hard to imagine what kind of power these great emperors had when they were alive. They were already half-saint, the strongest under the demon saint in the demon territory. The demon saint had the same status as the great emperors. Before, they hadn't discovered that the gap between them and the demon saint was so big. This time, they were really shocked. However, the two half-saint weren't injured. The principles of time's stagnation only sealed them and didn't cause them much harm. Even if Yang Xiao and Yang Shui didn't cast the spell, they would wake up one day, but it would probably take decades or hundreds of years. After asking the embodiment, Yang Kai learned that only a month had passed in the outside world. This was as he had guessed before. 10 years in the Flowing Time Temple was 1 month in the outside world. The error wasn't big. However, Qiongqi also told him that the power in the Flowing Time Temple was the legacy of the great emperors. The two dolls had consumed a lot of it and now there wasn't much left. Once this legacy was exhausted, the Flowing Time Temple would no longer be magical. It wasn't impossible to recreate it, but it required the two dolls to make progress in the principles of time. The Motian Dao's the Emperor realm had either died or been injured in the previous battle. The remaining 6 or 7 people were now captives. With Zhao Quan as an example, as long as Baizhuo could cast the spell to extract the blood essence of these 6 or 7 people, he might be able to help them set things right. These people were all from the Emperor realm, so it would be a pity to kill them directly. At the beginning of the GZ army's establishment, there were many things waiting to be done and manpower was needed. Without saying anything, Yang Kai directly waved his hand and put the captives and the demon race's half-saint into the small sealed world, leaving the rest to Baizhua. It would be great if they could recover, but if they couldn't, they could only blame their bad luck. Originally, Yang Kai planned to go to the lower territory after this trip, but now that the flowing time Great Emperor was involved, the Great Emperors, he needed to go and personally investigate before he could feel at ease. Therefore, the trip to the lower territory could only be delayed for now. He didn't let Zhao Quan accompany him but asked him to go to the Azure Sun Temple and inform the temple of the situation. Previously, he encountered Little White and Murong Xiao Xiao on the road. Now that more than a month had passed, the temple must be worried. Perhaps they were sending reinforcements. Letting Zhao Quan make a trip would save Azure Sun Temple from working in vain. Yang Kai believed that the temple would soon spread the news to the Seven Fog Sea. Once there, this matter would be known in the Star Boundary. The High Heaven Palace's palace master, the commander of the GZ army, had just returned to the Star Boundary. He had defeated Demon Heavenly Dao in the Four Seasons realm, captured more than 20 people from the Emperor realm, and even killed the Wind Monarch Feng Monarch under the Demon Heavenly Dao's Dao Master. He had turned the 4 great monarchs into 3 great monarchs and cut off one of Kenye's arms. How satisfying was this news? It needed to be spread as soon as possible. It wasn't that Yang Kai loved fame, but this matter was beneficial to the morale of the various legions in the Star Boundary. It was also beneficial to the establishment of the GZ army. As the commander of the Star Boundary, he couldn't hide his strength when it was time to be in the limelight. Zhao Quan had received Yang Kai's life-saving grace, participated in the defeat of Demon Heavenly Dao, and avenged the destruction of his sect. Naturally, he agreed to this matter and immediately set off for Azure Sun Temple. It was estimated that it would take less than half a month to reach the temple. After Zhao Quan left, Yang Kai and the others also set off. It took half a day to arrange a space array and teleport everyone directly to the island in the Eastern Sea. The space array on the island in the Eastern Sea was not far from the location of Dragon Island. It was left here by Yang Kai to facilitate travel to and from Dragon Island. At this time, it played a role. As a member of the dragon race, he naturally had a special sense for his birthplace, Dragon Island. As soon as he came out of the space array, Yang Xiao turned his head and looked in one direction. It was the location of Dragon Island, which was only 1,000 to 2,000 kilometers away from here. You can go back. I will take care of your honored master's matter with your little aunt. Yang Kai patted Yang Xiao on the shoulder. When this brat was born, he was determined to leave Dragon Island. For this reason, he did not hesitate to hide his bloodline. But in the blink of an eye, after hundreds of years of cultivation in the temple, he had not seen his parents yet. He really missed them, especially when he heard from Yang Kai that after he entered the Four Seasons realm, his mother almost went berserk. Yang Xiao smiled. Dragon Island is there, we can't run away. Since this child has received honored master's legacy, he should know how to repay his kindness. After this matter is over, I will go home to see my parents. Yang Kai nodded, all right. Stretching out his hand, the pale wind monarch appeared in his hand. Yang Kai had stayed in the temple for 10 years, while Wind Monarch had stayed in the small sealed world for 10 years. The principles of time were pervasive. Although the small sealed world had a world barrier, since it was inside the temple, it was still infected. However, after 10 years, Wind Monarch had not been able to heal. Even now, he still looked like he had just been through a great battle. In that place, Yang Kai was the master, so it was naturally easy to prevent him from healing. Where is the Remain sect? Yang Kai did not talk nonsense with him and went straight to the point. Wind Monarch's spirit was sluggish. After 10 years of struggling at death's door, he was still a little dazed when he saw the light of day again. After Yang Kai asked for a long time, he finally reacted and said in a panic, "Master, please wait a moment, let me identify the direction." He was a fake emperor, so he could not call Yang Kai master. But after 10 years of waiting and suffering, how could he still have the demeanor of a fake emperor? He only hoped that he would not be tortured again. Yang Kai kindly pointed the way. "This is Dragon Island, this is Spirit Beast Island, and that is where the Serene Soul Palace is located." With a reference, it was easy. Wind Monarch was born in the Remain Island, but he was good at the Remain sect, so he quickly identified the direction and pointed, "This way, it should be within 100,000 kilometers." Yang Kai casually stuffed him back into the small sealed world. Pushing his demonic chi, he wrapped everyone up and rushed in that direction. Under the surge of space principles, his figure flickered in the void. Looking at the lineup on their side, including Wind Chaser in the small sealed world, there were 4 half-saint of demon race on standby. Lu Yen and Xiongqi were 2 divine spirits who were not inferior to the half-saint fake emperor. Although Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were only first-order emperors, they were the descendants of the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. How could they be underestimated? The 2 of them had good aptitudes, but the reason why it took them hundreds of years to cultivate to the first-order emperor realm was because the inheritance of the great emperors was mysterious and unparalleled. Although their cultivation was slow, their strength was incomparable. This was their foundation. Yang Kai himself was a high-rank demon king, and he could fight with Wind Monarch until both sides were injured. Such a lineup could be said to be luxurious. Even if there was a demon saint blocking the way ahead, they would still be able to put up a fight. What's more, they were just looking for the remains of the great emperors, so they probably wouldn't run into any trouble. Galloping along the way, they would occasionally pull Wind Monarch out to correct their direction. Above the eastern sea, rolling demon clouds passed by, scaring countless small sects. On the 3rd day, an island appeared in front of them. This island was not small, with a radius of several hundred kilometers. This was the place where Wind Monarch was born. Originally, there was a leaving sect on this island, but it had long been destroyed by Wind Monarch. Now, the leaving sect was occupied by a small sect. It was even worse than the leaving sect in the past. Back then, the leaving sect had a great emperor of the emperor realm, but now, the strongest person in this small sect was only a Dao Source realm cultivator. Yang Kai and the others were here to look for something, so they didn't want to disturb others. When they arrived, they dispersed their demon pressure and quietly spread out, each of them searching separately. Yang Kai didn't have much hope for this trip. The flowing time Great Emperor was wandering the world and encountered an accident. When the Great Emperors died, the endless hourglasses returned to the temple. Although one of their remains fell into the eastern sea, it didn't mean anything. But since they knew this news, they had to investigate. The group of 5 split into 4 groups. Lu Yen and Yang Kai went together. After not seeing each other for hundreds of years, Lu Yen stuck close to Yang Kai and refused to be separated from him. The 2 children and old Xiong each went their own way. For several days, Yang Kai and Lu Yen traveled tens of thousands of kilometers around the territory of the Eastern Sea, but found nothing. However, the space spirit bead on his wrist suddenly flashed, and a jade slip flew through the air. A few days ago, Yang Kai refined a space spirit bead for Yang Xiao, Yang Shui, and Xiongqi to contact him. If they were in danger, they could send him a message at any time or teleport to his side to take refuge. At this moment, the message came from Yang Shui. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the jade slip. After scanning it with his divine sense, he was surprised. "You really found something?" Shui's message in the jade slip was brief. Obviously, she was pressed for time and didn't have time to say much. But since she sent the message, she must have found something. It seemed that this trip to the Eastern Sea was not in vain. Yang Kai activated his devil chi to wrap Lu Yen and immediately activated the power of the space spirit bead. The next moment, the world spun. When he reappeared, he was already beside Yang Shui. Yang Shui was at the bottom of the sea, running at an unknown depth. When Yang Kai appeared, he felt a terrifying pressure pressing down on him from all directions, causing him to let out a muffled groan and hurriedly urge his strength to resist. At this moment, Yang Xiao and Xiongqi also appeared one after another. Obviously, they had received a message from Yang Shui to join them. When the two of them appeared, they suffered a small loss like Yang Kai, but they were fine after resisting the pressure. Yang Shui didn't have time to explain anything and simply urged her Emperor Qi to protect herself. While flying forward, she pointed to the front and said, "Chase it, I can't catch up." It was pitch black under the sea, and there was only a faint light, but Yang Kai could still see a shadow quickly escaping ahead. The shadow was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had left Yang Shui far behind. No wonder Yang Shui wanted to call for help. It turned out that she couldn't outrun the shadow. Yang Kai took a closer look and couldn't help but smile. The shadow in front of him was not a person, nor was it a sea beast. It was actually a mussel, an oblate mussel the size of a millstone. The mussel had no hands or feet, only a solid mottled shell, but it ran really fast. Water flowed down the mussel's shell, leaving a clear vacuum behind it. The star boundary was a beautiful place where all living things competed. Spirit flowers and plants could become monsters, and even birds and beasts could cultivate human forms. In the sea, there were abundant species, and naturally, there were also monsters. Chapter 3662. There were more types of sea demons than land demons, and they were also more complicated. This mussel was obviously a sea demon, but judging from its aura, it was already at the Demon King realm, and it was full of skills. It was born in the sea and grew up in the sea. The mussel was very good at escaping in the sea, so its speed was naturally very fast. How could Yang Shui catch up with it? Yang Kai did not know why the little girl was chasing the sea monster. Before he could ask, he heard Yang Xiao laughing, "Little ant, don't worry. Leave this guy to me." As soon as he finished his words, he turned into a small white dragon. The dragon's body was crystal clear like jade. It was white and flawless. It was very beautiful. After turning into his original form, Yang Xiao turned into a white light and went straight to the mussel. His speed was much faster than the mussel. Although Yang Xiao was not a water dragon, he was like a tiger in the forest. In this vast sea, there were very few creatures that could be faster than a dragon race. As long as he chased after it, the mussel would have nowhere to go. While chasing, Yang Xiao cast a spell and shouted, "The one in front, please wait. We have something to discuss with you." The sea monster mussel replied, "Where did this ignorant boy come from? How dare you chase after your grandfather? If you know what's good for you, stop right now. Otherwise, I will eat you." Its tone was very fierce, but it ran even faster. Yang Xiao was furious, "Bastard." He opened his mouth and roared, which turned into a dragon's roar. His speed suddenly increased by a notch. He tried to persuade them with kind words, but who would have thought that he would be provoked by the mussel? Although it was wrong of him to chase after the mussel, it was too much for the mussel to keep calling him grandfather. He was a dragon race after all. Now that he had turned into the true form of the dragon race, which monster dared to call themselves that in front of him? Moreover, the adoptive father, Yang Kai, was right behind them. Wasn't the clam demon scolding the adoptive father as well? A dragon and a clam monster chased each other through the sea, quickly disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment and didn't chase after them. It wasn't that he couldn't catch up. With the space laws at his disposal, so what if he was tens of thousands of feet below the sea? If he wanted to chase after them, he could stop them with a few teleportations. The reason why he didn't chase was because he wanted to see Yang Zhao's abilities. In the Flowing Time Temple, he had abused the Wind Monarch like a dog. But at that time, the Wind Monarch was already an arrow at the end of its flight. The endless hourglass had been snatched away and he had lost his mind. Now that he had encountered a sea monster, he could test Yang Zhao's ability. However, he still separated a strand of his divine sense and attached it to Yang Zhao. If this stinky brat was really not strong enough, as his father, he would naturally fight together with him. Why are you chasing after it? Yang Kai turned his head to look at Yang Shui and asked through telepathy. Yang Shui's eyes were frighteningly bright. The clam demon has something left behind by Master. It's very likely that it's also a skeleton. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. When he received Yang Shui's message earlier, he felt that Yang Shui should have discovered something. Now that he heard her explanation, he knew that she had really discovered it. Others might not have noticed the abnormality of the clam demon, but Yang Shui, as the cross-generational disciple of the Flowing Time Great Emperor and a practitioner of the divine technique of the Great Emperors, had sensed the aura of the clam demon from afar. That aura was extremely well hidden, and those who didn't cultivate the principles of time couldn't detect it. Yang Zhao also sensed it when he came, so he didn't ask and directly chased after it. Qiongqi was both excited and sorrowful. Little Master, are you sure? He was excited because there really were remains of the great emperors in the sea. He was sorrowful because his old master had died without a complete corpse. The Wind Monarch had obtained a skeleton from the Lingering Island, and the clam demon also had a skeleton. The rest of the skeletons were scattered somewhere. Shui wouldn't dare to be careless about Master's matters, Yang Shui said solemnly. There was nothing more to say. Since they were sure that the clam demon had something left behind by the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, they had to chase after it. Half a day later, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and smiled. He stopped. He had attached a strand of his divine sense to Yang Zhao, so he could vaguely sense the situation over there. At this moment, Yang Zhao had obviously stopped. He had probably caught up to the clam demon, but Yang Kai didn't know the specifics. Was it a confrontation or was it in the middle of a battle? He had to go over and take a look. With a jolt of demonic essence, Yang Shui, Qiongqi, and Lu Yen were all wrapped up. Yang Kai then activated the power of the Space Spirit Bead. Under the surging power of the Law of Space, he traveled through the void and directly arrived beside Yang Zhao. They weren't fighting. They were in a confrontation. Outside a magnificent palace covered by a barrier of light, the palace wasn't very big, at most 1,000 feet in radius. At this moment, in front of the palace, a short man was glaring fiercely at the outside. This man had short arms and legs, and his large head was propped on his upper body. He had no hair, and his neck was short. He looked very funny. What was even funnier was that this man had a clam shell on each side of his body. At first glance, these two clam shells looked like two wings. Needless to say, this short man was the clam demon that Yang Zhao had just chased away. At the bottom of the sea, the magnificent hall should be his cave residence. Behind the clam demon, there were more clam demons. There were both male and female clam demons. The male clam demons were like him, bald and short, while the female clam demons were as beautiful as flowers. Their silky hair fluttered in the wind, and their bodies were tall and graceful. The two wings on their sides opened and closed slightly, just like wings. Although they were all clam demons, these men and women didn't seem to be of the same species. There were quite a lot of clam demons, more than 100 of them. However, their cultivation levels were not uniform. The strongest was undoubtedly the one that Yang Zhao had chased away. The rest were demon commanders, demon generals, and demon soldiers. There were also a few little clam demons that looked like they had just been born not long ago. They were hiding in their own clam shells and looking outside curiously. Pairs of eyes were fixed on Yang Xiao. The male clam demons were glaring at him angrily, but the female clam demon's beautiful eyes were shining. Their charming eyes were constantly scanning Yang Xiao's body. Yang Xiao had a good foundation. It was obvious when he was young. Now that he was an adult, it was even more impressive. If one were to use a word to describe him, it would be beautiful. Yang Kai had never seen such a beautiful man. Moreover, he had the heroic aura of a man, which was the most attractive to the female's eyes. The dignified dragon race, the son of the Dragon Island's great elder and second elder, was being stared at by so many female clam demons. His face turned red. When Yang Kai and the others appeared, Yang Xiao's face was as red as a monkey's butt. His eyes were drifting around, and he didn't even know where to look. Therefore, when Yang Shui appeared, she frowned and asked with concern, "Are you injured?" Yang Xiao said meekly, No, we haven't fought yet." Yang Shui was puzzled, "Then why is your face flushed and your qi and blood surging?" Yang Xiao's face turned even redder. He didn't know how to explain himself. He wanted nothing more than to find a hole and hide in it. Yang Kai looked at Yang Xiao, then looked at the clam demons. He couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't be blamed. It was just that those female clam demons were wearing too little. All of them only covered their vital parts. Large patches of snow-white skin were exposed. Pairs of slender legs were swaying in front of him, making him dizzy. Yang Kai thought to himself, if he saw this scene when he was young, his qi and blood would be surging as well. Although Yang Xiao had been training in the shrine for more than 500 years, he had never seen such a scene. 500 years old, for the dragon race, he was only a child. He had never seen such enchanting beauties blossoming in front of him. He really couldn't take it. Seeing Yang Kai's strange smile, Yang Shui secretly looked at the clam demon's lineup and quickly reacted. She looked at Yang Xiao with disappointment, then looked at the leader of the clam demons and said, "Yang Shui, the successor of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, greets Senior. May I know your name?" This trip was to ask for the relics of the great emperors, so Yang Shui didn't call herself a disciple of the High Heaven Palace. Instead, she called herself the successor of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. There were different ways to ask for it. They had no enmity with the clam demons, so it was best to avoid conflict as much as possible. Moreover, the clam demons in front of them had both young and old. If a fight really broke out, should they kill them or not? It would be best if they could resolve it peacefully. Yang Shui opened her mouth. The clam demon looked at her from head to toe and snorted, "Is it you, little girl, who chased after me the moment we met?" When he was chased just now, the clam demon turned around and ran, so he didn't see what Yang Shui looked like. However, he still knew that it was a girl who chased after him. Now that he saw her, he naturally recognized her. Yang Shui smiled slightly, it was a hasty action. "Senior, please forgive me." The clam demon was furious, "The sea is so big, why did you chase after me? Do you think I'm easy to bully?" As he said this, he raised his arm and said, "I didn't run because I was afraid of you. I just didn't want to kill you. Who would have thought that you guys would take advantage of me and chase me to my doorstep? You've really gone too far. Do you believe that I'll eat you in one bite right now?" Yang Shui hurriedly said, "My king is kind and benevolent. I can't thank you enough. It's just that I have some reasons to chase after you. Please forgive me, my king." "Reasons?" The clam demon crossed his arms and looked insufferably arrogant. "There's a reason to chase after someone? What's the reason? Let me hear it." Yang Shui said politely, "I want to ask for something from my king." Yang Xiao calmed down and couldn't help but say, "Hand over that thing and we'll leave. We won't make things difficult for you." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere around the clam demon changed. The female clam demons who were admiring Yang Xiao suddenly turned cold and stared at him coldly. Needless to say, the male clam demons were all demonic qi and had cold expressions. The leader of the clam demons chuckled. "We want to ask for something," Yang Shui said. "Don't worry, my king. We're not asking for it casually. We're only making an exchange. We'll definitely satisfy my king." Before she finished speaking, the leader of the clam demons shouted angrily, "Don't mention this again. Seeing that you have delicate features, I decided to give you a chance. But I didn't expect you guys to be so ambitious. Get out of my way and go back to where you came from. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a burial place." The cave's restriction opened. The clam demons hid inside and spoke fiercely, but they didn't intimidate them at all. Yang Shui frowned. "My king, did you misunderstand something?" What misunderstanding?" The clam demons shouted angrily and didn't give Yang Shui a chance to speak. They waved their two short hands and said, "Get out of my way. It's not good to anger me." Chapter 36-63. The clam monster waved his hand, and the seawater surged toward Yang Kai and the others. Although it didn't injure them, it was enough to show how powerful this clam monster was. Yang Shui's brows furrowed even more. The other party wanted to drive them away without a word. This was completely impossible to communicate with. After pondering for a moment, the little girl looked at the clam monster and said, "Excuse me." When she finished speaking, she took a step forward, pinched her fingers together, and gently pointed at the restriction in front of her. On the other side, Yang Xiao didn't need to be told. At the same time that Yang Shui moved, he also raised his hands and pressed on the restriction slowly but firmly. Both of their movements were light, without the slightest trace of smoke or fire. The clam monster sneered and stood in place with his arms crossed across the restriction. He looked at Yang Shui mockingly and said, "Little girl, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This king's cave mansion's restriction has been refined by my clan for several generations. You think you can." As he spoke, he couldn't finish his sentence. The smile on his face suddenly stiffened because when Yang Shui and Yang Zhao's hands touched the restriction, a series of cracking sounds came, and countless cracks appeared on the light curtain. The clam demon clan turned pale with fright. Those little clam demons who were peeking their heads out immediately closed their shells and hid their bodies inside, rolling to the back. The cracking sounds were incessant. The eyes of the clam monster leader were red. He raised his head and stared at the restriction of his cave mansion. His face was full of shock. Those cracks didn't come from the restriction, but from his heart. He couldn't understand. The strength of these two children was obviously not high, so how could they do this? There was no time to think. After a few breaths, accompanied by a crashing sound, the cave mansion's restriction shattered. "How dare you!" The clam monster leader shouted, and the rest of the clam monsters also urged their monster chi. A great battle was about to break out. A few silhouettes appeared out of thin air. Accompanied by the cries of the Clam clan, for half-saint of demon race appeared at the same time and surrounded the clam demons in all directions. Not only that, Xiongqi transformed into his true form and opened his mouth to roar. His mouth was so big that it could swallow a dozen clam demons in one gulp. Lu Yan pinched her small hands together and the image of a fire phoenix appeared behind her. It was a magnificent sight. Wherever the fire phoenix was, the seawater would turn into nothingness. There was no need for so many people to deal with such a group of clam demons. Any one of them, Lu Yan or Qiongqi, could easily slaughter them all. However, Yang Kai still summoned all of the half-saint to help him, not to kill, but to intimidate. He had no enmity with the clam demons, so it was not good to kill them. However, if they were to fight, it was inevitable that there would be some accidental injuries. If they were to really get into a fight, the situation would not end well. Therefore, it was better to directly display a lineup that would make the clam demons feel despair and make them retreat. When the 4 half-saint of demon race appeared, the clam demons sucked in a breath of cold air. Their bodies that were about to attack suddenly stopped. When they sensed the strength of the half-saint, their expressions became even more chaotic. When Xiongqi and the fire phoenix appeared, the group of clam demons felt their hair stand on end. It was as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. What kind of people were they? Other than the 2 young people, the rest of them were not easy to deal with. Their powerful divine senses shrouded the entire area, making the clam demons' mouths dry. They could not help but clamp their shells together, as if they could find a trace of security by doing so. They originally thought that the clam demons did not need to be afraid of the other party since there were not many of them. Who knew that the situation would change like this? The leader of the clam demons was tactful. Therefore, after being startled for a moment, he hurriedly shouted, "Wait a minute, wait a minute." As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Yang Kai. The 4 half-saint of demon race were all summoned by him, so it was difficult for them not to attract attention. He also realized that the person in charge of the other party should be him. A trace of unwillingness and humiliation flashed in his eyes. The leader of the clam demons said, "This time, the clam demons admit defeat. Bang Bang Air will give you what you want. However, there is only one thing. If you dare to harm the lives of my children, the clam demons will not rest until you are dead." As soon as he finished speaking, all the clam demons turned pale with fright. They all cried out mournfully, "King!" There were even some clam demons who had a fierce look on their faces. They looked at Yang Kai and the others one by one. They gritted their teeth and said, "King, you don't need to be afraid of them. At most, we will die. We will fight with them. Fight! King, give the order." Bang Bang Air shouted angrily, "All of you, shut up." Everyone had courage. If he really gave the order, the clam demons would really fight with their lives. However, what would the result be? With the strength that the other party had displayed, he could easily wipe out the entire clam demons. These 100 people were not enough to even fill the gaps between his teeth. He was the leader of the clam demons. Naturally, he had to think for the entire clan. Sacrificing himself in exchange for the safety of the clan was worth it. If anyone dares to be noisy again, you will be punished according to the clan's rules. His gaze swept across. As expected, no clam demons dared to speak. After being the leader for so many years, they still had some dignity. Bang Bang Air looked at Yang Kai again. He gritted his teeth, opened his mouth, and reached his hand into it. When he took it out again, his hand shone brightly. Under the pitch-black sea, there seemed to be a full moon. The moon was the size of a dragon's eye and emitted a gentle light. It was a pearl of the highest quality. It was a pearl, and also Bang Bang Air's demon core. The demon core flowed in the pearl, and it was astonishing. There were even sounds of waves. Bang Bang Air turned his head and extended his hand. He handed it to Yang Kai and said, "Take it away." He didn't look at it because he was reluctant to part with it. How could he be willing to part with it? After cultivating for so many years, all of his cultivation was in this monster core. If he lost his monster core, he wouldn't be able to live for more than a few years. Yang Shui was stunned. Yang Shao chuckled. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "King, I'm afraid you have misunderstood. We didn't come here for this." Bang Bang Air's monster core was of the highest quality. A 12-order monster core was of extremely high quality, not to mention that his monster core had displayed such a strange phenomenon. It was even more precious than ordinary 12th-order monster cores. If placed outside, it would definitely be a rare treasure. However, what use did Yang Kai have for it? He had plenty of monster cores in his space ring. Back in the savage desolate ancient land, he had collected tens of thousands of monster cores from the beast tomb. 12th order monster cores could be found everywhere. Bang Bang Air's monster core was so precious that Yang Kai really didn't want it. From the very beginning, the clam demons had misunderstood. Bang Bang Air was a little stunned and turned his head to stare at Yang Kai. You don't want this? Unable to believe his ears, he asked again, you don't want this? Yang Kai shook his head seriously, I don't want it. What human didn't want the clam demon's monster core? The clam demons found it difficult to survive in the sea, and the main reason was that they were constantly hunted down by the human race. The clam demons' monster cores were different from those of other monster races. Some human race women liked them the most and would place them in their boudoirs. At night, they would emit a soft glow, and if they wore them often, they would be able to maintain their beauty. Therefore, when Bang Bang Air saw Yang Shui, his first reaction was that this beautiful woman had come to steal his monster core, so he naturally ran away. Later, when he was chased to his cave mansion, Yang Shui came to ask for something else. Bang Bang Air naturally thought that she was asking for his monster core and naturally refused. How could he have known that this was not what Yang Shui wanted? Bang Bang Air was overjoyed and said with relief, why didn't you say so earlier? You scared this king. I thought you guys. Hee hee. As he spoke, he quickly swallowed the monster core back into his stomach and rubbed his belly, feeling relieved. Yang Shui shook her head with a bitter smile. She also wanted to explain things clearly, but the other party didn't give her a chance at all. She couldn't even finish her sentence, so how could she explain it clearly? Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. A group of clam demons echoed, all of them smiling. As long as they didn't come to steal the monster core, everything was fine. The clam demons were afraid of stealing their monster cores, otherwise, they wouldn't have settled down in such a deep sea. They were hiding here to avoid the masters of the human race. Bang Bang Air scratched his head again and looked at Yang Shui, then what do you want? Yang Shui finally had a chance to explain the purpose of her visit, a skeleton. Bang Bang Air's expression suddenly became serious and he asked in a deep voice, what skeleton? Yang Shui said with a smile, this little girl's master's skeleton. If I'm not wrong, that skeleton is on the king. Please take it out for me to see. Bang Bang Air looked at Yang Shui from head to toe and immediately shook his head, impossible. When Yang Shao heard this, he suddenly became angry and said in a fierce voice, hey, clam demon, I'm warning you, don't play any tricks. This young master is kind and doesn't want to kill people, but it doesn't mean that I won't kill people. Yang Shui raised her hand and looked at the clam demon with a smile, what does the king mean? Bang Bang Air ignored Yang Shao and only looked at Yang Shui, saying in a deep voice, I do have a skeleton on me, but it's impossible. It can't be your master's. Little girl, I'm afraid you've made a mistake. Yang Shui said, I can't make a mistake. I'm practicing my master's secret technique. My master's skeleton can sense it. It's on the king now. Bang Bang Air nodded, I do have a skeleton, but this skeleton has been passed down from generation to generation in my clam clan. I don't know how many years it has been. If that skeleton is really your master's, then how old are you? I don't think you're that old. After nodding, Bang Bang Air shook his head again. Yang Shui smiled and her red lips parted slightly as she said, Your Majesty, please allow me to inform you that my master has indeed passed away many years ago. My junior brother and I have only obtained the opportunity to inherit master's legacy by chance. We have never had the chance to meet him, but there is one thing that is absolutely true. Since we have inherited his legacy, my junior brother and I are his disciples. Since master's remains are out there, it is only natural that we, as his disciples, should welcome him back. Bang Bang Air suddenly understood what was going on. He blinked his eyes and said, I heard you mention the descendant of the flowing time great emperor. Then, his master's name, the flowing time great emperor, great emperors. Yang Shui replied. Bang Bang Air gasped and said in surprise, the flowing time great emperor, great emperors? Although he was a sea monster, he had also heard of the flowing time great emperor's name. Otherwise, why would he have such a reaction? Although the Clam clan knew that the skeleton was extraordinary, they didn't expect that the origin of the skeleton was so great. Since ancient times, he was the only great emperors who had mastered the law of time. After the shock, Bang Bang Air showed a complicated expression. I see, no wonder, no wonder. Yang Shui asked curiously, my king means. Bang Bang Air quickly waved his hand, I don't dare, I don't dare. In front of the descendant of the great emperors, please forgive me for my rudeness. As he spoke, he took a few steps back and bowed. Bang Bang Air of the Clam clan greets the two supreme divinities. Chapter 36-64. When they first met, the leader of the Clam clan was running away in a panic. Now, the leader of the Clam clan was bowing to them. His attitude had changed several times, which was really confusing. When he bowed, the rest of the Clam clan also bowed together. Even the newborn clams were no exception. They had short arms and short legs, but they imitated the appearance of their leader. They were so childish that it made people want to protect them. Yang Shui was dumbfounded. What is the meaning of this, king? Bang Bang smiled. There were many misunderstandings before, but I didn't expect that it was actually a misunderstanding. We don't recognize each other, so Bang Bang was rude. Please don't blame us, Supreme Divinity. Yang Shao blinked. Is the Supreme Divinity you're talking about my master? This was a bit strange, so he had to ask clearly. Bang Bang nodded quickly. Yes, I'll let you know. Our Clam clan has been blessed by the Supreme Divinity for many years, so we worship him as the Supreme Divinity and worship him in the clan for generations. However, we didn't know the Supreme Divinity's name until today, when we found out that he was the legendary flowing time Great Emperor, the Great Emperors. We're ashamed, ashamed. Yang Shui's eyes lit up. Master is not dead? Even Yang Kai's expression became serious. If he was dead, how could he continue to do favors? Bang Bang shook his head. Not so. As he spoke, he opened his mouth and spat out a bone. It was white and flawless, as if it was carved out of white jade. However, this bone was not the same as the one Feng Jun took out. It should be a forearm bone. Yang Shui said that the remains of the great emperors were on Bang Bang, and she was not wrong. The leader of the Clam clan had refined the remains of the great emperors in his body before spitting it out now. Seeing the white bones, Yang Shao and Yang Shui immediately knew that these white bones were the remains of their master. Others couldn't detect it, but they could clearly sense the aura of the principles of time hidden in them. It was another skeleton. Qiongqi's eyes turned slightly red. It seemed that the old master had really died without a complete corpse. He didn't know what kind of dangers existed outside the universe that even a great divine technique like him had ended up in such a state. Bang Bang took out the white bone and held it in his hand. A complicated expression appeared on his face. He only hesitated for a moment before holding the white bone with both hands and respectfully handing it over. This should be what you are looking for. Yang Shui nodded and took the bone solemnly. When the bone entered her hand, her body shook slightly. She didn't seem to do anything, but the bone actually flashed with light. Then, golden lines appeared on the surface of the bone. A strange aura spread out, causing everyone's thoughts to stagnate. It seemed like an instant, but it also seemed like 1,000 years. When everyone came back to their senses, the bone was still a bone. There was no abnormality. But no one thought that the scene just now was just an illusion. The flowing time Great Emperor was extraordinary. His bones were divine. Even if he had died many years ago, there was still divinity hidden in his remains. This divinity was usually not obvious. It would only appear when the successor came in contact with it. The last trace of doubt in Bang Bang Air's eyes disappeared. Looking at Yang Shui, Yang Zhao's eyes became much gentler. Just now, Yang Shui said that she was the successor of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, but there was no proof. Only now did Bang Bang Air really believe it. She smiled slightly and said, "My clam family's ancestor accidentally obtained this thing. He only saw that it was extraordinary, but he didn't know the mystery inside. It was passed down from generation to generation. Today, it can be considered to be returned to its original owner. Congratulations." Yang Shui put away the bone, looked at Bang Bang Air and said, "Just now, the king said that it was Shizuan's favor. What does that mean?" Bang Bang Air hurriedly waved his hand, "Since you are Shizuan's disciple, I dare not call you king. You can just call me by my name." After a slight pause, Bang Bang Air said, "How old do you think Bang Bang Air is this year?" This was a strange question, but since it was asked, it was definitely not a casual question. It must be related to the Flowing Time Great Emperor. Yang Xiao immediately said, "Your cultivation is not bad, but you don't look old. The demon race has a long lifespan. I guess you are 2,000 years old." "Wrong, wrong." Bang Bang Air shook his head. There was no need for others to continue guessing. He gave the answer himself. "I don't remember exactly how old Bang Bang Air is this year, but I am indeed 8,000 years old." Yang Kai and the others were surprised. 8,000 years old, compared to Bang Bang Air's cultivation, this was a birthday boy. It was rare that he didn't look old. But soon, everyone realized that it was probably the work of that white bone. Sure enough, Bang Bang Air explained, "I am a monster king, a high-grade monster king. Logically speaking, I can't live for so long, but I feel that I am still young. It's not that the Clam clan is born with a long lifespan, it's the ability of the Shizuan's remains." When the ancestor obtained the remains, although he didn't discover the mysteries within, he found that the remains in his body gave him a long lifespan. Therefore, every leader of the Clam clan has a long lifespan. Except for those who died fighting other demon races, the oldest one lived for more than 13,000 years. It's all thanks to the Shizuan's remains that we can live this long. The Clam clan has lived in this vast sea for a long time. Although we don't fight, there are occasional disasters. The Clam clan is few in number, and there are not many strong people. We have faced disaster several times, and it's all thanks to the Shizuan's remains that we can turn misfortune into fortune." Bang Bang Air said, "To be honest, the Clam clan doesn't know the mysteries of the remains, and we can't use it normally. But if my life is in danger, it may be possible to activate the power within and wipe out the enemy." Bang Bang Air was the leader of the Clam clan. If even his life was in danger, then the clan was really on the verge of death. And under such circumstances, the remains of the great emperors could release some power, and it was as if Bang Bang Air was receiving divine help. This had never happened to him, but it had happened to the previous leaders of the Clam clan. Because of these two reasons, the Clam clan worshipped the owner of the remains as the Shizuan and worshipped him for generations. It was just that they didn't know who the owner of the remains was until today. After explaining, Bang Bang Air smiled and said, "The Shizuan is a great benefactor to our clan. Today, not only did we learn the Shizuan's name, but we also know that the Shizuan has a successor in the world." The Clam clan is overjoyed, and so is Bang Bang Air. Yang Shui said, "Your Majesty is too polite. Junior brother and I would like to thank your Majesty for returning the remains." Bang Bang Air waved his hand and said, "That's what we should do. The Shizuan has protected our Clam clan for so many years. Since you are here, the remains should be returned." She didn't know if it was true or not, but Bang Bang Air said it very sincerely. The main thing was that she couldn't refuse. A group of people from the half-saint of demon race were eyeing her covetously. If she dared to say no, it would be a disaster in an instant. Yang Shui said again, if Shizuan's remains are returned to me, will it affect your majesty's body? Bang Bang Air lived so long because of the remains of the great emperors. Now that the remains were taken away, she didn't know how long she could live. Hearing this, Bang Bang Air smiled and said, it would be a lie to say that it doesn't. However, I can't live as long as the great emperors, but I can't live less. Calculating my current situation, I can live for at least 1,000 or 2,000 years. Yang Shui nodded and said, in the future, my senior sister and junior brother will definitely think of a way to compensate your majesty. That's not necessary. Bang Bang Air kept waving his hands and exhaled a long breath as if he had let go of something. He said warmly, it's my honor to have the two of you here. If you don't mind, why don't you come in and tell me? Bang Bang Air has another important thing to tell the two of you. Yang Shui glanced at Yang Kai after hearing this. Yang Kai smiled and said, if that's the case, then I'll have to bother you. They chased after them and took away the remains of the great emperors that the Clam clan had kept for so many years. It wouldn't be right for them to just turn around and leave. Since they were sincerely inviting them, it wouldn't be a big deal to go in and be their guests. Bang Bang Air was overjoyed. He turned around and shouted, our distinguished guests are here. Little ones, get busy. Bring out all the good food and drinks for your majesty. When the majesty shouted, the little clams also shouted. In an instant, the Clam clan was busy. More than half of the clams turned around and went into the cave to prepare. The rest of the clams welcomed the distinguished guests together with their majesty. Yang Kai took the lead, Lu Yen was at the side, Xiongqi and a few half-saint of demon race followed closely behind. Yang Shui also followed, and Yang Xiao was at the back. It wasn't that he walked slowly, but it was mainly because he was surrounded by a group of beautiful clams. Little White Dragon was very beautiful. When there was a conflict before, the beautiful clams didn't show anything. Now that they had a misunderstanding, they all surrounded him. They were really beautiful, with different temperaments. Little White Dragon's face was so red that it was dripping blood. Before he could say anything, two beauties of the Clam tribe grabbed his hands and dragged him into the cave. Seeing his stupefied appearance, the beauties of the Clam tribe giggled. Beside him, a fragrant wind lingered. Little White Dragon was like an immortal, seeing stars. Entering the cave mansion, Kai Yang stood in front of a statue. This statue had existed for who knows how many years. It was placed in the middle of a square inside the cave mansion. It was majestic and insufferably arrogant. It could be seen that the person who had carved this thing was very proficient in this field. Using a sword or an axe, the statue's movements were perfectly executed. The only thing that puzzled Kai Yang was that this statue did not have any facial features. Bang Bang stood at the side and explained respectfully, the Clam clan received the Supreme God's legacy, but we didn't have the fate to see the Supreme God's true face. An ancestor set up this thing here for the Clam clan to worship and worship. They didn't know what the owner of the skeleton looked like, so no facial features were carved. However, they knew that the owner of the skeleton was definitely extraordinary, so the sculpture was majestic. Yang Kai smiled and said, do you want to complete it? It just so happens that someone here has seen the great emperors. Bang Bang was shocked. The flowing time great emperor had fallen for countless years, but there was actually someone who had seen it? How long had this person lived? However, since there was such a good thing, how could she refuse? She quickly said, this is the wish of my Clam clan's ancestors. If it can be completed, it will be my Clam clan's fortune. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Xiongqi. Among this group of people, only old Xiong had seen the flowing time great emperor, the great emperors. Although Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had inherited the legacy of the great emperors, they didn't know what the old man looked like, so when they heard this, they looked at Xiongqi expectantly. Old Xiong didn't decline and flashed out from behind Yang Kai. His expression was very dignified. He looked up at the huge sculpture, and a trace of nostalgia and grief flashed across his face. After a while, the nostalgia and grief disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression. Old Xiong's demonic aura shook slightly. He raised his hand, and the demonic aura condensed at his fingertips, turning into a carving knife. He flew up, and the carving knife turned into an afterimage. In an instant, stone fragments flew everywhere. Chapter 3665. Old Xiong did not stop at all. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water. Although he was not good at this, with his strong cultivation, it was just a piece of cake for him. Even though it was just a piece of cake, Old Xiong was very serious. Every turn of the knife mark was condensed from his life's cultivation. After 30 breaths, Old Xiong put away his knife. Everyone looked up with different expressions, but most of them were surprised. The flowing time great emperor, what a great reputation. Even though he had fallen countless years ago, there were still legends about him in this world. Such a character was definitely different from ordinary people. Such an expert would definitely be extremely rare in this world. But in fact, when Old Xiong restored the honor of the great emperors, everyone found that the flowing time great emperor looked very ordinary, very ordinary. With such an appearance, if she was placed in a crowd, no one would pay too much attention to her. But what did the great emperor's abilities have to do with their appearance? He was the flowing time great emperor, great emperors, so his ordinary appearance would be extraordinary because of his name. Everyone bowed respectfully. Yang Shao and Yang Shui went forward and personally burned 3 sticks of incense for their master and kowtowed a few times. After the ceremony, Bang Bang Air led everyone into the main hall. The hall was filled with a strange fragrance. The Clam clan had already prepared a banquet and were only waiting for the distinguished guests to take their seats. A beautiful Clam clan girl was arranged beside each of them to serve them gently. Below them, there were even Clam clan girls singing and dancing. A disaster turned into a misunderstanding, and now they could see the 2 esteemed disciples of the Supreme Divinity. Bang Bang Air was very happy and kept toasting. Although the Clam clan lived under the sea, there was no lack of resources here, especially their home-brewed wine. It was mellow and rich, and it had a special taste. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Bang Bang suddenly said, "I'd like to let the 2 of you know that in this sea, it's not only the Clam clan that has received the Divine Lord's favor, but there are other sea clans that are in the same situation as us." The Clam clan worshipped the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor as the divine venerables. Thus, the 2 disciples of the divine venerables were the venerables. Addressing them as such was a form of respect, so there was nothing wrong with it. Yang Shui's eyes lit up. "Your Majesty, you mean," Bang Bang smiled and said, "This is the important thing that I wanted to tell you just now. Previously, I didn't know the identity of the Divine Lord and that there were still successors in this world. Now that the 2 of you have come to find me, I can't hide it from you anymore." He paused for a moment then said, "The supreme god's remains of my Clam clan were passed down from generation to generation by our ancestors, along with some words. Our ancestors said that the Clam clan isn't the only one that has received the supreme god's remains. In this sea, there are other sea clans that have also received the supreme god's blessings and have been thriving in this vast sea." Upon hearing this, Yang Shao, who had been drinking, stopped drinking and looked at Bang Bang. He asked, "Your Majesty, do you know where those sea clans are?" Bang Bang smiled and said, "I don't know about the others, and I can't be sure either. However, there's one place that's very likely." Yang Shui and Yang Shao asked together, "Where?" 50,000 miles west of our Clam clan's territory is the Shrimp clan's territory. That old shrimp most likely has the supreme god's remains in his hands. Most likely. Yang Shao raised his eyebrows. Bang Bang said, because that old shrimp has lived for many years. If it wasn't for the Supreme God's remains, I'm afraid he wouldn't have lived so long. The Clam clan had the remains of the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor, so they were very clear about the use of the remains. The Shrimp clan situation was very similar to theirs, so naturally, they would have such a guess. This was a pleasant surprise. Yang Shao immediately stood up and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go to the Shrimp clan and get our teacher's remains back." After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Yang Shui. "Little ant, what do you think?" Yang Shui called him junior brother, and he called Yang Shui little ant, so their relationship was a bit messy. Yang Shui nodded and said, "Let's go together." Bang Bang quickly said, "Your Majesties, please wait a moment. The Shrimp clan situation is quite different from our Clam clan situation. They might not be willing to return the Supreme God's remains, and they might even think that you two are liars. Let me gather my men and help you too." Yang Shao glanced at him and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, do you have a grudge with that old shrimp?" If there was no grudge between them, why would he be so proactive and look like he wanted to kill them with a borrowed knife? Although Yang Shao had been cultivating in the lookout for 500 years, he was not a fool. How could he not see this point? However, he was just asking casually, so he did not wait for Bang Bang to explain anything and continued, "This is a family matter of the flowing time Great Emperor, so there is no need for your Majesty to worry about it." No matter what Bang Bang's intentions were, as long as they knew that the Shrimp clan had the remains of the great emperors, Yang Shao and Yang Shui had to go there. Bang Bang was a little embarrassed, but since Yang Shao had said so, he did not have the intention to force it. He immediately said, "Then, Bang Bang wishes both your Majesties a great victory." After finding out the whereabouts of another great emperor's remains, the two descendants of the flowing time Great Emperor did not want to wait a moment longer and were about to depart. Bang Bang pointed out the direction and respectfully sent everyone off. On the vast sea, everyone was galloping. Suddenly, Yang Kai stopped. Yang Shui, Qiongqi, and the others also stopped immediately. Only Yang Shao rushed out and quickly flew back. He looked at Yang Kai suspiciously and asked, "Father, what did you find?" Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. He looked at him and then looked at Yang Shui, "You have all grown up." Yang Shao and Yang Shui were a little confused by this inexplicable sigh. They looked at him in confusion. Yang Kai continued, "When you grow up, you have to walk your own path." Yang Shui was smart and immediately understood, "Big brother, do you have something to do and want to leave?" Yang Kai rubbed her head and said with a smile, "Yes, there is something that needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. Then Big Brother can go by himself. You don't have to worry about me and Shao." Yang Kai's face became serious, "Not only am I leaving, but I also want to take your sister Lu Yan and Uncle Qiongqi with me. I am afraid that there will be strong enemies this time, so I need more people." Hearing this, before Yang Shui could say anything, Yang Shao became excited, "Then let Elder Auntie and Old Xiong go with Father. Little Auntie and I will take care of Shizhuan's matter." Yang Shui nodded. The two of them obtained the inheritance of the flowing time Great Emperor and finally came out of seclusion after more than 500 years. They were like fierce tigers coming out of the mountains. If Yang Kai was by their side, they would be a little restrained. Now that they heard that Yang Kai was going to take Lu Yan and Qiongqi with him, although they were reluctant, it was exactly what they wanted. Yang Kai smiled, "Although the two of you have made some progress in your cultivation, you must remember that there is always a higher mountain in this world. Don't think that you are invincible just because you obtained the inheritance of the great emperors. You must know that even your Shizhuan couldn't do this back then, let alone you two little kids. Father, I am more than 500 years old." Yang Shao explained seriously. He was no longer a little kid. Yang Kai ignored him and continued, although there is a difference in seniority between the two of you, you are about the same age. When you go out, you must take care of each other. Be careful. After a pause, he said, if you encounter any danger, remember to use the space spirit bead. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui nodded together, we will remember. Also, when you are done here, Xiao, remember to go back to the Dragon Island. Shui, go back to the High Heaven Palace. Wow, father, you are so long-winded. Yang Xiao curled his lips, but before he could finish, Yang Kai knocked him on the head. This brat was shameless and giggled. Then I won't be long-winded. Go, go. Yang Kai waved his hand as if he was shooing away a chicken. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui looked at each other, turned around, turned into a stream of light, and rushed into the sky. Yang Kai, Xiongqi, and Lu Yen stood in place and watched with narrowed eyes. When the voices of the two disappeared from sight, Yang Kai said, let's follow them. Unless it is a life-or-death situation, try not to make a move. Fear of a strong enemy, and the need for more manpower, was just nonsense. Yang Kai was going to the territory of the lower world star. How could there be a strong enemy? What's more, he still had 4 half-saint of demon race in the small sealed world. If he really encountered a strong enemy, those 4 would be enough to deal with it. The reason for this was that this was a rare opportunity for the 2 kids to check the results of their hundreds of years of cultivation. If Lu Yen and Xiongqi were to follow them, they would definitely have someone to rely on. Yang Kai had to find a way to take Lu Yen and Xiongqi away from them and let them face things alone. Whether it was setbacks or opportunities, it was their own business. Even if a flower in a greenhouse bloomed, it would only be beautiful for a moment, not to mention the wind and rain. Xiongqi understood this truth, so when Yang Kai secretly told him about it, he agreed. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't have time to continue following the 2 kids. His own affairs had been delayed for a while, so he needed to get started as soon as possible. Xiongqi nodded, hit his figure, and quietly followed. Lu Yen, on the other hand, didn't leave. Instead, she just raised her head and stared at Yang Kai, her big black and white eyes as clear as a clear spring. Yang Kai smiled, raised his hand, and rubbed her head. 2 to 3 times, he rubbed her head until it looked like a chicken coop. Lu Yen, on the other hand, was smiling with a satisfied look on her face, not saying a word as she chased after Xiongqi. With Xiongqi and Lu Yen secretly looking after them, Yang Kai was relieved. On this sea, there should be no one who could threaten their safety. Everyone left, big and small, all at once, leaving Yang Kai standing alone in mid-air. After pondering for a moment, he raised his hand and slapped it directly on his chest. Yang Kai used all his strength in this slap, and with this slap, 2 of his ribs were broken. Golden blood spurted out of his mouth like crazy, soaking his clothes. His face was pale for a while, and he was on the verge of collapsing. Standing in place, Yang Kai coughed for a while, then panted for a moment before urging his space principles and activating the space spirit bead on his wrist. His principles surged, and Yang Kai directly disappeared, arriving at the other end of the space spirit bead in the blink of an eye. With a solemn expression, he blurted out the words he had prepared, GZ Army, Yang Kai greets Iron Blood. Fuck. A proper greeting suddenly turned into cursing, which was too sudden. It wasn't that Yang Kai wanted to be disrespectful to the great emperors, but the scene in front of him was too unexpected. Even if Yang Kai had imagined thousands of scenarios, this scene in front of him was definitely not one of them. Chapter 3666. If Yang Kai wanted to go to the territory of the lower planes, he naturally had to go through the Star Court. Now that the Star Court was under the control of the Iron Blood Great Emperor, he activated the space spirit bead that was connected to the Iron Blood Great Emperor. Previously, in the Seven Mist Sea, Yang Kai had specially gifted one to the Great Emperors, logically speaking, after the space spirit bead was activated, Yang Kai should appear next to the Iron Blood Great Emperor. However, at this moment, the demonic chi was everywhere. As far as the eye could see, there was no end in sight to the demon race's army. Powerful divine senses extended from all directions and locked onto Yang Kai. What was going on? Yang Kai was a little confused. He subconsciously thought that the Iron Blood Great Emperor had broken into the demon race's camp, but when he looked around, where was the Iron Blood Great Emperor? Instead, he sensed a familiar energy fluctuation from the high-rank demon king closest to him. That high-rank demon king was a corpse demon and was covered in rotting flesh. He was only a meter away from Yang Kai, almost touching Yang Kai's face. A putrid odor assaulted Yang Kai's nostrils, causing his face to darken. The corpse demon was also stunned. A person had appeared in front of him out of nowhere. No one would be able to react in time. However, the corpse demon's eyes lit up in an instant, clearly recognizing Yang Kai's identity. Pleasantly surprised, it opened its mouth and roared. The rolling demonic chi rushed toward Yang Kai. At the same time, it raised its arm, which rapidly elongated and grabbed at Yang Kai. Yang Kai also stretched out a hand. With the rolling of his demonic chi, he activated the dragonization art and turned his hand into a dragon claw. The moment both of their hands touched, Shermo's angry howl turned into a mournful wail. His outstretched arms crumbled like fried dough twist. Shermo hurriedly changed his move. His small body swayed and turned into a mountain of corpses. The mountain of corpses was in the shape of a human. One could vaguely see Shermo's original appearance. However, it was made up of tens of thousands of corpses. Inside the mountain of corpses, corpses were struggling and screaming. Their voices contained a strange power that could shake one's mind. The mountain of corpses was huge, like a real hill. Yang Kai's dragonization art was also fully activated. In a flash, he transformed into a half-dragon body that was more than 300 feet tall. The two behemoths collided head-on, exchanging blows. Dragon roars shook the sky as corpses fell like rain. After 3 breaths, the mountain of corpses collapsed. The corpses that formed the mountain of corpses turned into pus before they even hit the ground, filling the sky with a foul stench. Yang Kai's 300 feet tall dragon body stood tall. His left hand held an object that emitted a thumping sound. If it wasn't Shermo's demon heart, what else could it be? In a single exchange, Shermo's demon heart had been plucked. He could no longer maintain his original appearance. He reverted to the size of a normal person and collapsed to the ground. There was a hole in his chest that could be seen from the front, but there was nothing inside. Yang Kai lowered his head to look at him. His golden dragon eyes were filled with boundless majesty, as if he were a high and mighty god. He exerted force in his hand and the demon heart in his hand shattered. Shermo was heavily injured in an instant, but he didn't die immediately. A high-rank demon king had more than one demon heart. If one was destroyed, there would be more. But as long as the demon heart wasn't destroyed, the demon race wouldn't die. Shermo howled in pain. Foul blood spilled from his mouth. He crawled up and tried to flee. Yang Kai raised his foot and stomped down. The ground trembled as his foot landed, and a pool of blood exploded under his foot. This time, Shermo didn't even make a sound. In less than 5 breaths of time, a high-rank demon king had fallen. Yang Kai's specialty was fighting above his realm. Now that he had become a high-rank demon king, he could even put up a fight against a false emperor like the Wind Monarch. What did killing a fellow high-rank demon king count for? With Shermo dead, Yang Kai opened his right palm, revealing a small bead. The Space Spirit Bead. It was the one Yang Kai had given to the Iron Blood Great Emperor in the Seven Mist Sea. There were only 2 reasons why this Space Spirit Bead had appeared on Shermo's body. The first was that Shuremo had killed the Iron Blood Great Emperor and then plundered his spoils of war for the Space Spirit Bead. But could a high-rank demon king kill one of the great emperors? That was obviously impossible. Even if Zhang Wuhen stood in place and let the high-rank demon king fight for 100 years, the great emperors wouldn't be injured. A high-rank demon king couldn't possibly kill the great emperors, so there was only one possibility left: the great emperors had secretly placed the Space Spirit Bead on Shuremo's body. The uses of the Space Spirit Bead were no longer a secret in the star boundary. It was convenient for communication and fast for teleportation. When Yang Kai had given the great emperors a Space Spirit Bead for no apparent reason, Zhang Wuhen knew that Yang Kai had something to do with him. The Iron Blood Great Emperor didn't like Yang Kai, so he didn't say anything and directly accepted it. Then, he turned around and placed the bead on a demon king. Once Yang Kai activated it, he immediately appeared in the demon cave. When he understood this, Yang Kai's face darkened. His 300-foot-tall half-dragon body killed a high-rank demon king as if he was slaughtering a chicken or a dog. After killing it, his face turned gloomy, as if he didn't have enough fun killing it. The demon race was trembling with fear. The huge demon race camp was filled with densely packed demon race troops. At this moment, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. A few figures sped over from afar, all of them emitting the aura of a half-saint. It was obvious that they had sensed the commotion here. A half-saint's speed was extremely fast, and they would arrive in a few breaths' time. They hadn't arrived yet, but their auras had locked onto Yang Kai. Yang Kai swept a glance over them, and lightly inhaled. Soon after, his voice was like thunder, spreading in all directions. "Tell Kenyi to wash his neck clean and wait for me. There will be a day when I will definitely take his head." When he finished speaking, Yang Kai glanced at the half-saint of demon race closest to him, and lightly sneered. He took a step forward, and his huge figure disappeared. After a few breaths' time, several figures landed at the place where Yang Kai had appeared. A few half-saint of demon race finally arrived, but Yang Kai had already left. Only a pool of filthy blood remained. The half-saints' expressions were very ugly. Under the heavy army, Yang Kai came and went as he pleased, and even killed a high-rank demon king while he was at it. He even left behind such a ruthless sentence. How could the half-saint have any face left? Although this action didn't cause any harm to the demon race, and they only lost a high-rank demon king, it was equivalent to being slapped in the face. However, the half-saint couldn't understand. What was Yang Kai trying to do? Did he come here just to show off his strength? Or was it because of that sentence? Wasn't that a bit too childish? After racking their brains for a long time, they still couldn't figure out what scheme Yang Kai was hiding. They could only pass down the order to be on guard. How could Yang Kai have any schemes? He was also shocked when he suddenly appeared in the midst of the demon race's army. Fortunately, Kenyi wasn't nearby, or else he wouldn't have been able to return. The half-saint couldn't separate heaven and earth and prevent him from leaving, but Kenyi definitely could. If he really encountered Kenyi nearby, he would probably die there. He cursed Zhang Wuhen in his heart, and was extremely angry. However, since he had already come and killed a high-rank demon king while he was at it, it would be too abrupt if he left immediately, so he casually left behind some ruthless words. They weren't ruthless words. Yang Kai really did have such thoughts. Compared to the demon saint of the demon race, Yang Kai hated Kenyi even more. As one of the great emperors of the Star Realm, he didn't care about the living beings of the Star Realm, opened a passage between the two realms, and led the demon race's army to invade the Star Realm, causing the Star Realm to be in an abyss of suffering and suffering. If that was all, it would have been fine. However, Kenyi had the bloodline of the Shadow Demon, and it was his nature to acknowledge his ancestors. In the Battle of Eternal Heaven, Mingyu was alone and without help. Kenyi hid at the side and suddenly launched a sneak attack. Mingyu was severely injured, and that was the root of the disaster that followed. It could be said that Kenye's sneak attack was definitely the last straw that broke Ming Yu's back. Kenye had to bear at least half of the responsibility for Ming Yu's death. Yang Kai had received Ming Yu's favor, so he naturally had the responsibility and obligation to avenge him. Kenye had to be killed. When he appeared again, a fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose, and a fragrant bed surrounded him. Yang Kai was stunned again. This was a boudoir. He turned his head and looked, and met a pair of sparkling eyes. Yang Kai grinned. Yang Kai had just spat out a word when he couldn't say anything else. His gaze moved downwards. First, he saw a slender and fair neck, then a full and towering semicircle, and then a flat and smooth lower abdomen. You're still looking. Yang Inflammation was furious. He raised 2 fingers and jabbed at Yang Kai's eyes. Suddenly seeing such a beautiful scene, Yang Kai hadn't recovered from his shock before Yang Inflammation suddenly launched a sneak attack. He couldn't react at all, and was directly stabbed in the eyeballs. In an instant, his eyes hurt, and he saw stars. When he cried out, his body involuntarily took a few steps back. He steadied himself and blinked hard, tears flowing out of his eyes. Although Yang Inflammation had a sense of propriety and wouldn't really hurt him, it was certain that his vision would blur for a while. After a long while, his vision finally focused again, but his eyes were completely red as if he had contracted pink eye disease. Looking up, Yang Inflammation was already dressed neatly, and was looking at him with a cold smile. The corners of Yang Kai's eyes twitched. He could see traces of killing intent from that smile. How could he not know that he was unlucky again? He used the space spirit bead to find the Iron Blood Great Emperor, but he didn't find him, and fell into a demon's den. Since he couldn't find Zhan Wuhen, he looked for Yang Inflammation. She was also a member of the Star Court, so it was the same to look for her. Unexpectedly, Yang Inflammation was changing clothes, and the timing of her arrival was really too coincidental. This matter was troublesome. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said in a low voice, "This matter starts from Senior Zhan Wuhen." "Get out," Yang Inflammation said. "Huh?" Yang Kai was startled. "Get out." Yang Inflammation pointed at the door and said word by word. Taking a deep breath, Kai Yang didn't say a word. He turned around and walked towards the door. Leaving the room, he closed the door behind him. With both hands in his sleeves, he silently counted to 10 or so. Coughing lightly, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Is anyone home? Is anyone home? Come in." Yang Inflammation's voice came from inside. Yang Kai pushed the door open with a smile and saw that Yang Inflammation was already sitting at the table, holding a cup of tea and gently sipping it. Her posture was elegant, and her red lips were alluring. Without waiting for her to greet him, Yang Kai directly sat down. Yang Inflammation smiled. "You really don't think of yourself as an outsider." The killing intent was gone, and so was the coldness. It was as if nothing had happened. Yang Kai poured himself a cup of tea and drank a few cups to calm himself down. Then he took a deep breath and said, "Why do you think of yourself as an outsider?" Chapter 3667. Yang Kai chatted with Yang Inflammation for a while and relaxed the atmosphere a little. Seeing that she really wasn't angry, Yang Kai finally relaxed. He then asked her about the current situation of the battle in the Star Realm. Yang Inflammation smiled and said, "The demon race's escape route has been cut off, and many demon saints are powerless to come to their aid. Now, only Kenye is left to preside over the situation, so what kind of waves can he make? What's more, you've brought back so many helpers from the demon territory, and there are even 3 demon saints. The time, place, and people are all on our side. If Li Wu-Yi still can't wipe out the invading demon race in one fell swoop, then he would have lived for so many years in vain. However, this kind of matter can't be rushed. If we want to settle this matter, we won't be able to succeed without a few years of hard work. After listening to her explanation, Yang Kai learned that while he was busy, the 54 armies of the Star Realm had already finished assembling. They fought steadily, forcing the demon race into a small area in the Western Territory. They had already launched a few probing attacks, and each time, they achieved a great victory. In addition, Chang Tian, Yu Rumeng, and Bai Li Mo had formed another army to disrupt the morale of the demon race's army. These days, quite a few demon race members had already brought along their families to join them. The situation was very good, but Yang Inflammation was also right. This kind of matter couldn't be rushed, and needed time and effort. Although the demon race's escape route had been cut off, the number of invaders that had invaded the Star Realm in the early stages was still uncountable. Wanting to completely annihilate or subdue such a large base was indeed not a simple matter. Firstly, they had to guard against the demon race's desperate actions, and secondly, they had to guard against the stragglers from the demon race infiltrating the Star Realm. The 54 legions each carried out their duties and surrounded the demon race in an iron formation. Once the time was ripe, a heaven-shaking battle would begin. The GZ army had just been established, and they had neither generals nor soldiers. Everything was in the midst of preparation, so they probably wouldn't be able to make it in time. However, Hyoji was in charge there, so there was no need for Yang Kai to worry too much. Furthermore, the elimination of the demon race in the astral world was just the beginning. The ultimate goal was to return to the demon territory and completely devour the demon race. In the future, the GZ army would shine brightly and make a name for itself. After talking about the war, Yang Yen changed the topic. Do you need something from me? If there was nothing else, Yang Kai wouldn't have used the sealed world bead to appear beside her. Yang Inflammation was well aware of this. Seeing Yang Kai nod, Yang Inflammation smiled and said, "If you have something to say, just say it." After so many years of friendship, there was no need to stand on ceremony. "Where's the Iron Blood Master?" "I want to see him," Yang Kai said. Yang Inflammation slowly shook his head. "Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. The Iron Blood Master and the Serene Soul Master are currently working together to track down Kenye's whereabouts. Previously, I specifically instructed you not to contact him unless it's extremely urgent. If you really have something to say, tell me, and I'll pass on the message for you." Yang Kai was stunned. The two masters are looking for Kenye's whereabouts? He instantly understood why the space spirit bead that he had given to the Iron Blood Master would appear on a demon king's body. Kenye was the only one left in charge of the demon race. As the saying went, to catch bandits, catch the king, and shoot the horse. As long as they could get rid of Kenye, the demon race's army would collapse without a fight, and the Star Realm's army would also be able to avoid many losses. However, Kenye's honorific title was Night Shadow, and he was best at concealment and sneak attacks. Even if the Iron Blood and Serene Soul worked together, it would not be an easy task to track him down. The slightest movement would alert the enemy. As a precaution, Zhan Wuhen first threw away the space spirit bead, afraid that Yang Kai would suddenly appear at a critical moment and alert Kenye. That must be it, my ass. Yang Kai originally wanted to find a suitable excuse for Zhan Wuhen throwing away his space spirit bead, but now it seemed that Zhan Wuhen was prejudiced against him. Otherwise, he could have stored the space spirit bead into his space ring. With the space ring isolating the inside from the outside, Yang Kai would not be able to directly connect to that space spirit bead. Not being able to find an excuse to comfort himself, Yang Kai was so angry that his nose was crooked. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai said, "Master is not here, so it's the same to look for you. I need to make a trip to the territory of the lower plains." Actually, Yang Kai still wanted to find Zhan Wuhen to refine another army commander's token for him. Although the original army commander's token was still there, the sealed Great Emperor's divine technique was already gone. Yang Kai had used it in the Flowing Time Temple. Without the Great Emperor's divine technique token, he felt like something was missing. Because of this, Yang Kai had even slapped himself before leaving, making himself look miserable. He wanted to tell Zhan Wuhen about the hardships of the Zhanfeng monarch after meeting him. However, now that he couldn't even meet Zhan Wuhen, there was no need to mention this matter. If you want to go, then go. You're the guardian of the territory of the lower plains. That's your territory. If you want to go, who can stop you? Yang Yen couldn't help but laugh. How do I get there? Yang Kai blinked and looked at her. Yang Yen said curiously, haven't you already refined the source of the territory of the lower plains? If you can communicate with the source, it will guide you. Yang Kai shook his head, I know what you're saying. I've tried it before, but there's a barrier between the heavens and the earth. If that barrier isn't broken, I can't enter the territory of the lower plains unless I can break the barrier. Yang Yen was still smiling, when did you try it? You can try it again now. Yang Kai frowned. It seemed that she wasn't joking with him. He immediately immersed himself in communicating with the source of the Hangluo star field. After a while, Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He suddenly understood, so that's how it is. Yang Yen explained, the star boundary and the star field are inseparable and closely related to each other. If we take a tree as an example, then the countless star fields in the lower realm are the roots of this tree, while the star boundary above the star field is the crown of this tree. We cultivators are the fruits born on this tree. The fruits are nourished by the roots and slowly grow. Generally speaking, it is impossible for the fruits to return to the roots. But if you're the guardian of the lower plains of the territory, you can use the source of the lower plains of the territory to find the root of your birth. Yang Kai nodded. He had known this for a long time. When he first refined the source of the Hangluo star field and returned to the lower plains of the lower plains, he tried it. As long as he could communicate with the source of the lower plains 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 of the lower plains, he could feel the existence of the lower plains 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 of the lower plains. If he couldn't break the lower plains of the lower plains of the lower plains, he would never be able to return, even if he was the master of the lower plains of the lower plains of the lower plains of the lower plains. And this barrier and isolation came from the star boundary. Hangluo star field was his territory. Naturally, it would always be open to him. Back then, Yang Kai thought that he could not go back, so he came to look for Zhan Wuhen. Normally, when a lord of a star territory wants to return to his own star territory, he does need to go through the star court. However, you are different. You have obtained the opportunity of the great emperors. You have the recognition of the star boundary. As long as you want to, the star boundary's barrier will not stop you. I understand. Yang Kai nodded and suddenly asked curiously, then, where is the star court? What does it look like? He had heard of the star court a long time ago. He thought that he would be able to take a look this time, but he didn't expect to see it. Yang Yen smiled. Star Court is just a name. It's not a place. Yang Kai was surprised. Yang Yen explained, a long, long time ago, the star boundary and the lower star territory could freely travel. As long as you were strong enough, you could go to the star territory if you wanted to. If you wanted to go back to the star boundary, you could go back to the star boundary. There were no obstacles. However, you also know about Wukong. Wukong is just a very special example. Other than him, there were other powerful people who wreaked havoc in the lower star territory. It's just that they didn't cause as much trouble as he did. A jackal suddenly ran into the home of a group of white rabbits. Naturally, it could do whatever it wanted. Even if the laws of heaven and earth restrained the jackal's fangs and claws, How could the white rabbits be a match for the jackal's size? Wukong was a relatively special jackal. In order to practice the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, he wreaked havoc on one rabbit nest after another. Wherever he went, the stars would collapse and the star territory would be wiped out. After the Battle of the Shattered Star Sea, the surviving Great Emperors gathered together and spoke one after another. They felt that it was not a good idea to let things go on like this. The lower star territory was the root of a big tree. If the jackals and wolves caused too much trouble, the tree would also die. Therefore, the Great Emperors joined forces to lay down a restriction in the star boundary. From then on, the people in the star boundary could no longer easily return to the star territory to do evil. For this reason, the Great Emperors also specially set up an organization called the Star Court to monitor the situation in the lower star territory. The Star Territory Protector was also born. The Star Court was an organization, but there was no specific location. When the Iron Blood Great Emperor was in charge of the Star Court, the Iron Blood Castle was in the Star Court. When the Great Emperors of the Serene Soul were in charge of the Star Court, the Serene Soul Palace was in charge of the Star Court. If it was the turn of the Great Emperors of the secular world, the Star Court would be where they were. Because the restriction was jointly laid down by the Great Emperors, it could only be performed by using the recognition of the star boundary. Therefore, the restriction was not very useful to people who were also recognized by the star boundary. In other words, the Great Emperors could ignore this layer of barrier. Yang Kai could not return to the star territory before because he did not have the recognition of the star boundary. Now, it was different. He had obtained the bright moon opportunity and the recognition of the star boundary, so he could come and go as he pleased in the star boundary territory. However, this did not mean that he could go to whichever star boundary territory he wanted. Without the star territory origin to guide the way, who would know which route was the Hangluo star field with so many routes in the star boundary? Fortunately, he had the star territory origin. The origin and the star territory were closely related. No matter how far away they were, there would be some connection. This connection was not clear, but it was real. Only people who had refined the origin would be able to sense it. What are you going to do in the lower star territory? Do you still have your woman there? Yang Inflammation smiled. Under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to go to the lower star territory because there was the suppression of the star boundary law. No matter how strong you were, you could only use the power allowed by the star boundary law. This was very uncomfortable for the strong people in the Emperor realm, unless they were the guardians of the star territory, or had the support of the Great Emperor's restrictions, such as the people in the Star Court. Yes, I still have 72 concubines in the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. I need to bring them over. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Yang Inflammation sneered and waved his hand. Go. Bring them over for me to see. Yang Kai picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. He laughed loudly. Then I'm leaving. Chapter 3668. Before he left, Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and waved his hand, summoning the dead Wind Monarch out of the small sealed world. Wind Monarch still looked the same as before. Although he had stayed in the small sealed world for 10 years, he couldn't heal his wounds at all. The only reason he could live until now was because Yang Kai had some use for him. Yang Yan's phoenix eyes narrowed as she swept her eyes over this figure and muttered, "The wind is laughing? How did you catch him?" "You know him," Yang Kai smiled. "How can I not know him? He is one of the 4 great emperors of Demon Heavenly Way." "He is very famous," Yang Yan smiled, but there was no smile in her eyes. Wind Monarch lay on the ground and showed her a flattering look. It was sad that a dignified fake emperor had fallen into such a situation. Yang Yan looked Yang Kai up and down again. "No wonder you were injured. Even your hair is white. Are you okay?" Yang Kai's chest was stained with blood, but it was self-inflicted. The injuries he suffered in the battle with Wind Monarch had been healed for 10 years. Yang Yen was a little curious before. After not seeing Yang Kai for so long, even his hair had turned white. Now she understood. It must be because he consumed too much energy in the battle with Wind Monarch and lost a lot of his lifespan. It's okay. Although there were some twists and turns, the result is good. I will leave this person to you. He is one of the 4 great emperors, so you should be able to get a lot of useful information. Leaving Wind Monarch alive was mainly to dig out some information about Demon Heavenly Way from him. It would be best if he could follow the clues and find the hiding places of the other 3 great emperors. Demon Heavenly Way was the cancer of the star boundary. Although it wasn't as large as the demon race's army, they were very secretive, so it would be difficult to find them. Now that he had caught a big fish like Wind Monarch, he naturally had to make good use of him. Yang Yen nodded. I will remember your contribution. I will tell Li Wui later. Also, tell the great emperors that in order to catch the Wind Lord, I even used the divine technique in the order of the army commander. Later, ask him to give me another copy. Yang Kai took advantage of the opportunity. Yang Inflammation chuckled. No problem. Whether or not we can make up for it depends on the great emperors. Yang Kai didn't insist. Alright, I'm leaving. Come back early. Yang Kai nodded. His mind connected with the power of the origin in the star territory. His body shook and he suddenly disappeared in front of Yang Inflammation. This time, when Yang Kai communicated with the origin of the star territory and traveled to the Hangluo star field, he suddenly fell into a colorful world. His surroundings were grotesque and variegated. Time and space were infinitely distorted. There was no sound, no shadow. There were only dazzling colors. Yang Kai could feel himself moving at an incredible speed, but he couldn't control the direction of his movement. He didn't panic. He inexplicably understood that he would arrive at his destination. Yang Kai carefully enjoyed this extremely special trip. It didn't take long, perhaps only 3 to 5 breaths of time. Yang Kai only blinked once before the dazzling colors around him suddenly faded. Then, Yang Kai found himself in a vast star field. An indescribable feeling of joy rose from the bottom of his heart. He felt as if he had returned home. He had indeed returned home. Yang Kai didn't need to look carefully. He knew that he had returned to the Hangluo star field. The star territory origin he had refined resonated with this star field. Inside the star territory, the stars were brighter at this time, emitting a dazzling light. Throughout the star territory, on the cultivation stars, hundreds of millions of creatures looked up in surprise. They didn't understand why the sun and moon today were bigger and rounder than usual. Not far away, a series of rumbling sounds could be heard, each time accompanied by a dazzling flash of white light. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that in the void, 2 fleets of unknown forces were attacking each other. The battleships were fierce-looking, with the longer ones several thousand feet and the smaller ones dozens of feet. Star cannon after star cannon shot out dazzling white light towards the opposing battleship camp. The 2 fleets had about the same number of battleships. One side was painted red while the other was painted black. The strength of both sides was about the same. Yang Kai didn't know how long they had been fighting, but both sides had suffered considerable damage. Some of the severely damaged battleships were pulled to the rear for emergency repairs. The battleships at the front activated their defenses, dodging and attacking at the same time. The scene was indeed in full swing. However, based on the current situation, it was likely that both sides would suffer in the end. No one would be able to gain any advantage. Yang Kai watched for a while, blinked, then raised his hands, rolled up his sleeves, and pointed his left hand at the red fleet while his right hand at the black fleet. He clasped his hands together and moved them left and right. In an instant, the heavens and earth spun and the people in the two fleets felt as if the universe had been turned upside down. When they came back to their senses, there was no trace of the enemy in front of them. Even the position of their own fleets had deviated by hundreds of thousands of kilometers from the original battlefield. For a moment, everyone was shocked and didn't dare to stay in place. They dragged the damaged battleships and rushed back to their nests. For the cultivator of the two fleets, today's encounter was extremely bizarre. But for Yang Kai, it was just a casual act. It was like seeing a small stone while walking and casually kicking it. He wasn't trying to save people. Although he was the master of the astral boundary, the billions of creatures in the astral boundary all had their own destinies and opportunities. He couldn't take care of them alone. But seeing others fighting to the death as soon as he returned home was a bit of an eyesore. So he took action and pulled the two fleets apart. He really pulled them apart, directly pulling the two fleets hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. A moment later, seeing the two fleets fleeing in panic, Yang Kai turned around and left. Half a day later, Yang Kai flew down from a dead planet. It could be seen that this dead planet used to be glorious. There were still some strange-looking buildings left on the planet's surface. But the flowing time Great Emperor had been very long, so only a few vague traces of these buildings were left. The origin of the dead planet had long been destroyed. There was no sign of life on the stars. Yellow sand was everywhere. Even the periphery of the stars was full of fierce gales. An ordinary cultivator couldn't even get close, let alone fly down. The environment was bad, but Yang Kai didn't care. He came to the territory of the lower planes to study the Tao of divine technique. He wanted to create the universe and refine heaven and earth. The dead planet was just right. If there was a cultivation star with life, he couldn't do it. Looking for a tall mountain, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the top of the mountain. He closed his eyes and focused, calming his mind and regulating his body. This took more than 10 days. After 10 days, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, the law of space surged. His divine sense surged and covered the entire mountain. The mountain buzzed and rubble rustled down. Vaguely, the tall mountain seemed to be in a trance. If an outsider saw this from afar, they would definitely cry out in alarm. This was because the mountain seemed to have shrunk in size after being in a trance. The shrinkage wasn't obvious, but it really did shrink. Even the mountain seemed to be a few feet shorter. Yang Kai's eyes were wide open. His eyes were bloodshot. The high-rank demon king who could kill powerhouses of the same level as him with a raise of his hand seemed to be facing a great enemy at this moment. His demonic chi surged endlessly. As his demonic chi surged, the mountain also surged, constantly expanding and shrinking. After the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Kai Yang suddenly let out a muffled groan, his face turning slightly pale. The mountain had returned to its original state, but the originally barren mountain now had countless huge cracks all around it. Those cracks were like ravines, dividing the mountain into tens or even hundreds of pieces. Blinking, Yang Kai bitterly smiled. After seeing Li Wu-yi refine Indefinite Mountain and carefully studying the jade slip he had left for him, Yang Kai more or less had his own understanding of the heaven and earth refining technique. At first, he didn't think it would be difficult, but when he started, he discovered that the difficulty was not ordinary. Indefinite Mountain was much larger than the barren mountain below, but it was still refined to the size of a palm by Li Wu-yi. It wasn't that the space of Indefinite Mountain had shrunk, but that the law of space had played a role. The mountain was still the same mountain, and the space was still the same. If anyone didn't believe it, they could enter Indefinite Mountain and take a look. What Yang Kai wanted to refine was not Indefinite Mountain, but it was much larger than Indefinite Mountain, enough to accommodate the inhabitants of 3 cultivation stars, so even if it was smaller, it didn't matter. It was just that this kind of thing couldn't be done overnight. One had to slowly familiarize themselves with it. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to use the barren mountain below to practice, but he discovered that although the mountain was barren and the star had died, the mountain was still a part of the star. Refining a mountain couldn't be rid of the star refining technique, which was a bit too much for him right now. Thinking so, Yang Kai took out a spirit pill from his space ring and stuffed it into his mouth, sat down to meditate for a while, and then shot up into the sky. Shortly after he left, a gust of wind blew over, and as the wind blew, the 1,000-meter-tall mountain turned to dust and scattered with the wind. It wasn't that the wind was too strong, but rather that Yang Kai had failed to refine it. The space principles had crushed every inch of this mountain, so the barren mountain had been reduced to dust. This was the result of a failed refinement. It was precisely because he knew this would happen that Yang Kai had chosen this barren mountain to practice on. Otherwise, if he tried to refine this beautiful world and failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Who would have thought that the difficulty would be too high, and he would fail? If the difficulty was too high, he could only lower his expectations. Yang Kai flew into the sky and spent only a day to find a meteorite sea. In the star field, there were many such meteorite seas. The predecessor of these meteorite seas was probably the cultivation stars. The stars had died and shattered, turning into large and small meteorites that drifted endlessly through the star field. A sea of meteorites was the remains of a cultivation star. These meteorites flew through the star field and would occasionally collide with other stars. If one was unlucky, those stars would also shatter, and the meteorite sea would grow larger and larger. This was also one of the dangers that cultivators often encountered in the star field. These meteorites flew extremely fast and covered a large area of the star field. Once encountered, there was no place to escape. If one was too weak, they could only close their eyes and wait for death. Chapter 3669. When Yang Kai was roaming star territory, he had encountered this kind of meteorite sea several times. This time, taking the initiative to search for this meteorite sea reminded him of many past events, and he couldn't help lamenting how weak he had been back then. Finding a meteorite about the same size as the barren mountain from before, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged on top of it. Closing his eyes again, Yang Kai began meditating. A few days later, Yang Kai opened his eyes, his demonic chi surging, his divine sense surging, and the space principles filling the air. As Yang Kai's demonic chi surged, the meteorite under his but also constantly shrank and expanded, but the situation this time was different from the last time. Last time, the barren mountain didn't change much after expanding and contracting, but this time, every time the meteorite expanded and contracted, its size would shrink. Again and again, round and round, 7 days later, the huge meteorite was only half its original size. Another half a month later, the meteorite was only a few dozen meters wide. A month later, the meteorite was the size of a millstone. But Yang Kai's expression didn't relax in the slightest, instead becoming more solemn. The space principles and demonic chi fluctuated more and more rapidly, causing the millstone-sized meteorite to expand and contract faster and faster, but the progress was getting slower and slower. A man who had walked 100 steps was half a 90. Yang Kai had cultivated for so long, so how could he not understand this simple truth? Strictly speaking, this meteorite was the first small world Yang Kai had refined, so he couldn't be careless or make any mistakes, so Yang Kai put all his attention into it. Time passed little by little, and the millstone became smaller and smaller. It took Yang Kai a month to refine the 1,000-meter meteorite to the size of a millstone, but it took him a full 3 months to refine this millstone, and the further he went, the slower the refining progress became. Since the beginning of the refining, a full 4 months later, Yang Kai suddenly raised his brow and stretched out his hand, catching a bead in the palm of his hand. The bead wasn't big, only the size of a longan fruit, and it didn't have the slightest aura, just a stone bead. However, Yang Kai held it in his hands as if he was holding the most precious treasure in the world. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. After a few laughs, Yang Kai's eyes rolled back, his legs kicked, and he fainted. In a flash, the Dharmakaya, Baiya, and Baizhua appeared at the same time. The moment they appeared, the two veteran half-saint of demon race groaned at the same time, and their expressions changed abruptly. When the two devils appeared, the flow of demonic qi in his body suddenly became sluggish, as if it was being grabbed by an invisible hand. Not only that, in the star field, a great hostility descended upon them. It was as if there was a pair of invisible eyes staring at them, monitoring their every move. Baiya and Baizhua both thought that there was a strong enemy nearby. How could they not react? Don't panic. It's just the suppression of the laws of the world, the Avatar hurriedly explained. Baizhua and Baiya hadn't experienced this before, but they understood the mystery behind it after thinking for a while. The plane was low level, and martial arts were weak, but the world was still a beautiful place. It wasn't alive, but it had a spirit. When it sensed the power of two existences that were beyond this world, it would naturally reject them. This was its means of self-protection. Yang Kai also encountered it when he returned to the territory of the star field. It wasn't a privilege of the two half-saint of demon race. After hearing the Dharmakaya's words, the two half-saint of demon race relaxed. However, at this moment, a huge meteorite silently approached them from behind. Even someone as strong as Baiya and Baizhua didn't notice it. The meteorite directly hit the back of the two half-saints' heads, causing them to stagger. The half-saint was very strong. Even if they were hit by such a huge meteorite, they wouldn't be injured at all. On the contrary, the meteorite was torn apart. However, such an encounter was really embarrassing. It was just a meteorite that hit them. What if it was a fierce divine technique? The Dharmakaya lightly coughed and said, "Generally speaking, people above the Origin King realm who come to this world have bad luck. The world was hostile, and even the world didn't care about them. Naturally, they wouldn't have good luck. The two half-saints of the demon race weren't so bad, just being hit by a meteorite wasn't a big deal." Yang Kai, on the other hand, had tripped and fallen when he came here. Why is that? Baizhua frowned. The Dharmakaya said, "The territory of this star field doesn't like you." What he said was inexplicable, but it was the truth. Who would like a few insects in an ant's nest? Then why are you fine? Baiya asked curiously. He clearly noticed that the Dharmakaya wasn't suppressed by the world principles here. The Dharmakaya grinned and pointed at Yang Kai. "The territory of this star field is his, so it is also mine. He was his family, so how could he drive them away? Why is he asleep?" Baizhua asked curiously while looking around vigilantly for the meteorite that was shuttling back and forth. Yang Kai was indeed asleep. Although he wasn't snoring, he was definitely not unconscious. While sleeping, there was a smile at the corner of his mouth, as if he had encountered something good in his dream. Although the two half-saint of demon race had been staying in the small sealed world all this time, they didn't know what happened before. On the other hand, because the Dharmakaya was Yang Kai's clone, he could freely open and close the small sealed world, so he could see what Yang Kai was doing outside. When he noticed that Yang Kai had fallen asleep, he immediately appeared. "My mind is tired, I consumed too much energy, but I'll be fine after some rest." While speaking, the Dharmakaya took Yang Kai back into the small sealed world and placed him in the medicine garden for the two little wood spirits to take care of. The two half-saint of the demon race stood on the meteorite and looked at the vast star field, both of them sighing with emotion. Such a beautiful scenery had never been seen in the demon territory. The demon territory was dying, so not to mention the continents that had already disappeared, even the continents that still existed were faintly filled with death chi. This kind of aura couldn't be detected by ordinary members of the demon race, but with the strength of a half-saint, how could they not notice it? The demon race wanted to find a way out, so they invaded the star field. Looking at the star field, this star field was indeed a little low-level, and its world principles couldn't accommodate too much power, but where was there not vitality? Even the meteorite sea they were in seemed to be filled with death chi, but who could guarantee that it wouldn't give birth to new vitality after tens of thousands of years? This was something the demon territory couldn't compare to. Baya took a deep breath and said, "Brother Fa, I want to go out and take a look." Since they were here, they naturally wanted to enjoy the scenery here. In any case, the Dharmakaya said that this star territory belonged to Yang Kai, so Yang Kai shouldn't encounter any danger here, and he didn't need their protection. Baizhua also nodded, obviously having the same idea. "Are you sure?" The Dharmakaya looked at them with a strange expression. Baya said, "Is there anything inconvenient? If there's somewhere we can't go, please let us know in advance. Baizhua and I won't set foot there." The Dharmakaya waved his hand and said, "No." After pondering for a while, he smiled and said, "If you want to go, then go. Both of you have a space spirit bead, so you can return here at any time." Upon hearing this, Baizhua and Baya cupped their fists at him and soared into the sky from the meteorite. Behind them, the Dharmakaya opened his mouth and said, "I haven't finished speaking yet. Be careful." But the two half-saint of demon race had already run far away, so he didn't know if they heard him. Yang Kai had a beautiful dream. In the dream, the demon race had been eliminated, and the creatures of the star boundary were living and working in peace. He accompanied his wives on a scenic tour, and his days were very happy. Just as he was immersed in his dream and unable to extricate himself, he woke up. Opening his eyes, he saw two little people sitting side by side on a branch less than a meter away from him. Their legs were swinging as they stared at him with great interest. Seeing him open his eyes, Mu Zhu and Mu Lu both covered their mouths and smiled. Yang Kai sat up straight and stretched, feeling very comfortable and refreshed. Looking around, he found that he was in the medicine garden of the small sealed world bead and immediately understood that this should be the work of the Dharmakaya. Glancing at the two little wood spirits, Yang Kai frowned and asked, "Why are you laughing so mischievously?" The two little wood spirits quickly restrained their laughter and sat upright, shaking their heads together. Yang Kai blinked and laughed, "Am I sleep-talking?" The two wood spirits couldn't help but laugh together. "What did you say?" Yang Kai scratched his head. He hadn't slept like this for a long time. First, it was because his mind was exhausted, and second, it was because he had made great progress in the universe refining heaven and earth technique, so his tired mind was relaxed. He didn't know if he had said anything shameful to make the two little wood spirits laugh like this. Of course, Mu Zhu and Mu Lu would not pay any attention to him. Hand in hand, they flew into the depths of the medicinal garden, leaving him to wonder. Since he couldn't ask, Yang Kai didn't want to force them, so he shook his head and flipped his hand, summoning a stone into his palm. This stone the size of a baby's palm was the result of Yang Kai's 4 months of hard work. Although there was still a long way to go before he reached his goal, it was at least a good start. This stone was the meteorite that was several thousand meters wide and comparable to a barren mountain. Under the blessing and refinement of space principles, it had become like this. No one could achieve this except for those who cultivated the space divine technique. After playing with it for a while, Yang Kai put away the stone and left the small sealed world bead in a flash. The Dharmakaya stood guard outside, standing on a meteorite several times larger than the previous one. Seeing Yang Kai appear, the Dharmakaya grinned, "I've found a place for you." Yang Kai swept it with his divine sense and smiled, "Just what I wanted." In the end, this was his own avatar, so sometimes he didn't need to say anything to know what it was thinking. Yang Kai had planned to find a meteorite of this size to refine again, but the Dharmakaya had found one ahead of time. The meteorite under his feet was more than 5 times larger than the one he had refined before. With such a large size, the difficulty of refining it would naturally increase, but Yang Kai estimated that it would take no more than 4 months. Although he had only practiced once, he had already understood several key points, so if he refined it again, his efficiency would be greatly improved, so it wouldn't be as difficult as the first time. Moreover, as his comprehension deepened and he became more proficient in refining, this kind of thing would become easier and easier in the future. Atop the meteorite, Yang Kai sat cross-legged as the Dharmakaya nodded, "I'm going back." Yang Kai nodded, stretched out his hand, and put it back into the small sealed world bead. Chapter 3670. After retrieving his embodiment, Yang Kai turned his head and looked in another direction. In the star field, two figures were rapidly approaching. They were just two small black dots when Yang Kai first noticed them, but after a few breaths, they became the size of a broad bean. After a while, they landed in front of Yang Kai. They were the two half-saint of demon race who had gone out to enjoy the scenery of the star territory. Yang Kai smiled at the two of them. "How is the scenery of the star territory?" Baizhua nodded lightly, "It's spectacular and beautiful." Baiya continued, "Magnificent and magnificent." The two half-saint of demon race looked amazed. They were so happy that they didn't want to go back. It was as if they couldn't wait to settle down in the star territory and never return to the lifeless demon territory. Yang Kai nodded and said bluntly, "Were you struck by lightning?" Baiya smiled arrogantly, "We are the half-saint of demon race. We can control the sun and moon and crush the stars with our fists. What kind of lightning dares to strike us?" As soon as he finished speaking, a purple lightning bolt flashed in the void, like a swimming fish, and struck straight at Baiya's back. Fortunately, they were still members of the half-saint of demon race. Although this murderous intent came silently, Baiya reacted quickly. He turned around and punched the lightning bolt. With a loud crack, the lightning bolt disappeared and Baiya took a few steps back. It wasn't that Baiya was weak, but under the suppression of the world principles, he couldn't use too much strength. If he forced himself, he was afraid that this star territory would launch an even crazier counterattack. Purple lightning flickered in the void, and the star field's divine lightning was flickering. It could strike again at any time. Baizhua sniffed and smiled bitterly, "Brother Yang, you're still free and unfettered in the small sealed world. It's not suitable for us to show up in this world." Yang Kai laughed and quickly took the two half-saint of demon race back into his sealed world bead. When he returned to star territory from the star boundary, Yang Kai also had bad luck. Not to mention tripping while walking, being struck by lightning was a common occurrence. Now that he saw others with such bad luck, Yang Kai couldn't help but gloat. The thunder and lightning in the astral world might not be able to do anything to the two half-saint of demon race, but it was truly annoying. How could they still have the mood to appreciate the scenery in the territory of the astral world? Naturally, they hurriedly returned to hide and seek peace and quiet. After taking in the two half-saint of demon race, Yang Kai once again immersed himself in refining. Days passed, and the asteroid sea never stopped, continuing to move forward, as if it was sliding towards the end of the star field. However, as time passed, the huge asteroids in this asteroid sea decreased one by one, while the number of stones in Yang Kai's hands gradually increased. He couldn't succeed in refining every time. Once he failed, no matter how big the asteroids were, they would explode into dust in an instant. The crushing power of the space principles was not something these asteroids could resist. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. Over the past 3 years, Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of space had become increasingly profound. 3 years of universe creation and world refinement had brought him more benefits than so many years of cultivation. After all, this was a matter of pursuing the essence of the Tao of space, and it was also a form of self-improvement. Now, refining the asteroids was no longer as difficult and superficial as it was in the beginning. With just a thought, a small world could be formed. No matter how big the asteroids were, they couldn't meet the needs of Yang Kai's cultivation. He left the asteroid sea and shuttled through the star territory. When he encountered a suitable dead star, he would fly down and escape into the core of the dead star to sleep. When he woke up, the dead star would become a stone bead. In the cultivation of the Tao of space, Yang Kai made rapid progress. He felt as if a door had opened in front of him, and there were endless golden lights and endless treasures waiting to be excavated. Awakenings could be long or short. The longest was a year and a half, while the shortest was 3 to 5 months. It depended on the size of the dead star. The bigger the dead star, the more difficult it would be to refine, and the more time it would take to refine it. Conversely, it would be easier. His connection with the star boundary was not cut off. Although he was in the star territory of the lower star territory, Yang Kai was the master of the star boundary territory. He had advantages that others didn't have. With the help of the space spirit bead, he could contact the High Heaven Palace or the Seven Fog Sea at any time. The situation in the star boundary was good, and the demon race was powerless to resist. It could be said that ever since Yang Kai returned from the demon territory and sealed the passage between the two worlds, the outcome of this battle was already decided. Now, the demon race that had invaded the star boundary had either been killed on the battlefield or absorbed into the demon-suppressing army commanded by Chang Tian, Yu Rumeng, Bai Liamo, and the others, causing their strength to plummet. Under the encirclement of the 54 legions, a single battle had already tipped the scales of victory and defeat. There were also many casualties in the star boundary, but in war, this kind of thing was inevitable. The various legions were aware of the situation, and the number of casualties was also within an acceptable range. Not only did the demon race suffer heavy casualties, but the demonic path also suffered heavy losses. The Wind Monarch was handed over to Yang Inflammation by Yang Kai. Falling into his hands was no different from falling into the hands of the great emperors. The Serene Soul Great Emperor didn't ask about this at all. He directly used a soul-searching technique on him, and then found out a lot of secret information about the demonic heavenly Tao. With this information, the Seven Fog Sea eliminated hundreds of strongholds of the demonic path, and also killed a general of the demonic path. After the Wind Monarch, the Fire Monarch was ambushed by the Seven Fog Sea in an inconspicuous town in the northern territory of the star boundary. Li Wuyi personally led the team, and there were more than 10 pseudo-emperors under his command. Although the Fire Monarch was not weak, he could not escape. Unfortunately, they were not able to capture him alive. In the desperate battle, the Fire Monarch self-destructed, and the Seven Fog Sea was also covered in dust. Fortunately, there were not many casualties. The situation was good, but the war between the two worlds was far from over. When the demon race broke the seal one day, an even fiercer war would set off a frenzied tide. At that time, every corner of the two worlds would be engulfed. It was because of this that the star boundary urgently wanted to solve the internal problems, eliminate the invading demon race, and cut off the wings of the demonic path. However, this had nothing to do with Yang Kai, and there was no need for him to go back. Therefore, he stayed in the territory of the star boundary and continued to explore his own space Tao. One day, Yang Kai woke up from his deep sleep. The original Death Star had disappeared. He stretched out his hand, and a rolling stone bead appeared in his hand. However, looking at the stone bead, Yang Kai did not know whether to laugh or cry. Although it was said to be deep sleep, in reality, it was just a state where one's body entered the star core and fused with the stars. This was a state between waking and sleeping. This was also a cultivation and refining method that he had discovered in recent years. It was very efficient and also allowed him to better understand the laws of space. Therefore, in this state, he was aware of everything that happened in the outside world. However, he would not have any reaction at that time. After waking up, everything would be imprinted in his mind. A Death Star turning into a stone bead was nothing new. In the beginning, Yang Kai was a little excited, but after doing this kind of thing many times, he gradually got used to it. What made Yang Kai a little speechless was that there was a living person inside the stone bead in his hand. In other words, there was a living person in the original Death Star. This person was not someone who had lived on this Death Star from the beginning, but an uninvited guest who had suddenly intruded a month ago. Yang Kai was at a critical moment of refining at that time, so how could he care about it? As a result, when refining the Death Star, this person was also refined inside. However, the other party had no idea that the Death Star he lived on had been refined into a stone bead in the palm of his hand. Yang Kai focused his vision and peered inside the stone bead, only to see an almost imperceptible little figure hiding in a cave on a barren mountain, peering up into the sky. The little person should be injured. The blood on his clothes had dried up and his face was a little pale. Even though he had been hiding here for more than a month, he had not recovered. He originally wanted to scout out the enemy's situation, but when he looked up, he saw an incomparably huge figure blocking his field of vision. That figure was so vast that he could no longer see the sun, moon, or stars. There was only this figure. Caught off guard, Yang Kai screamed and fell to the ground in fright. No one would be able to react well if they were caught off guard by such a scene. However, before she could understand it clearly, her vision blurred and she suddenly found herself in a star field. Looking around, she saw a white-haired young man standing beside her, looking at her helplessly. On the other hand, the Death Star she had been hiding on was gone. The little person looked surprised, somewhat unsure whether what she had just seen was real or an illusion. If it was real, how could there be such a huge creature in this world? If it was an illusion, then it was too real. The main reason was that she had been so frightened just now that she did not see what the huge figure looked like. If she had seen it clearly, she would have exclaimed because the young man in front of her was exactly the same as the giant. Inexplicably being in a star field, Yang Kai was very alert and immediately retreated a few steps, opening up some distance between her and Yang Kai while staring at him vigilantly. Who is it? At the same time, she swept out her divine sense, trying to spy on Yang Kai's depths. With a thought, Yang Kai released his origin-returning realm aura and asked, "Who are you?" Looking at the other party up close, Yang Kai found that she was a woman in her early 20s. Her figure was plump and her legs were long and slender. What was even more surprising was that she was a first-order origin king. Yang Kai was a little surprised. In the star territory, the origin king realm was the peak. In the early years, all the origin kings were famous and he knew most of them, but none of them matched up with this woman in front of him. Obviously, she had just broken through to the origin king realm in the last few decades. Seeing Yang Kai looking at her, the woman's face became fierce and she ground her teeth and shouted, "What are you looking at? If you keep staring, I'll dig your eyes out." So fierce. Kai Yang rubbed his nose awkwardly. Strictly speaking, he had only casually glanced at the other party. He hadn't even looked at her carefully, but she had still scolded him so harshly. It was obvious that this woman's temper wasn't very good. The woman looked around suspiciously and asked, "Did you see something just now? What are you referring to?" The woman frowned as she looked up at the star field and waved her hand impatiently, "Nothing, maybe I was mistaken." Chapter 3671. You seem to be injured. Yang Kai pointed out. The woman became even fiercer. "Nonsense, I don't need you to tell me about my own affairs. You don't get along." Yang Kai chuckled and didn't want to argue with her anymore, but he still kindly reminded her, "Then you need to run quickly. There are a few starships coming from that direction, I'm afraid they're looking for you." As soon as this was said, the woman's face changed and she turned her head to look in the direction Yang Kai was pointing. Sure enough, she saw a few huge starships quickly approaching. It seemed that they had discovered her, so she couldn't help but grit her teeth and spat, "Humph." Saying so, she turned around and flew off in the opposite direction. But not long after flying out, she suddenly turned back and, under Yang Kai's stunned gaze, grabbed his collar and fled with him, cursing as she ran, "Are you stupid? Are you going to wait for death there?" Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this time, how could he not know that this woman had a grudge with those starships? She had been hiding on the dead star before, probably trying to get rid of her pursuers, but now that the dead star had been refined by him, she had no place to hide and was exposed. However, the fact that she could turn around and take him with her showed that although she was fierce, she wasn't a bad person. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't have cared about the life or death of others at this time and would have just run for their lives. Towards this woman, Kai Yang didn't really like or dislike her, but her actions gave Kai Yang a good impression of her. He couldn't help but ask, "I have no grievances with them, they shouldn't do anything to me, right?" The woman glanced at him and sneered, "Which cultivation star did you come from? How could you have survived until now with such simple thoughts? Haven't you heard that wherever sand scorpion passes, not even a blade of grass grows?" Sand scorpion? Yang Kai raised his brow. The woman shouted, "Enough nonsense, if you want to live, shut up, or I'll throw you away right now." The dignified high-rank demon king, the guardian of Hangluo Star Field, was being scolded by a mere first-order origin king. Yang Kai was really speechless. However, although he did not know what Sand Scorpion was, he guessed that the few warships behind him must be space pirates. Space pirates existed in the territory of every star field. They were more or less, strong or weak, and they did business without any capital. They wandered around the star field, bullied the weak, and robbed people. Generally, when a warship business group encountered them in the star field, they would either pay for the passage or fight a bloody battle. Hangluo Star Field used to have two of the biggest pirate groups, Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair. However, ever since Yang Kai became the Star Territory Protector, these two pirate groups were completely uprooted. However, the pirates were like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. After one group was wiped out, another group would emerge. When the woman appeared, the several warships there had already discovered her tracks, and at this moment, they were naturally in hot pursuit. Although the woman's cultivation was good, she was still injured. At this moment, she was dragging Yang Kai, burden, so her speed was greatly reduced. How could she be faster than these powerful warships? The distance between them was getting shorter and shorter. After being scolded, Yang Kai became quiet for a while, but seeing that the woman could not get rid of her pursuers and was about to reach a dead end, he could not help but ask, "Don't you have a star shuttle?" The woman's face was cold as she stared straight ahead. "It's broken." Yang Kai nodded and said, "The situation is not good. They're about to catch up. Can you shut up?" The woman turned her head and glared at him fiercely. She felt that this man was too noisy. She was running for her life, but he was still chattering away. Yang Kai smiled and obediently shut up. After a while, the woman sighed, "I've implicated you. We can't escape. Later, I'll create an opportunity for you to escape. If you can survive, remember to go to Blue Cloud Star's boundless sect and tell them to evacuate. Otherwise, Sand Scorpion's revenge will be disastrous." Kai Yang was stunned. "You're going to risk your life to make me escape? How noble was this?" Yang Kai could not help feeling a little moved. In comparison, secretly hiding his strength and following her to watch the show seemed a little despicable. Having said that, he did not mean to do this, it was just a coincidence. The woman grit her teeth and said, "Do you think I want to? I can't escape, so I can only give it a try. Why don't you stop them while I escape? With your cultivation, I'm afraid you'll die without a burial." After saying so, her expression eased a lot. "Besides, you probably won't be able to escape, but there's always a chance. In short, I've implicated you. If we die together, don't blame me on the road to the Yellow Springs." Yang Kai sniffed. What did you do to provoke them? Why are they chasing you so relentlessly? The woman sneered. Sand Scorpion is brutal. Everyone has the right to kill them. I just killed their third master. At this moment, an old voice came from the warship behind them. The voice was so sharp that it sounded like metal rubbing against metal. It went straight to the heart, as if a cat was scratching it, making it very uncomfortable. Meijio, you killed my third brother. If I don't avenge him, Sand Scorpion will never rise again. Don't worry, when I catch you later, I'll make you beg for death. Boundless Sect and Blue Cloud Star will also be destroyed, and they will be buried with my third brother. So ruthless? Yang Kai was shocked. The woman named Meijio, sneered. Sand Scorpion style has always been like this. Whoever provokes them will be destroyed. Not only will the people who provoke them be unlucky, but even their sect and cultivation star will be unlucky. She turned to look at Yang Kai and sneered, Are you afraid? Yang Kai said angrily, Such a deranged person, the heavens will not tolerate it. Meijio, laughed, The heavens? If there is such a thing as the heavens in this world, then what is the point of cultivation? The delicate woman laughed wantonly and arrogantly, with quite a heroic spirit, which made people look askance at her. After laughing, she sighed, I only hate that my cultivation is not enough. If I am strong enough, I will definitely purge this territory of filth, and return it to its former glory. Yang Kai stared at her. Miss, you have great ambition. Meijio, snorted coldly, If the master of this territory does not act, then we can only rely on ourselves. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Master of this territory, what do you mean? Meijio, frowned and looked at him. Where did you come from? You don't even know that this territory has a master? Yang Kai shook his head like a rattle drum. Meijio said, What an ignorant boy, this territory originally had no master. A long time ago, there was only one star field great emperors. Later, forget it, let's not talk about that guy, he is so annoying. If I have the strength, I would rather run for my life. Yang Kai was very guilty. Do you know that guy? Naturally, I don't know him. Meijio, gritted her teeth. If I know him, I will definitely ask him whether he still cares about this territory. If he doesn't, I will. Star territory has been full of war in the past few years, and now is the time to recuperate, but a lot of filth appeared out of thin air, and he doesn't care about it. What kind of master of this territory is he? Yang Kai lowered his head, only to feel that Meijio's words had turned into a giant hammer that smashed his head, making him somewhat unable to raise his head. Star territory has indeed been full of war in the past few years. The invasion of the Great Desolate Star Territory swept the entire territory of Star Territory, and although they were expelled in the end, the Hangluo Star Field also suffered a lot. Meijio seemed to have a lot of resentment towards the master of this territory of Star. She didn't know if it was because there were pursuers behind her and she had nowhere to go, but she cursed endlessly. Her words weren't that bad, but they were full of resentment. While she was cursing, suddenly, her hand tightened, and Meijio's pretty face changed. A cold light flashed, and a sharp sword was placed on Yang Kai's neck. Her pale face was a little red. Why are you grabbing my hand? Yang Kai quickly explained, Don't be impulsive, I just want to give you something. Before Meijio could ask more, she felt something in her hand. Looking down, she saw that the man beside her had actually given her a stone. It was an extremely irregular stone the size of a baby's palm. Meijio frowned. What is it? She scanned it with her divine sense, but couldn't see anything strange about this stone. There was no aura at all, as if it was just a stone picked up by the roadside. She didn't understand why Yang Kai gave her such a thing at this time. Yang Kai clenched his fist and coughed lightly. This is a divine object, and there are endless mysteries inside. With the help of this thing, maybe we can, are you out of your mind? Meiji glared at Yang Kai. In this life and death crisis, he was still joking. What kind of divine object was this? Endless mysteries? With her origin king realm cultivation, she couldn't see anything special about this stone at all. Her long sword was still on Yang Kai's neck, and she was still running away with Yang Kai. With a cold expression, she said, "Speak, are you deliberately taking advantage of me?" Yang Kai wore a helpless look and ignored her, simply turning his head and looking behind him. Meiji didn't know if it was her instinct, but when she threw the stone, she threw it in the direction of the pursuers. At this moment, the stone was approaching the battleships at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. Meiji still questioned, "Do you think I won't do anything to you when you're about to die? Let me tell you, even if I die, I will let you die first and make you suffer." Just as she was speaking, she saw Kai Yang grin from ear to ear and say, "Hit." A dazzling light suddenly bloomed, drowning Meiji-er's vision. She couldn't help narrowing her eyes and turning her head to look in the direction of the light source. In the next instant, Meiji-er's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and she looked as if she had seen a ghost. Her small mouth formed a circle, and her figure that was flying forward suddenly stopped as she stared blankly behind her. Thousands of kilometers behind, several sand scorpion battleships that were chasing them all exploded at this time, and the dazzling light was the light of destruction when the battleships exploded. Inexplicably, the battleships exploded. Even though they were thousands of kilometers away, Meiji could still see it clearly. Not a single person on the battleships managed to escape. All of them were buried with the battleships. Chapter 3672. The Sand Scorpion battleship exploded, and the Star Pirates died without a complete corpse. Meiji-er's face was filled with confusion, excitement, surprise, and fear. She had inexplicably escaped from a crisis and was naturally pleasantly surprised, but it was impossible for the battleship to explode for no reason. It could even be said that in the entire star territory, there was no force that could do this in an instant. The strength of this force was beyond Meiji-er's understanding. However, she was also an intelligent woman, and in the blink of an eye, she thought of the key point and could not help but exclaim, leaving Yang Kai behind and rushing back the way she came. After an incense stick's worth of time, she returned, clutching the stone tightly in her hand, her expression fluctuating. When she came closer, she looked up and down at Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes filled with suspicion, and she asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? What is this thing?" She had just casually thrown the stone away, yet the Sand Scorpion battleship had been completely annihilated. She did not use the slightest bit of strength in that throw. In other words, the result was all due to the power of the stone. But strangely, she did not feel the slightest fluctuation of power from the stone at all. Such an object could be called a divine stone, and how could someone who could take out such a divine stone be an ordinary person? She already suspected that Yang Kai was some old monster who had hidden his strength to tease her. Yang Kai shook his head and did not answer. If she had not scolded him before, he might have revealed his identity, but he was first scolded by her, and now he had to tell her that she was scolding him. Wasn't he crazy? Smiling slightly, he pretended to be enigmatic. "It is fate that brought us together, so I'll give this to you. Since Miss is ambitious, I hope you won't disappoint me." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and quickly faded. Meiji raised her hand, "Wait." But when she looked around, Yang Kai had already disappeared, causing her to feel a little annoyed. How could she not know that she had really encountered a powerful master? However, she did not give up and continued to search for Yang Kai in the nearby starry sky, only giving up after a full month of being unable to find him. He then found a secluded place to heal himself. After his injuries were healed, he went straight to the nest of the sand scorpions. Along the way, she found a dead star to test the power of the divine stone. She found that this thing didn't need to be driven by energy at all. The divine stone didn't need to be pushed at all. As long as it was thrown, it could cause great damage. For a moment, she was amazed as if she had found a precious treasure. Half a year later, news came from the Star Territory that the Sand Scorpion pirates in the territory of Calamity Star had been annihilated. Their base had been destroyed, and none of the members of the Sand Scorpion had escaped. They had all been eliminated by a mysterious expert. When Meijio annihilated the Sand Scorpion pirate gang, Yang Kai was hiding on a dead planet not far away from where he and Meijio had parted ways. However, he had to hide his whereabouts, and Meijio would not have been able to discover him even if she was right next to him. The law of space surged as Yang Kai focused all his attention on the sealed world bead. After years of painstaking cultivation and research, it was finally time for Yang Kai to see the results. How could Yang Kai dare to be the slightest bit careless? For this reason, he even released his embodiment to protect himself. If the hidden danger of the small sealed world in the second territory was not eliminated, the sealed world bead would not be able to devour the mainland of the demon territory. Therefore, he had to separate the second territory from the small sealed world. When the sealed world bead devoured the second territory, he did not expect that one day he would have to separate it from the small sealed world. It seemed that the devouring that day was unnecessary, but if it weren't for this, how could Yang Kai have calmed down and studied and cultivated for so many years? How could he have achieved what he had today? Everything in the heavens was as simple as drinking and pecking as this. Immersing his mind, Yang Kai slowly spread out his consciousness and covered the second territory, separating it from the small sealed world little by little. Inside the small sealed world, the second territory buzzed constantly as strange phenomena appeared in the sky, as if doomsday was coming. The billions of creatures living inside were all panicking. Yang Kai's figure appeared in the sky. When he appeared, he was the heavens and the earth. He smiled and said, "Don't panic, don't be afraid." His voice spread to every corner of the second territory, as if it had a magical power that comforted people. With the urging of the law of space, the sealed world bead gradually changed. A small bump appeared on the surface of the sealed world bead that he had been holding in the palm of his hand, as if it had grown a small tumor. As time passed, the small tumor grew bigger and bigger, gradually becoming 1/10 the size of the sealed world bead. At this moment, the sealed world bead looked like a gourd, with a large bead connected to a small one. It looked very strange. The space principles around Yang Kai also surged more and more fiercely, turning the place into a black hole that swallowed everything. 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, motionless. The small tumor on the sealed world bead gradually grew to half its size, making the sealed world bead really look like a gourd. One day, 5 years later, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, and the crazily surging space principles calmed down in an instant. Holding the gourd-sealed world bead in one hand, Yang Kai used his other hand as a knife and slowly chopped down. The speed was so slow that if one didn't observe carefully, they would barely notice the movement. And this chopping motion took 3 years. After 3 years, Yang Kai had only chopped down half of the gourd, but after 3 years, the palm in the sky suddenly chopped down. In an instant, Yang Kai's eyes widened and his pupils became bloodshot. Demonic chi rushed out of his body like a flood, and even his divine sense was sucked dry, causing his knowledge sea to become empty. Suddenly, there seemed to be a light cracking sound as the gourd-sealed world bead split into two. The large bead remained intact while the small bead spun in the palm of Yang Kai's hand, emitting a terrifying aura. Yang Kai's expression changed, and without any hesitation, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the small bead, forcing himself to squeeze out more of his strength. The space principles surged and wrapped around the small bead, suppressing the universe and stabilizing its surroundings. The bead's rotation gradually slowed down, and the terrifying aura gradually dissipated. However, Yang Kai's expression didn't relax in the slightest, and instead became even more nervous. After 8 years of hard work, success or failure would be decided at this moment. Even with his calm temperament, he couldn't help feeling a little anxious at this moment. After a while, when the small bead had completely stabilized, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pulled the bead into his palm, flicking his finger and sending the bead into the star field. When Yang Kai made his move, the bead was only the size of a soybean, but in the next moment, the bead suddenly expanded, instantly turning into a sphere with a diameter of over 1,000 meters. It flew forward, expanded again, and continued to expand. In just a few dozen breaths, the bead had turned into a huge planet, stretching across the star field. Even though it was tens of thousands of kilometers away, Yang Kai could see that it was the size of a millstone. It couldn't expand any further, as it had reached its limit. The area of the second territory was fixed, so after it was extracted by Yang Kai, it naturally had its own limits. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed it at this new stars, stopping them somewhere in the star field. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai checked the situation inside the stars and found that everything was stable. Although there was some damage, it wasn't serious, and there weren't any casualties. Only then did Yang Kai breathe a sigh of relief and sit down on the ground, gasping for breath. Looking at the small sealed world again, there was nothing unusual. Although the second territory had been extracted, it didn't affect anything else. Only then did Yang Kai truly relax. Success. After returning to the territory of the star field for more than a decade, the hidden dangers of the small sealed world had finally been resolved. Yang Kai was overjoyed, and although he was physically and mentally exhausted, he couldn't help chuckling. His happiness wasn't just because of the small sealed world, but also because of his own gains. After more than a decade of hard work, refining the star field and creating stars, Yang Kai's cultivation had soared, and although his cultivation hadn't improved much, his attainments in space principles were no longer comparable to what they were 10 years ago. Just as he was feeling happy though, the embodiment suddenly spoke from the side, "That woman has been looking for you for several months." Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment before asking casually, "Which woman?" There was no need for the embodiment to answer though, as Yang Kai had already seen this woman. Previously, with the embodiment protecting him, Yang Kai hadn't been able to find any trace of him, but now that he had completed the star refining, such a big movement couldn't be concealed, so naturally, the person who had been searching nearby saw him and immediately flew over. Yang Kai chuckled and took out a few spirit pills, stuffing them into his mouth to recover while looking at the person flying over, his embodiment flashing directly into the sealed world bead. After a stick of incense worth of time, a beautiful figure landed in front of Yang Kai and looked at him with a complicated gaze before cupping her fists and saying, "Jade Cloud Stars Boundless Sex Magio, greets Master." "What's the matter?" Yang Kai smiled. Although his face was pale, his spirit was still quite good, mainly because he had solved a troublesome matter and was in a good mood. "Are you the master of Star Territory?" Magio asked respectfully. In fact, she already knew the answer in her heart and just wanted to confirm it. After all, the divine stone Yang Kai had given her was simply too bizarre. In terms of cultivation, she wasn't the strongest in this star field, but over the past few years, she had relied on this divine stone to act heroically in the star field, uprooting the strong and helping the weak. None of her subordinates had been able to withstand a single blow, and even Origin King Realm Masters had been crushed to death with a single stone. She had single-handedly wiped out most of the pirate gangs in the star field. Basically, all she had to do was find the lair of those pirates and throw the divine stone out. Thinking about the huge figure she had seen on the dead star, and then the dead star disappeared and a strange man appeared in front of her, over the past few years, the more she thought about it, the more certain she was that Yang Kai was the master of Star Territory. If it was just a guess before, then seeing stars being born in the star field with her own eyes just now was enough to confirm it. In this Star Territory, besides the mysterious master of Star Field, who else could do such an incredible thing? Being exposed, Yang Kai didn't deny it and smiled. Yes, I am that, the irresponsible master of Star Territory. Mei Jiao was embarrassed and bowed her head. Disciple spoke without thinking before. If she has offended you, please forgive her, master. Chapter 3673. Yang Kai shook his head and said with a smile, I can't blame you for not knowing. Besides, what you said is right. Since he became the master of the Star Territory, he went to the Star Boundary. How could he manage the matters of the Star Territory? It was indeed irresponsible. Seeing that Mei Jiao still wanted to say something, Yang Kai waved his hand and said, I just finished a big thing and my body is a little weak. If you have something to say, just say it. If there is nothing else, please protect me. I need to adjust my breathing for a while. Mei Jiao's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this, and her face bloomed with glory. It is this disciple's honor to be able to protect the master. She also knew that with Yang Kai's ability, why would he need her to protect him? As the master of the Star Territory, he could even create stars out of thin air. What in the Star Territory could hurt him? He said this just to give her some face, and she became more and more convinced that Yang Kai didn't care about the previous matter. When she didn't know that Yang Kai was the master of the Star Territory, Mei Jiao had a lot of complaints about the master of the Star Territory. She felt that this guy had such a big name, but he didn't care about the matters of the Star Territory at all. But now that she thought about it, she felt that she was a bit unreasonable. The master of the Star Territory had such a great divine technique, so there must be more important things waiting for him to do, such as creating stars. How could he care about trivial things? Master, naturally, was busy with big things. While Yang Kai was meditating, Mei Jiao secretly looked at him a few times and found that this master of the Star Territory was also dignified. His black hair revealed some yin-si, adding a sense of vicissitudes. Mei Jiao couldn't help but want to laugh when she remembered that she grabbed his collar and took him to escape. Looking at the entire Star Territory, she was afraid that she was the only one who had experienced this kind of thing. For more than 10 days, Yang Kai adjusted his breathing and recovered. It was not until 10 days later that he slowly opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Seeing this, Mei Jiao hurriedly greeted him with a respectful attitude. There was no longer a fierce look on her face, and there was admiration in her beautiful eyes. Master, you have worked hard. Yang Kai wanted to stretch, but when he saw Mei Jiao's admiring eyes, he was embarrassed to say no, so he had to show her the demeanor of a master. Mei Jiao accepted this and said with a radiant face, Sir is too polite, disciple is not tired. In any case, she was an origin king. Not to mention guarding for a dozen days, she could even guard for a dozen years without any problems. Smiling, Kai Yang replied, now that this matter is over, it's time for me to go. Many thanks. Kai Yang looked at her, is there something else? Mei Jiao blinked and her long eyelashes trembled. She hurriedly said, if Master is free, I would like to invite you to take a look over there. The star field over there seems to be a bit strange. Strange? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, how is it strange? Mei Jiao shook her head, I can't tell. When I passed by there a few months ago, I felt a different aura. At that time, I was looking for Master's traces, so I didn't dare to go closer to investigate. Now that I think about it, there does seem to be something wrong there. Yang Kai looked at her with a faint smile. Mei Jiao suddenly became anxious, and there was a hint of grievance in her tone. What disciple said is absolutely true. Master, please understand. Yang Kai nodded and said, okay, let me take a look. Saying so, he immersed his mind and checked the situation on the star above his knowledge sea. He had the Star Territory source, which reflected everything in the star territory. If something really happened in the star territory, he only needed to communicate with the source to investigate. He didn't have to go there in person. In the next moment, Yang Kai's complexion changed. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Bastard!" If he didn't look, he wouldn't have known, but now that he looked, something really did happen, and it wasn't a small matter. Mei Jiao thought that Yang Kai was reprimanding her and was so scared that her face paled and her eyes turned red. Yang Kai saw this and hurriedly said, "I'm not talking about you." As he spoke, he glanced in the direction of the star field. His gaze was deep and seemed to be able to penetrate hundreds of millions of kilometers. He frowned and asked, "When did you pass by there?" Mei Jiao calmed her mind and whispered, "Almost 7 months ago." Yang Kai nodded when he heard this. "It's not too late." Saying so, he waved his hand and wrapped Mei Jiao in his demonic qi before taking a step forward. Even with Yang Kai's protection, Mei Jiao still felt dizzy. By the time she recovered, she had already appeared in another star field. She didn't know how far away she was from where she had just been, but when she looked around, she saw a different scenery. She immediately determined that this was the star field she had passed by 7 months ago. She couldn't help being speechless. At that time, it had taken her several months to rush from here to where Yang Kai was in seclusion, but the Star Territory Lord had taken her back to this place with just a single step. It was clear just how powerful the Star Territory Lord was. However, at this moment, the scenery in front of this star field was somewhat different from what she had seen before. At that time, she only felt that there seemed to be some dangerous aura here, so she didn't dare to get too close. But now, at a glance, the huge star field had a blue color that was rapidly advancing in her direction. Wherever the blue color passed, the star field would be invaded. Mei Jiao was absent-minded. "This is," Yang Kai sneered, "someone took advantage of this king's absence to invade this king's territory." This kind of thing had happened once before in the Hangluo star field, and at that time, the entire star territory was implicated, and countless cultivation stars were plunged into misery and suffering. So when she heard Yang Kai say this, Mei Jiao reacted, "The great desolate star territory is causing trouble again?" Last time, it was Wu Heng, the star territory lord of the great desolate star territory, who committed crimes. He didn't expect to go out for wool and come home shorn. He didn't swallow the Hangluo star field but lost a large part of the star field. After that, the two star territories were connected to each other, so when he noticed that there were signs of his own star territory being swallowed, Yang Kai subconsciously thought that Wu Heng was making a comeback. That bastard was scolding Wu Heng. Now, a lot of the star territory had been swallowed, but because the swallowed part originally belonged to the great desolate star territory, which was also swallowed by Yang Kai before, he didn't notice it at first until Mei Jiao reported it. Mei Jiao said coldly, "It seems that they have forgotten the pain after the scars have healed. Master, please give the order. This disciple will go and gather all the major forces in the star territory. This time, we will definitely teach them a lesson." Yang Kai didn't respond, but just frowned and stared at the encroaching blue. Taking a closer look, the situation this time seemed to be a little different from the last time, but as for what was different, Yang Kai couldn't tell. While he was in doubt, the embodiment suddenly sent a message from the small sealed world bead. Hearing this, Yang Kai's face twitched, showing a headache. But soon, he made a decision and said to Mei Jiao beside him, "Quickly retreat, I will go and take a look." As he said this, he rushed forward and took the initiative to meet the blue light that was trying to devour him. A fragrant wind blew beside him, but Mei Jiao didn't listen to him. Instead, she chased after him and said while flying, "Disciple is willing to do her best." Yang Kai was speechless, but since she was so enthusiastic, he couldn't refuse her, so he had to wrap her up with his demonic qi. Not long after, the two of them plunged head first into the azure color. Suddenly, both Yang Kai and Meijio felt as if they had fallen into water. Taking a closer look at their surroundings, they realized that they were indeed underwater. However, with the protection of their demonic chi, the surrounding water was unable to penetrate their bodies. Meijio looked shocked. She couldn't understand. They were flying in the star field, so how did they end up in water? Moreover, this water seemed to be different from ordinary water. Kai Yang's brow furrowed, as if he was facing a great enemy. Pulling her along, he turned and rushed straight up. With a splash, the water splashed in all directions as the two of them rushed out of the water. Meijio had rich combat experience. As soon as she came out of the water, she urged her Saint Chi, her beautiful eyes looking around to check the situation of the enemy. At the same time, she grasped the divine stone in her hand, ready to throw it out at any time. But after a glance, she couldn't help but be stunned. The place they appeared in wasn't the territory of the great desolate star, but in a garden. The area of the garden wasn't too big, and one could see the end of it at a glance, but the scenery was good. There were rockery, small bridges, and flowing water. There was a pavilion in the garden, and a small pond in the corner. She and Yang Kai had rushed out of the pond. The water of the pond was blue, exactly the same as the blue color of the star field in the star field. Meijio was stunned. The pond under her was only a few dozen meters in diameter, but when she was in it before, she clearly felt like she was in a vast ocean. But soon, she showed a look of shock, because the world energy in this garden was unimaginably rich. Her aptitude was good, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to break through to the Origin King realm. But if she could cultivate in such a place, the efficiency would definitely be 100 times faster. Is there such a paradise in this world? Not only was the world energy rich, there seemed to be something else, but her martial Dao level was too low, so she couldn't comprehend it at all. While she was in a daze, Yang Kai gnashed his teeth and said, "Sure enough, it was you who did it." Hearing this, Meijio followed his gaze and suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She saw a person sitting in the pavilion over there. It was a hale and hearty old man with white hair and a beard. The old man had a kind face, and he had quite an immortal aura. What shocked Meijio wasn't the old man's appearance, but that she clearly looked around carefully before, but didn't find any trace of this old man. It was only when Yang Kai spoke that she noticed him. At this moment, a chessboard was placed in front of the old man named Wukong. The black and white characters on the chessboard were entangled with each other, and a strong murderous aura came out of the chessboard, straight to her mind. Just glancing at the chessboard, Meijio's face turned pale. At the same time, she felt very strange in her heart. This old man is so bored, he's actually playing chess with himself. And it's hard to tell who will win. The old man in the pavilion raised his head, looked at Yang Kai for a while, and laughed. "Why are you here?" Chapter 3674. Why can't I be here? Yang Kai flew into a rage. He stepped into the pavilion and looked down at the old man with hostility. "Wukong, what are you doing?" Previously, when the embodiment transmitted a message saying that it had sensed the aura of the heaven-devouring great emperor, Yang Kai had a bad feeling. Now that he entered the pavilion and saw that it was indeed Wukong who was causing trouble, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. The last time he saw Wukong, he was still in the ancestral territory. He didn't expect that when they met again, he would come to invade his own star territory. If it wasn't for the fact that Duan Hongchen was in the same body as him, Yang Kai wouldn't talk nonsense with him. He would just beat him up. Although Wukong was one of the great emperors, he shouldn't have fully recovered yet. Yang Kai was more than a little stronger than when he was on the Dragon Island. He even had 4 half-saint of demon race subordinates following his orders. If they really fought, he wasn't afraid of him. Yang Kai entered the pavilion, and Meijio also followed him in. She stood behind Yang Kai with a vigilant look on her face and tightened her grip on the god's stone. It could be seen that the master of the Star Territory and this old man knew each other, but their relationship wasn't very good. The master of the Star Territory was prejudiced against the old man, so she naturally didn't put on a good face. Wukong blinked and then smiled. That Star Territory is yours? He was also a smart person. At first, he was surprised to see Yang Kai here, but soon he understood the cause and effect. What do you think? Yang Kai leaned over and slapped the chessboard in front of him. The black and white chess pieces were shaken, and they were in a mess in an instant. Wukong frowned and looked at the chessboard. He sighed leisurely, I'm about to win. Look at you, if you have something to say, let's talk nicely. Why do you have to fight, Sai? Before he finished speaking, Yang Kai directly flipped the chessboard. This time, the black and white chess pieces weren't in a mess, and they all flew up. Wukong laughed, do you know that a lot of people will die if you do that? There was no need for him to say anything. After Yang Kai flipped over the chessboard, he immediately realized that something was wrong. His expression changed drastically, and his demonic chi surged. He stretched out his hands, and in an instant, countless palm shadows appeared in the pavilion. The palm shadows closed and merged back into his body. Yang Kai hugged a large pile of chess pieces, his face filled with shock and fear. Wukong's eyes narrowed as he stared at Yang Kai. Mana? Have you become the demon race? When Yang Kai didn't make a move, he couldn't see it. But when Yang Kai made a move, his demon yuan surged with astonishing momentum. As long as one wasn't blind, they would be able to see some clues. Yang Kai's face was frighteningly pale. He looked down at the chess piece in his arms, his eyelids twitching. What are you doing? Wukong didn't answer the question. Interesting. You've actually become the demon race, but why haven't you lost your mind? If it's convenient, can you let this old master take a look? Yang Kai coldly said, you can take a look if you want, but you can't do it for free. Wukong smiled and nodded. If you have any questions, just ask. Yang Kai snorted and sat down on the chair opposite Wu Guang. He carefully placed the chess pieces in his arms on the chessboard one by one. He didn't return to his original position, just placed them properly. Then, he carefully examined the chess pieces and made sure that there was nothing wrong with them before letting out a long sigh of relief. Meijio didn't understand why Yang Kai attached so much importance to the chess pieces. She curiously glanced at the chessboard and suddenly became sluggish. She stood in place with absent-minded eyes, as if her soul had been sucked away and she had suddenly become a walking corpse. Suddenly, a gentle force wrapped around her body. Meijio suddenly came back to her senses. Her pretty face was pale as she said in horror, Master, this chessboard and chess pieces, I know. Yang Kai nodded. Meijio's face turned even paler when she heard this. If she had suspected that she had seen wrongly, then after hearing Yang Kai's answer, how could she not know that what she saw was true? That chessboard wasn't a chessboard at all. It was clearly a vast star field. Those chess pieces weren't chess pieces at all. They were impressively stars. The seemingly amiable and sage-like old man in front of her was actually using the star field as a chessboard and the stars as chess pieces to play chess with himself. Suddenly seeing such a scene, Meijio's origin king realm cultivation was naturally taken aback. If Yang Kai hadn't acted in time, she was afraid that she would have really become a walking corpse. Only now did she understand the meaning of the old man's words. Those chess pieces were real stars. Each of the stars contained billions of lives. Yang Kai had flipped the chessboard, which was equivalent to flipping the star field. The chess pieces flew out, and the planet shook. How could people not die? Fortunately, Yang Kai reacted quickly and collected the chess pieces that had flown out. Otherwise, he would have really caused a lot of deaths. Meijio was completely stunned. She didn't understand whether this was reality or an illusion. If it was an illusion, it was too realistic. If it was reality, could anyone in reality do such a thing? Just as her mind was in turmoil, Yang Kai had already stretched out his hand. Wukong didn't hesitate and put 2 fingers on Yang Kai's wrist. He then separated a part of his consciousness to check the situation inside his body. At the same time, he said with a smile, "Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Senior Hong Chen is here. If you can kill me, then do it." Meijio thought that Wukong was playing chess by himself, but Yang Kai knew that he was playing chess with Duan Hongchen. Since the great emperors of Hongchen could play chess with Wukong, they could naturally stop him, so Yang Kai wasn't worried that Wukong would harm him. Wukong smiled lightly and showed a disdainful look. "That old ghost has already been refined by this king. There is no such person as Duan Hongchen in this world." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Don't listen to his nonsense. This old master is alive and well." Yang Kai grinned, "Greetings, senior. This junior is very happy to see that senior is well." Wukong nodded and looked at Meijio, who was standing behind Yang Kai, and said, "Little girl, you look pretty good. Did you just take her in?" Yang Kai felt embarrassed. "She is from the Star Territory. She happened to be here, so I brought her over." Wukong's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said to Meijio, "Little girl, since you are here, why don't you stay and serve this king? This king can teach you the supreme Tao." The great emperors of Hongchen were the most free and easy people, but since the trip to the shattered Star Sea, they were tied together with Wukong. There was no wine to drink, no meat to eat, and no beauties to surround them. They were so bored that they were about to rot. It was rare for someone to come here, so they naturally wanted to stay. It wasn't that they wanted to do anything, but it was better to face a beautiful little girl than to face Wukong all day. A great opportunity, a supreme fortune, was placed in front of her, but Meijio's face turned pale and she shook her head like a rattle. She didn't know the situation, but she felt that the old man in front of her didn't seem like a good person. Moreover, he seemed a little crazy, so how could she dare to stay? As for the supreme Tao, who knew if what he said was true or false, so she didn't want it. Upon seeing this, Wukong didn't force her and just sighed, "What a pity, what a pity." After saying this, he nodded to Yang Kai and said, "You tell him." Yang Kai nodded and pointed at the chessboard, asking, "What is this?" Wukong tilted his head and carefully checked the condition of Yang Kai's body, and without thinking, he replied, "The Blood Sun Star's territory." Although he had guessed it in his heart, when Wukong admitted it, Yang Kai still sucked in a breath of cold air. "You refined a star's territory into this?" Yang Kai didn't know where the Blood Sun Star's territory was, and he had never heard of it, but he thought that it was one of the lower stars' territory, an existence similar to the Hangluo star field. But now, it had turned into a chessboard in front of him. Wukong chuckled, "What's so strange about this? There are many in the sky." Yang Kai looked up and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. In the sky, there were large and small nebulas circling around, some as big as dustpans and some as small as wash basins. They were separated from each other by a little distance, seemingly incompatible with each other. If it weren't for Wukong's words, Yang Kai would only feel that these nebulas were a bit strange, but after listening to him and taking a closer look, how could he not see that these nebulas were really a star's territory? Looking around, Yang Kai saw that in these nebulas, the cultivation stars were as small as dust, and on these dust, there were billions of creatures living. But these creatures were the same as the chess pieces on a chessboard, completely unaware of their own situation and still doing what they should do. The situation in your body is really strange. It is obviously full of demonic qi, but why is your body not affected? How can you ensure that your divine sense is clear? Wukong asked. You know about demonic qi? Yang Kai asked. Wukong smiled mysteriously. I know a lot of things you don't know. Aren't you in the ancestral territory? Why are you here? What is this place? Yang Kai didn't feel like arguing with him about demonic qi. The most important thing now was to figure out what he was doing. This is the ancestral territory. Wukong replied. Nonsense. Yang Kai cursed. It wasn't like he hadn't been to the ancestral territory before, so how could it be like this? But thinking about it, this old man could refine a star territory into a chessboard and nebula, so it wasn't strange for him to refine the ancestral territory into a garden. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai frowned and asked, a small world? Wukong smiled and shook his head, a large world. Yang Kai paled and looked at Wukong in horror, but he knew that Wukong wasn't exaggerating. Mei Jiao had only noticed that the world energy here was extremely rich, but she hadn't noticed that the world principles here were also extremely vigorous. Just as the star boundary and the demon territory were both large worlds, although this place was slightly inferior, it wasn't too far off. Wukong didn't seem to notice Yang Kai's expression and said, there must be some kind of treasure in your knowledge sea that can keep your soul clear. This old master wants to take a look, open your divine sense. Wishful thinking. Yang Kai refused without hesitation, frowning as he turned his head and looked around. You entered the ancestral territory from the Dragon Temple in order to refine the ancestral territory? Yes, the ancestral territory is the source of all the lower star territory, so refining the ancestral territory will allow this king to achieve twice the result with half the effort. What do you want to do? Yang Kai looked at him in confusion. Wukong smiled and shook his head, I can't tell you that. After a pause, he said, but since you are here, I have something I need your help with. Do you think I will help you? Yang Kai sneered. Wukong ignored him and continued, I want your star domain. I didn't know that you were the master of that star domain. I just happened to devour it at the right time. But it doesn't matter. Whether that star domain has a master or not, no matter who the master is, I will devour it. Not only your star domain, but all the star domains in the lower planes, I want them all. Yang Kai's voice trembled, if you want to die, I can help you. Chapter 3675. Wukong laughed in spite of himself, I haven't seen you for many years, but your tone has changed a lot. It seems that you haven't lived in vain all these years. Yang Kai straightened his neck and said, I've always been like this. The great emperors of heaven devouring great emperor, who was known as the #1 great demon since ancient times, had a good temper. Even if Yang Kai repeatedly offended him, he didn't get angry and said with a smile, let's talk nicely. Your words are full of sarcasm, so we can't talk anymore, don't you think? Yang Kai restrained his expression. Although his expression was still indignant, he suppressed his anger and said lightly, what are you scheming? Wukong raised his hand and gently waved it in front of him. The chessboard and chess pieces immediately turned into specks of starlight, twisting into a nebula that flew into the sky and hung there. Then, a tea set appeared on the table in front of him. He looked at Mei Jiao, who was standing behind Yang Kai with a smile and said, girl, can you make tea? Mei Jiao didn't know whether to answer or not. She looked at Yang Kai and saw that he didn't have any objection, so she nodded and said, I know a little. Although she knew that the old man in front of her wasn't a good person, she also knew that he was definitely a powerful person. No matter his nature was good or bad, she should have respect for the strong. Thank you. Wukong gestured with his hand. Mei Jiao glanced at Kai Yang again. Seeing Kai Yang nod his head, she walked over to the table and respectfully knelt down, then began to cook in an orderly manner. Wukong looked at her for a while and confirmed that Mei Jiao really knew how to make tea. She didn't know a little as she said, but seemed to be very proficient in it, so he smiled and nodded. He looked up at Yang Kai and said, "This king does have a plan. This king wants to plan something that is related to the lives of the people and the survival of the star boundary. Look at you, you asked me, so I told you, but now you are looking at me with such a distrustful look. What do you want this king to do? Go on." Yang Kai gestured to him with his chin. "I'm done." Wukong smiled. "That's all. Do you think I'll believe you?" Yang Kai squinted at him. Wukong shook his head slowly and said, "Of course you won't believe me." He paused for a moment before continuing, "However, even if you don't believe in this king, you should believe in Hong Chen. After the battle in the Shattered Star Sea, this king and Hong Chen's souls merged into one body. It's not as simple as you think. It can be said that if we are willing, we can open each other's secrets and see through each other's thoughts. It's not convenient for me to tell you what I'm going to do. Your strength is too low, so it won't do you any good to know. However, Red Dust knows, and he agrees." Yang Kai frowned. As Wukong said, he didn't believe this old man, but if Duan Hongchen also cooperated, then he couldn't help but think about it. In order to solve the hidden danger of Wukong, the great emperors of Hongchen repeatedly entered the Shattered Star Sea with the identity of a Dao Source Realm cultivator to search for Wukong. He was called Hongchen, and while he played in the world of mortals, he was also attached to the world of mortals and sheltered them. If Wukong's plan was really harmful to the star boundary, Duan Hongchen would never agree. Looking straight into Wukong's eyes, as if he wanted to see through the truth and into the depths of his knowledge, Yang Kai asked in a deep voice, "Senior, is what he said true?" Naturally, he wasn't asking about Wukong, but Duan Hongchen. This time, Duan Hongchen didn't answer with his physical body, but directly transmitted his voice to Yang Kai's mind, and said in a helpless tone, "Although I don't want to admit it, what this old ghost said is true. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have allowed him to act so recklessly. This old ghost's strength was higher than ours in the past, and he knew a lot of things that we didn't know. The battle in the Shattered Star Sea. I can only say that people who are different cannot work together." Yang Kai was surprised, not because Duan Hongchen had confirmed Wukong's words, but because of the pain in the great emperors of Hongchen's tone. It was because of the result of the battle in the Shattered Star Sea. The battle in the Shattered Star Sea was an unprecedented battle started by the great emperors of the star boundary in order to get rid of the evil Wukong. In this battle, 4 great emperors fell one after another, and Wukong's physical body was shattered, and his soul escaped. Originally, there shouldn't have been any problems with this battle. Even though 4 great sovereigns had fallen and the star boundary had paid a huge price, the great sovereigns had died a worthy death in order to remove the malignant tumor known as heaven-devouring great sovereign. But now, listening to Duan Hongchen's tone, Yang Kai actually had a feeling that the battle in the Shattered Star Sea was wrong. If this was really the case, how could the 4 fallen great emperors rest in peace? Duan Hongchen continued, "But you can rest assured that with me watching over him, even if he messes around, there will be a limit. Just take these stars as an example. Although he refined them, he didn't harm a single life in these territory, nor did he destroy a single star. He just used the ancestral territory as the foundation to fuse those stars with the ancestral territory." Yang Kai gently took a breath, calmed down the tumbling emotions in his heart, and frowned. What exactly is it that is related to the safety of the star boundary? Duan Hongchen replied, "This matter is indeed a bit troublesome. It's useless to tell you now, so don't ask. Knowing too much won't do you any good. When the time comes, you will naturally know." If it was Wukong who said this, Yang Kai would definitely spit in his face, but it was Duan Hongchen who said this. Even if Yang Kai was itching to know, it was not good for him to ask more. He gently nodded and said, "Every star territory in the lower plane has to be refined, and integrated into the ancestral territory." Duan Hongchen said, "Your strength is not bad now, so you should be able to feel the changes in the ancestral territory. Old Ghost said that this place is a big universe, and it is not wrong. According to his and my estimation, if all the star territory in the lower plane is integrated, the ancestral territory can indeed become a big universe. At that time, the ancestral territory will not be inferior to the star boundary in the slightest. You should know that every star territory in the lower plane is separated from the ancestral territory. Now that it is integrated back, it is just returning to the origin. It would be best if all of them can be integrated. If there is one or two star territory missing, no one can say what the result will be. Yang Kai pondered for a long time, and then said, "What will be the consequences of the integration of the star territory?" The most direct consequence is that your identity as the master of the star territory will be lost. As for the other consequences, it is nothing. The original life in the star territory will be the same after the integration. It will not affect them. It can even be said that they will gain some benefits because of this. If the big universe of the ancestral territory is formed, the integrated star territory will naturally benefit. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Before I came down, someone told me that the star boundary and the lower plane star territory are like a big tree. The star boundary is the high crown of the tree, and the star territory of the lower plane star territory is like the roots of the tree. Now that Wukong has taken away these roots and integrated them, it will not affect the star boundary." Roots and tree crown? There was a hint of surprise in Duan Hongchen's voice. This statement is quite interesting and not entirely wrong, but it's also not entirely correct. The relationship between the star fields and the star boundary is indeed like the roots and the crown of a tree. After the integration of the star fields, the star boundary will naturally have some impact on the star boundary. The biggest impact is that if the cultivators in the star field have enough cultivation to break free from the shackles of world principles, they will no longer enter the star boundary but the ancestral territory. As for the star boundary, it has long been set in stone and the living beings in it will reproduce endlessly. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Seeing Senior again today, Senior seems to agree with Wukong's actions. That day in the Shattered Star Sea, in order to destroy Wukong's soul, Duan Hongchen did not hesitate to die together with him. He even regarded him as a scourge. Although he was later stopped by Yang Kai, he also tried his best to solve his own problems. But seeing him today, he actually stood on the same side as Wukong and spoke for him everywhere. This made Yang Kai think more about it. He did not know whether Duan Hongchen was like this, or whether he was deceived by Wukong, or whether Wukong had done something to Duan Hongchen. This old man is not deaf. Anyway, this old man is much older than you. Can you respect this old man and not call me Wukong? Why does it sound so unpleasant?" Wukong looked at Yang Kai and said. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and said, "Then how do you think I should address you? Respect you as senior?" Wukong smiled and said, "I know you have a prejudice against this old man. In this world, who doesn't know this old man's name and doesn't have a prejudice against this old man? But when this old man became famous, your ancestors hadn't even been born yet. When did this old man's actions hurt your interests in the slightest? Now, you fear this old man like a tiger and avoid this old man like a snake or a scorpion. It's just an old rumor that people echo. Nowadays, how many people in the star boundary understand this old man's temperament?" Yang Kai sneered and said, "According to what you said, you had difficulties in your actions back then?" Wukong chuckled and said, "I didn't have any difficulties. I killed those people, destroyed those stars, and destroyed the territory of the star boundary. It's natural for me to have a bad reputation, but there is always a reason, and it's not as simple as you think. There is a mystery behind this matter. So far, only Hongchen knows about it. The others, even the great emperors, don't know about it." After a pause, he said, "Forget it, let's not talk about this. Let's drink." While they were talking, Meijio had already brewed the fragrant tea. She poured a cup for Wukong and another for Yang Kai, and then sat down obediently. Yang Kai glanced at her and pushed his cup in front of Meijio. Meijio was startled and hurriedly waved her hand and said, "Master, this disciple appreciates your kindness." In front of the Master of the Star Territory and the Master of the Star Territory, even the Master of the Star Boundary Territory had to address him as senior. How could she have the right to drink tea? It was already a great honor to be able to serve by his side. She still knew her place. "Just drink it, it's definitely good stuff," Yang Kai said and stuffed the cup into Meijio's hand. Although he hadn't tasted the tea yet, just by smelling the fragrance, Yang Kai knew that this was definitely not ordinary tea. With his current high-rank Demon King cultivation, drinking this tea might not be of any use, but with Meijio's first-order Origin King cultivation, this was an opportunity, so how could he miss it? Chapter 3676. When Meijio heard this, she couldn't say anything more, mainly because she also felt that this spiritual tea was extraordinary. Since Yang Kai had said so, she could only obey. She picked up the teacup and gently took a sip. Suddenly, her body shook and her eyes widened. She froze in place, as if someone had cast a spell on her. However, it only took a moment for her to recover. Her eyes shone brightly as she gulped down the tea in the cup in just a few mouthfuls. Yang Kai picked up the teapot and casually poured another cup for her. Meijio's face was suddenly filled with fear, as if she was flattered. Duan Hongchen's voice sounded in his mind, "If it is harmful to the boundless secular world, this old master will fight to the death to stop it. Otherwise, this old master will help with all his strength." These words were in response to Yang Kai's previous question. Although there was no direct response, it showed that the great emperors of the secular world felt that Wukong's actions were not harmful to the Star Boundaries territory, but rather beneficial. Yang Kai gently nodded. He held the teacup and took a sip, leaving a fragrant taste in his mouth. After pondering for a while, he said, "The two of you should know about the Flowing Time Great Emperor and the Great Emperors, right?" Wukong smiled, "It's a pity that we didn't meet before death." Since ancient times, the Star Boundary had given birth to countless great emperors. Each new generation replaced the old, and each new generation produced talented people. However, only two great emperors were famous. One was the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, and the other was the Flowing Time Great Emperor. The world wondered, if these two great emperors lived in the same era, which one would be stronger and which one would be weaker. Not only did the world think so, but Wukong also thought so. He was able to fight against the combined forces of many great emperors by himself. Although his physical body was destroyed, he was able to kill 4 of them. There was no doubt about his strength. It's just that before the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, before the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, and before Wukong became famous, the Flowing Time Great Emperor had already fallen. He regretted that he could not live in the same era as the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, otherwise, he would have competed with him for supremacy. The master of the Flowing Time Great Emperor was beaten to death. Yang Kai looked into his eyes. Wukong's smile stiffened. In Yang Kai's sea of consciousness, Duan Hongchen exclaimed. A moment later, Wukong's expression turned solemn as he asked in a deep voice, "How do you know? You're not surprised?" Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. Wukong coldly snorted, "This king has also been beaten to death, what's there to be surprised about? As long as one's strength is strong enough, who in this world can avoid being beaten to death? Tell me, what do you know about the Flowing Time Great Emperor?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head, "I don't know much, and I only learned about it recently. The Flowing Time Great Emperor Master left a Flowing Time Temple in the Four Seasons realm. More than 10 years ago, a guy named Wind Monarch took a skeleton to the Four Seasons realm, arranged a large array, and stimulated the power of the skeleton, almost summoning the Flowing Time Temple from the Four Seasons realm. As for that skeleton, it contains the power of time. Wukong frowned. What does this mean? That skeleton is the skeleton of the flowing time great emperor? Yang Kai nodded. That's right. If it wasn't the skeleton of the flowing time great emperor master, how could it connect to the flowing time temple and draw it out of the great emperor's palaces? And this is just one of the skeletons. In the Eastern Sea, there are many more skeletons that were obtained by the ancestors of the monster race in the sea. It is said that they were picked up by accident, and no one knows how many years have passed since then. Wukong's expression became even more dignified as he listened to Yang Kai's explanation. How could he not know that the skeleton of the flowing time great emperor was found outside, and that he died without a complete corpse? He had been beaten to death because he had provoked the wrath of the crowd. The other great emperors had joined forces to fight to the death, but they were not strong enough. But in the era when the flowing time great emperor lived, he was almost respected, and the flowing time great emperor himself did not do any evil, so how could he be beaten to death? Who had the ability to do so? Yang Kai continued, the flowing time great emperor master once subdued the ancient divine spirit Xiongqi as his mount. Although the flowing time great emperor died, Xiongqi is still alive, and has been guarding the flowing time temple ever since. By chance, Xiongqi has a good relationship with me. According to him, when the flowing time great emperor master was in seclusion in the temple, he suddenly comprehended a mysterious principle outside the universe, and broke out of seclusion to travel the universe. But decades later, when the life treasure of the flowing time great emperor master returned to the temple, there was no news of him since then. Combined with the skeletons, it is not difficult to guess what happened to the flowing time great emperor master that year. He must have encountered some danger outside the universe, and finally died. Wukong nodded. Combined with Yang Kai's words, there was no problem with this inference. Yang Kai took a sip of tea and continued, the flowing time great emperor master's death shows that there is a great danger outside the universe, and even a powerhouse like him is powerless to resist. Just now, you said that the conspiracy is related to the common people and the safety of the star boundary. Wukong, have you also traveled the universe like the flowing time great emperor master? If so, what did you see? What kind of scenery is it outside the universe? No one knew who was stronger between Wukong and the flowing time great emperor, but these two were definitely stronger than the average great emperors. If the flowing time great emperor could travel the universe, Wukong might be able to do the same. Yang Kai's eyes were burning, staring at Wukong without blinking, not letting go of the slightest change of expression on his face. Unfortunately, Wukong didn't react at all. His ruddy face was like an ancient well without any ripples. After a long silence, he said, I don't know anything about the flowing time great emperor, and I can't be sure whether the danger he encountered is related to my conspiracy. What I can tell you is that there is indeed a great danger outside the universe. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. You really have been outside the universe? Wukong shook his head. I haven't been there. It's just that there is a trace of spiritual awareness in the unseen world. It's because of this feeling that I didn't dare to go. Didn't dare to go. It wouldn't be strange if these words came from anyone else, but from Wukong's mouth, it was a little creepy. While speaking, Wukong raised his hand and wanted to pour himself another cup of tea. Yang Kai's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He directly picked up the teapot and stuffed it into Meijiu-er's arms. Take it back and drink slowly. Don't drink too much at once. 1 or 2 cups are enough. Meijiu-er was stunned. She looked at Yang Kai and then at Wukong. She wanted to put down the teapot, but her face was full of reluctance. But if she just held it like this, it would be too unsightly. She just drank 2 cups of tea. How could she not know the endless magical effects of this tea? After going back, she would find a place to meditate in seclusion. Her strength would certainly advance by leaps and bounds. Now that Yang Kai stuffed the remaining half of the teapot into her hands, Meiji was really grateful and frightened. Wukong laughed and put down the empty cup. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it. It's fate that we met. Girl, take it." Meiji-er's voice trembled. She bowed and saluted, "Thank you, senior." She held the teapot in her arms like a treasure and wouldn't let go no matter what. Wukong put his hands in his sleeves, glanced at Yang Kai, and said, "Don't think too much. I am not sure what dangers there are outside the universe. What I am doing now is just preparing for a rainy day. Although your strength is not weak now, it is still too low in my eyes. It is useless to think too much. As for the lower plane star territory, I won't fuse with you first. In any case, there are still some lower plane star territory. I will wait until I finish fusing with the others and see the situation. How about it?" If Wukong was only doing it for his own selfish desires, Yang Kai wouldn't have agreed. He would have fought with him here. But now that he knew some inside information, and Duan Hongchen had said it first, it would be too unreasonable for him to hold on to his identity as the master of the lower plane star territory. So, he nodded and said, "All right. But let me say the ugly words first. It doesn't matter if you fuse with me, but if you dare to harm even a blade of grass or a tree in the lower plane star territory, I will not let you go." Wukong chuckled, "Old Duan is watching. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't have the chance. Okay, my business is done. Old Duan has something to ask you. Let him talk to you." Yang Kai straightened his face and asked, "Senior, what are your orders?" The old man's face twisted and squirmed, and soon, it turned into Duan Hongchen's appearance. It was probably because Wukong's soul had retreated, and Duan Hongchen was in charge of the physical body. Duan Hongchen moved his body a little and frowned. Did something big happen in the upper plane recently? Yang Kai said calmly, "Senior, you mean," Duan Hongchen said, "about 15 years ago, this old man suddenly felt a throbbing in his heart. I didn't know why, but after thinking about it, something must have happened in the upper plane. Moreover, it was related to the other great emperors. Yang Kai, have you heard anything about it?" After he finished asking, he saw Yang Kai's mournful expression and couldn't help but tighten his face. Did something really happen? He and Wukong had been staying in the ancestral territory for all these years, and they hadn't returned to the territory of the upper plane. They didn't know what the situation was like in the territory of the upper plane. However, the great emperors were all recognized by the heavens of the upper plane. When one of them died, the natural sign of the upper plane would sense it. It was just that Duan Hongchen wasn't in the upper plane, so this feeling was a little vague. 15 years ago, calculating the time, was when the Battle of Eternal Heaven took place. Yang Kai said in a low and deep voice, "Master Mingyu has died." Duan Hongchen looked startled and asked subconsciously, "Mingyu is dead? How did she die?" Even though he had guessed that something major must have happened in the upper plane that was related to the great emperors, he couldn't have imagined that one of the great emperors had died. Since the Battle of Emperors in the Shattered Star Sea, the great emperors hadn't died for tens of thousands of years. It wasn't that the great emperors were immortal, it was just that things had happened too suddenly. How many years had it been since he and Wukong came to the ancestral territory? How could Mingyu have died for no reason? Master Mingyu died at the hands of this junior. Yang Kai replied. As soon as these words came out, Duan Hongchen was startled again, but he soon understood. On the other hand, Meiji looked at Yang Kai in shock. She didn't know what the great emperors were, and she didn't know who Mingyu was, but she could guess some things from the conversation she heard. Mingyu was a top powerhouse, and a good person at that, but this powerhouse, this good person actually died at the hands of the master of the upper plane of the upper plane's territory. Meiji couldn't understand it, only feeling a mess in her head. No wonder, no wonder. Duan Hongchen gently nodded. No wonder when I saw you this time, I felt Mingyu and the aura of the upper plane. So that's why. Yang Kai was surprised. Senior isn't angry? He thought that after he said those words, Duan Hongchen would definitely ask him why he killed Mingyu, but he didn't expect such a reaction. Chapter 3677. Duan Hongchen slowly shook his head. Although Mingyu was promoted to Great Emperors after the War of Emperors in the Shattered Star Sea, as Great Emperors, he was the strongest fighting force in Star Boundary. If he was unwilling, how could you kill him? He was actively seeking death, wasn't he? After a pause, he continued, was he facing a certain death situation, and then asked you to kill him? No, with your temperament, I'm afraid that even if Mingyu asked, you wouldn't really kill him. In that case, he should have taken advantage of your unpreparedness and died at your hands. Because Mingyu died at your hands, you obtained his world recognition, which is why you have the aura of him and Star Boundary. Am I right? For eyes met, Yang Kai was speechless and could only smile bitterly. Duan Hongchen had been dragged to this territory by Wukong for many years, so he had not heard anything about Star Boundary, but he had almost inferred the truth of the matter just from a predetermined result, which showed how meticulous his mind was. But that's not right. Duan Hongchen suddenly frowned. Even if Mingyu died at your hands, how did you obtain his world recognition? When a great emperor dies, the recognition of the will of heaven and earth will naturally dissipate between heaven and earth. It will wait for the birth of the next great emperor before it can be added to their body. Could it be that when Mingyu died, the recognition of heaven and earth couldn't dissipate and could only merge with your body? If that's the case, Mingyu didn't die in the Star Boundary? Yang Kai took a light breath. The place where Mingyu Master died is indeed not in Star Boundary. Duan Hongchen showed a look of understanding and nodded. Tell me, what happened these years? Demon plague. Yang Kai spat out 2 words. Duan Hongchen's expression turned cold. The demon race? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Senior should still remember the demon nest in the southern swamp and the awakening of Azure Sun Temple's demon sense, right? Back then, Yang Kai was entrusted by Azure Sun Temple's chief disciple, Xiaofan, to accompany a woman named Hua Yulu to explore the cave mansion in the southern swamp. They thought that they would be able to find some benefits, but they did not expect to inadvertently unseal a demon nest and release many sealed demonic senses, causing a commotion in the southern territory. At that time, one of the Heavenly River Valley Gong family's patriarch, Gong Yu, who had been possessed by the demon sense. Yang Kai and the others chased him all the way until they finally reached Azure Sun Temple. Azure Sun Temple, Yang An and the others, and Yang Kai and the others chased after him, they Chuan Hong Chen's demons, and finally, Yu and possessed, Who's, and Yu, and the Hong Yu and Hong Heaven. At that time, Duan Hongchen happened to be in Azure Sun Temple and was in the Divine Ascension Mirror, trying to solve the problem of his body being occupied by Wukong, so he knew about this matter. When he heard Yang Kai say this, Duan Hongchen nodded. Of course I remember. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. That was only the beginning. First, the demon nest was unsealed and the awakening of demon sense took over. The southern territory was in turmoil for more than 10 years before it gradually calmed down. Everyone thought that the trouble had been dealt with, but who knew that there would be an even bigger conspiracy behind it? Junior heard that among the current 10 great emperors of the Star Boundary, the most mysterious one is the Western Territory's Shadow Great Emperors, Night Shadow from the Shadow Kill Hall. Our seniors don't even know whether he is a man or a woman. Now, it seems that it is not that he is mysterious, but that he is deliberately hiding it. Great Emperor's Night Shadow, Ken Yi, carries the bloodline of the demon race's Shadow Demon. He is a chess piece that the demon race has planted in the Star Boundary. Even with Duan Hongchen's calm temperament, his eyes widened in disbelief when he heard this. Among the 10 great emperors, no matter whether they were familiar with each other or how close they were, they had always interacted with each other after so many years. When he was roaming the mortal world, he had also been a guest at the Shadow Kill Hall and had even come into close contact with Kenyi, but even so, he did not find anything wrong with Kenyi. He never would have thought that one of the 10 great emperors would carry the bloodline of the demon race. In ancient times, the demon race had invaded the star boundary. Yang Kai knew about this, so it was impossible for Duan Hongchen not to know. If there were some fish that had escaped the net, or if there were some women in the star boundary who had been abducted, humiliated, and given birth to a child, it would make sense. Kenye's demon race bloodline could probably be traced back to the last war between the two realms. A strange smile appeared on Yang Kai's face, as if he was mocking and sorrowful. With one of the great emperors as a spy, and the demon race having been plotting for a long time, they naturally found the right opportunity and easily broke through the barrier between the two realms, opening a passage between the two realms. Unfortunately, we were unaware of this at that time. The great emperors who heard the news went in one after another to investigate the situation, but in the end, they were ambushed by the demon race's demon saint. Bright Moon Master fell into the demon race's territory in order to cover for the others to escape. Later, this brat was entrusted by the Master of Heaven's revelations and used a ruse to become the demon race's territory. On the surface, this brat became the demon race, but in reality, he went to find out the whereabouts of Bright Moon Master and see if there was a chance to bring him back. Yang Kai paused for a moment, then continued, "Speaking of this matter, I still have to thank Wukong. If it wasn't for the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle tactics being unacceptable to the world, I wouldn't have been able to find a suitable reason to play this ruse." Entering the territory of Become the Demon Race was very smooth. This junior found the trapped Bright Moon Master in a place called the Eternal Heaven Continent. At that time, the Master was seriously injured, and the demon race's demon saint laid down the 12 great demon formation. In addition, the blood demon saint Xueli laid down a boundless sea of blood to trap him. Bright Moon Master bitterly held on in the sea of blood within the great formation. As he spoke, he seemed to recall the scene of seeing Bright Moon for the first time in the Eternal Heaven Continent. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. Duan Hongchen interrupted, "This old man knows that the demon race's territory is also a large universe. The demon saint you speak of should be in existence not inferior to the great emperors, right? How many demon saint do they have?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Senior is correct. In the demon race's territory, the demon saint's status and strength are indeed comparable to the great emperors of the star realm. As for the number, there are no less than 12. When Duan Hongchen heard this, he couldn't help but grit his teeth, revealing a troubled expression. The star realm originally had 10 great emperors, but he was held back by Wukong in the ancestral territory. At that time, Bright Moon had fallen into the demon race's territory, and Kenyi had defected. This meant that there were only 7 great emperors left in the star realm to preside over matters. On the other hand, in the demon race's territory, there were 12 demon saint eyeing them covetously. In addition to Kenyi, who had defected, it was 7 against 13. The difference in numbers was somewhat large, almost twice the difference. With a difference of 2 times the battle strength of the peak, there was no need to think about this war between the two realms. The star realm side would be incomparably difficult. Wrinkling his brows, Duan Hongchen asked suspiciously, "According to what you said, Bright Moon had fallen deep into the demon race's territory at that time, and was even heavily injured. It was the best opportunity to kill him, so why did the demon saint only trap him and not kill him?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly and said, "This junior also had this question, but after Bright Moon's master explained it, I realized that it wasn't that the demon saint didn't want to kill him, but that they had a bigger scheme. They were scheming for the capacity of the bottle of heaven and earth." When Duan Hongchen heard this, he only pondered for a moment before coming to a realization, so that's how it is. There was no need for Yang Kai to explain too much. He already understood what the demon race's territory was planning to do at that time. Under the circumstances at that time, they indeed had the strength to kill Bright Moon, but what about after killing him? At most, the Star Realm side would have one less peak battle strength. If Bright Moon died, and there was no suitable vessel, the portion of the Star Realm's recognition on his body could dissipate and return to the Star Realm. But if they trapped him and didn't kill him, they could find a way to refine Bright Moon and let the demon race's territory devour the portion of the Star Realm's recognition on Bright Moon. Then they could expand the capacity of the bottle of heaven and earth in the demon race's territory. It had to be said that the demon race had a good plan. There was no need for Yang Kai to explain anything after that. With Duan Hongchen's thoughts, how could he not have guessed it? When the final battle broke out, Bright Moon felt that there was no hope for him to escape and died at the hands of Yang Kai. Yang Kai was someone from the Star Realm, so the portion of the Star Realm's recognition on his identity would naturally merge with Yang Kai's body. There was no other choice. You've done well. Duan Hongchen didn't ask any more questions and didn't let Yang Kai continue to explain. He raised his hand and patted Yang Kai's shoulder. At that time, if it were any other great emperors, they would have made the same choice, but fortunately, you have appeared in front of this old master again. It seems that although there were dangers, you were able to turn the situation around. Bright Moon Star Realm's recognition was transferred to Yang Kai, so Duan Hongchen could almost imagine what kind of reaction the demon race had at that time. They must have been red-eyed and hunted down Yang Kai. No matter what the process was, at least Yang Kai was still alive now. The Star Realm should thank you, and us old fellows should also thank you. If the portion of the Star Realm's recognition was seized by the demon race's territory, then the Star Realm would no longer be complete. At that time, no one could say what the consequences would be. Yang Kai was terrified. Senior is too serious. I only hope that I won't disappoint Master Bright Moon's trust. Duan Hongchen sighed and suddenly took out a pot of wine and 2 cups, filling one for himself and one for Yang Kai. He then raised the cup to the sky, offering a toast to his old friend, and drank it in one gulp. Yang Kai also offered a toast. Perhaps because he suddenly learned that one of his old friends had fallen, Duan Hongchen's mood couldn't help but fluctuate. After drinking a cup of wine, he was silent for a long time. He just sat there, not speaking, not moving, and his aura was still. After an incense stick's worth of time, he suddenly took a deep breath, and when he raised his head again, his complexion had returned to normal. All good things must come to an end. In the eyes of the great emperors, life, old age, illness, and death had long been a thing of the past. How is the situation in the Star Realm now? Seeing that you still have the mind to come to this lower plains territory, it shouldn't be too difficult, right? Duan Hongchen asked. He and Wukong had other important matters to attend to. It would be best if the situation in the Star Realm was stable, but if the war was tense, he really had to consider whether he should return to the Star Realm to support the other great emperors. The first few years were quite difficult. After all, the demon race was well prepared, and the Star Realm was caught off guard, but now it has stabilized. When this junior returned from the demon race's territory, I cast a spell to seal the passage between the 2 worlds. As the passage between the 2 worlds is not open, there is no reinforcements from the demon race's territory that can be mobilized. Relying only on the demon race's army left in the Star Realm, they can't make any waves. Chapter 3678. Yang Kai smiled and continued. Previously, this junior received news that the remaining demon race army in the star boundary has been annihilated, and those who are still alive have been subdued. Now, the star boundary's 54 legions have gathered in the Western Territory and are resting in front of the passage between the 2 worlds. Once the time is right, they will launch a large-scale counterattack. Good. Duan Hongchen's expression brightened and revealed a look of joy. After listening to Yang Kai talk about the crisis of the star boundary for a long time, he finally had some decent good news. However, after shouting, his expression turned gloomy. The flames of war and the separation of life and death have caused the boundless secular world to suffer. Yang Kai also sighed. The war between the two races has swept across the two worlds. No one can stay out of it. Duan Hongchen nodded and said, "Later, I will ask Old Wu to leave a secret door in your territory. If the situation in the star boundary is dangerous, remember to come and inform this old master. This old master doesn't want to miss such a big event." "Good, if there is anything I need senior's help with, this junior will definitely come and inform you." Duan Hongchen continued, "As for your territory, I will help you keep an eye on it. If possible, I will try my best not to move, but if by any chance, I may need your cooperation. But you can rest assured that with me watching, Old Wu will not add to the killing. I trust senior." Yang Kai nodded and was silent for a moment before saying, "If senior has nothing else, then this junior will take his leave. Go, I hope you can bring some good news when we meet again." Yang Kai got up and bowed. Mei Jiao also quickly stood up, holding the teapot in her arms as she respectfully bid farewell. Duan Hongchen gently waved his hand and a gentle force suddenly wrapped around the two. In the blink of an eye, the two had returned to the star field. As far as the eye could see, the blue color that covered the star field was quickly fading away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a pitch-black tunnel suddenly appeared in front of them, leading to an unknown place. Yang Kai knew that this void corridor should be the secret door left by Duan Hongchen. Through this corridor, he could enter the ancestral territory and meet with Duan Hongchen. The passageway flashed and disappeared. However, Yang Kai could sense that it was still there. It was just that he could not see it. Moreover, even if others passed by, it would not matter if they directly passed through. Only by locking onto the other end of the passageway could they travel through the void. Turning his head, Yang Kai smiled at Mei Jiao and said, "I should also go. Let's meet again if fate wills it." Mei Jiao was startled and immediately reacted, "Master wants to go back?" Yang Kai nodded. "That's right. What are your plans?" Mei Jiao lowered her head and looked at the teapot in her arms. Biting her red lips, she said, "Find a place to cultivate in seclusion and go to help Master as soon as possible." Yang Kai chuckled. "Then thank you in advance. I remember you said before that you are from the Jade Cloud Star. Let me give you a ride." This was almost the edge of the star field. It was extremely desolate. With Mei Jiao's current cultivation, flying in the star field would take several years before she could return to the Jade Cloud Star. While speaking, Yang Kai raised his hand and pointed at her forehead. With a thought, Mei Jiao suddenly disappeared. The moment before she disappeared, Mei Jiao anxiously said, "Master, take care." After sending Mei Jiao away, Yang Kai gently took a breath and walked in the star field. There seemed to be invisible stairs under his feet. After 5 or 6 steps, his whole body suddenly merged into the void and disappeared. 3 days later, in the main hall of the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai was wearing a jade robe, a jade crown on his head, and a python belt on his waist. He had the bearing of a great master as he sat in the middle of the hall. On the left side below, Hyoji reported loudly, "Master has not been here for more than 10 years. The GZ army has taken shape. Now, the army has a total of 378,462 people, of which 280 to 90 are above the emperor level. Imitating the other armies, this humble one has divided the army into 10 towns. Among them, the Central Army has 20,000 elites guarding the commander's flag. The Central Army is headed by Yang Xiao and Yang Shui." At this point, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui stood up and cupped their hands together. "This humble one greets Master." Yang Shui still had a serious expression on her face, but Yang Shao was smiling mischievously. Yang Kai nodded slightly and waved his hand. A large order flew out and he said in a deep voice, Yang Shao and Yang Shao, listen to my orders. Take the Central Army order and follow me into battle to kill the enemy. We will eliminate the evil and protect the righteous path. Yang Shao received the order and became much more serious. He shouted in a deep voice, yes. Hyoji's mouth twitched. He cupped his hands and looked at Yang Kai, Master, the Central Army's responsibility is to guard Master's side and protect Master's safety. Someone else will go into battle to kill the enemy. Is that so? Yang Kai clenched his fist and coughed softly. He changed his words and said, then the two of you will follow me and listen to my orders at any time. Yang Shao and Yang Shui responded again in a deep voice and left. Hyoji continued, outside the Central Army, there will be 9 towns of eagle, ox, scorpion, dragon, snake, flower, dragon, and phoenix. Tianfeng town has a total of 30,000 people and is responsible for supervising the army. The head of Tianfeng town is Lu Yan and the assistant is Su Yan. 2 figures came out of the ranks, one big and one small. The big one was dignified and generous, while the small one had a glassy body and clear eyes. They cupped their hands together, greetings master. Yang Kai nodded slightly and passed another order, saying, since the two of you are responsible for supervising the army, you must act impartially and not be biased. On the battlefield, no matter who it is, bewitching people's hearts, behead them. Disobeying orders, behead them. Shaking morale, behead them. Fearing battle and running away, behead them. Stealing battle achievements, behead them. Yes. Lu Yan received the order and answered together with Su Yan. After they left, Hyoji opened his mouth again and introduced the duties of the other 8 towns one by one. As the army commander, Yang Kai naturally knew these things like the back of his hand. Only then would he be able to command the troops on the battlefield in the future. Among them, Soaring Eagle Town had the least number of people, only a few thousand, but their overall strength could not be underestimated. The head of the town was led by one of the 32 monster kings of the ancient wild lands, Soaring Eagle. Soaring Eagle Town was a scout town, mainly responsible for scouting out the enemy's movements on the battlefield. Even if it was an army of ordinary people, those who could take on the role of scout were the elites of the army. Only the most elite group of people would be able to scout out accurate information about the enemy and pass the information back. This was not an exception for the various armies of the Star Realms. There was also Heavenly Dragon Town, which could be said to be the strongest town in the GZ army. The head of Heavenly Dragon Town was Zhu Qing, and the deputy head was Zhu Lai. Most of the experts in Heavenly Dragon Town were brought over from Dragon Island. Just the Emperor Realm alone had more than a dozen experts, accounting for about 1/5 of the GZ army in the Emperor Realm. With Hyoji's report, the structure of the GZ army gradually became clear. The army consisted of 300,000 people, with 10 towns under its jurisdiction. The middle army that guarded the commander flag was one line, with 2 people in the head and no deputy heads. They were led by Yang Shao and Yang Shui respectively. The Heavenly Phoenix Town that was in charge of supervising the army was led by Lu Yan and Su Yan. The Soaring Eagle Town that was in charge of scouting was led by Ying Fei. The Poison Scorpion Town's head was Xia Wuwei, the Fire Bull Town's head was Shi Lei, the Angry Dragon Town's head was Li Jiao, the Heavenly Fox Town's head was Hu Fei, the Falling Flowers Town's head was Du Mi, the Spirit Snake Town's head was Qi Lian, and the Divine Dragon Town's head was Zhu Qing. Every one of them was a familiar face, and every one of them was a friend, a relative, and a family member who had fought side by side. Among these many heads, aside from Yang Shao and Yang Shui who were slightly weaker, every single one of them was a 3rd-stage Emperor Realm Venerable, and every single one of them was a high-rank monster king. It could be said that among the 55 armies in the Star Realms, there had never been an army with such a luxurious lineup. Compared to the high-end combat strength of the other armies, the GZ army's lineup could be said to be extravagant. To be able to achieve such a level, aside from Yang Kai's personal connections, it was also inseparable from the Seven Mist Sea's strong support. More importantly, it was Hyoji's hard work over the past 10 years. Although Yang Kai had been in the Star Realms territory for the past 10 years, he was not completely ignorant of the situation in the Star Realms. He was able to get in touch with the High Heaven Palace. From Hua Qingxi's report, Yang Kai knew that Hyoji had been running around for the past 10 years, running around tirelessly for the GZ army. Not to mention the others, although the various monster kings, Xia Wuwei, Shi Lei, Ying Fei, Hu Fei, Du Mi, and Qi Lian were originally serving in the High Heaven Palace, after the War of the Two Realms, they had left the High Heaven Palace and returned to their respective Saint Masters to listen to their orders. Without Hyoji's constant running around, trying his best to rope them in and persuade them, how could the Wan Feng and the others be willing to let these 6 monster kings out? Wouldn't it be better for them to stay and contribute to the army under their command? Li Jiao's side was easy to persuade. He was originally in the Bingchen army, and the army commander of the Bingchen army was Bing Yun. More than 10 years ago, when he found out that Yang Kai was going to be the army commander of the GZ army, Bing Yun let Li Jiao go to help him. There was no need to talk about the experts on Dragon Island. When Yang Kai wanted to establish the GZ army, they naturally wanted to join him. No army commander could stop them, and even the Seven Mist Sea couldn't do anything to them. This was only the level of a main town. Under the main town, there were camp commanders and Wu guards. The position of Wu guard was still acceptable, as it could be reluctantly taken up by someone from the Third Order Dao Source realm. However, the camp commander had to be overseen by someone from the Emperor realm in order to convince the masses. Where did the people from the Emperor realm come from? Weren't they all roped in by Hyoji? Over the past 10 years, Hyoji had visited the 54th Route Army. Almost every Route Army commander had been roped in by him. It wasn't that those army commanders were easy to talk to, but Hyoji was simply too shameless. He relied on his identity as the son of the great emperors to act shamelessly. No one could deal with him. The Seven Mist Sea had received countless complaints from army commanders. Li Wui also didn't know how many times Hyoji had talked to Hyoji. On the surface, Hyoji agreed, but once he left the Seven Mist Sea, he would do whatever he wanted. He was a real pain in the ass. In the past 10 years, Hyoji had offended almost all of the 54th Route Army commanders. Now, those army commanders were most unwilling to see him. It could be said that they feared him like a ferocious tiger and avoided him like a snake. When they heard that Hyoji had come to visit, they had to avoid him no matter how strong they were. Otherwise, he would ask for people the moment he sat down. Chapter 3679. After more than 10 years of hard work, he had gathered a huge amount of resources for the GZ army. Not to mention anything else, just this hard work alone was enough for everyone to see. They no longer had any objections to his status as commander of the GZ army, and they were even more impressed with Yang Kai's discerning eye for talent, allowing him to get Hyoji to join the GZ army. Otherwise, how could the army be so large today? Today, in the High Heaven Palace's main hall, the GZ army's elites, venerable sovereigns, and Monster King were all gathered. How grand was this? Commander Yao's contributions couldn't go unnoticed. Hyoji continued, an army doesn't stand without a flag. Where the flag is, the army's morale will be. Where the flag is, the army will be invincible. Master, please light the flag. There were 54 armies in the astral realm, and every army had their own flag. Where the flag was, it was where the army's commander was. A flag was where the army's morale rested. When the GZ army was first formed, they should have a flag as well. However, Yang Kai hadn't been in the astral realm all these years, so this matter had been delayed. This was a good opportunity to confirm it. The High Heaven Palace and Hyoji were already prepared. After he finished speaking, 10 High Heaven Palace disciples walked in from outside the main hall, each holding a flag. They stood in 2 rows in the middle of the main hall, shook the flags in their hands, and raised them up high. Hyoji said, "These are the 10 flags that this subordinate and the main towns have carefully selected. We will use whichever master thinks is the best as the commander's flag." Yang Kai nodded slightly, stood up, and walked to the 10 flags with his hands behind his back, carefully examining them. It had to be said that Hyoji and the main towns had indeed put in a lot of effort for this commander's flag. After all, this thing could be considered the symbol of the GZ army in the future. It couldn't be too flashy, but it had to be majestic enough. It also had to have some symbolic meaning, so people would know that it was the GZ army's commander's flag. The flags were all different. As Yang Kai looked at them, Hyoji explained what each of the flags represented. Yang Kai nodded from time to time. However, after looking at all the flags, he didn't express much. Instead, he frowned. Seeing this, Hyoji said, "Master, if there's anything you're dissatisfied with, this subordinate will ask them to modify it again." Yang Kai said, "There's nothing to be dissatisfied with. To be honest, these 10 flags were all very good, any one of them could be taken out, but Yang Kai always felt that something was missing." "Then which one does Master prefer?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Our GZ army is different from the other armies. We were the last to be established, but our overall strength is the strongest. In the future, we will definitely be one of the main forces on the battlefield. We have a lot of responsibilities, so the commander's flag needs to be different from the other armies. It has to be eye-catching." After saying that, his eyes suddenly lit up. Seeing this, Hyoji immediately signaled outside with his eyes. Immediately, the disciples of the High Heaven Palace went to prepare. The 10 disciples holding the commander's flag left one by one. Not long after, a few more disciples rushed in. 2 of them landed on the ground and separated to the left and right. Each of them held a piece of white paper that was the size of a normal flag and hung it in the air. The other disciple prepared a brush and ink and stood beside Yang Kai. Yang Kai rolled up his sleeves and stood in front of the white paper. However, he didn't immediately start writing. Instead, he looked at the white paper with a solemn expression. Xia Wuwei was sitting next to Hua Qingxi. Seeing this, he leaned over and whispered, "Master, are you proficient in the Tao of painting?" Hua Qingxi shook her head and quietly replied, "I've never heard of it." A trace of worry appeared on her beautiful face as she secretly prayed that Yang Kai wouldn't cause any trouble. The commander's flag was the face of the GZ army. If Yang Kai carelessly drew it and carried it out, the face of the GZ army would be lost. She also knew that her palace master's temperament was relatively free and easy, but this kind of thing couldn't be done carelessly. Just as she was feeling anxious, she suddenly felt the temperature in the hall drop sharply. A kind of bone-chilling feeling spread throughout her body, and she instinctively circulated her emperor qi. When she looked up, she was shocked to find that Yang Kai's expression was extremely focused. An invisible murderous intent almost condensed and swept out in all directions. Everyone in the hall felt as if countless needles were stabbing into their bodies. Yang Kai raised his hand, picked up the ink-stained brush, and placed the tip of the brush on the white paper. After only 2 breaths of time, he finished drawing. After handing the brush to the disciple beside him, Yang Kai lightly retreated a few steps and looked at his masterpiece from afar. He chuckled and said, "This is it." The group of people couldn't wait to see what Yang Kai had drawn on the white paper that made him so satisfied. They all craned their necks to look at it. Hyoji was standing close and could see clearly. The corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. He originally wanted to say something, but soon, his furrowed brows relaxed and he waved his hand at the two disciples who were holding the white paper high. The two of them stood opposite each other and held the white paper high above their heads, facing the crowd. Many of the masters in the hall finally saw what Yang Kai had drawn on the white paper. It was actually only one word, a large, kill, character. It couldn't be said to be beautiful, but the strokes were vigorous and vigorous. When they looked at it, the kill character seemed to have turned into sword lights, slashing towards them. Everyone's hearts trembled. Hyoji promptly said, "I am willing to follow the master into battle, expel the enemy, and defend our homeland." Everyone in the hall stood up and cupped their hands, shouting, "I am willing to follow the master into battle, expel the enemy, and defend our homeland." Yang Kai laughed loudly, "Good. Since no one has any objections, this matter is decided. Our GZ Army's commander's flag will be the kill character. Our GZ Army's duty is to kill all demons who dare to invade the star boundary and let the demon race know that the star boundary is not a place where they can come and go as they please. We will follow the master's orders." As soon as he finished speaking, a graceful figure jumped out from the crowd and cupped her hands, reporting to the master, "This lowly one is willing to lead the flag for the master. As long as the flag stands, I will live, as long as the flag falls, I will die." Yang Kai glanced over and discovered that the one who jumped out was Fu Ling. This girl came from Dragon Island and was a 7th-rank purple dragon. The army was naturally organized in the Divine Dragon Town. As for the flag bearer, it was the Middle Army's responsibility. It had nothing to do with her. It was obvious that she had some selfish motives for jumping out at this time. Yang Kai chuckled. Just as he was about to dismiss her, Hyoji said, "Master, it's not impossible. The Divine Dragon flag bearer will increase the might of our GZ army." Yang Kai glanced at him and thought about it. What he said made sense. He nodded and said, "It's good that you have such intentions. Then, I will appoint you as the flag bearer of the GZ army. You will be in charge of the flag. As long as the GZ army is not destroyed, the flag will not fall. Master, don't worry. This lowly one will protect the flag with my life." Fu Ling was overjoyed. She took the white paper from the two disciples and ran out happily. Yang Kai only decided on the appearance of the flag. The real commander's flag still needed to be refined. Naturally, he had to find Hou. The organization, duties, and commander's flag had been decided. There was nothing else left. Yang Kai looked around and said in a clear voice, "The remaining threat of the demon race has been eliminated. 54 armies in the Western Territory are preparing for war. How can our GZ army miss out on such a big event? Everyone, go back today and check your deployment. 3 days later, at dawn, troops will leave the Western Territory and follow me into the Demon Territory, to eliminate the demons. Eliminate the demons. Eliminate the demons. Eliminate the demons." The hall was filled with voices. The Monster King's shouts were the loudest, almost turning the hall upside down. During these 3 days of free time, Yang Kai accompanied his wives and parents, enjoying the happiness of a family reunion. In this expedition to the Western Territory, apart from Xia Ning Chang, who was responsible for refining pills, the other 3 wives were all going to battle. Su Yan was in Tianfeng Town, Shuiyu was in the middle of the army, and Dragon Lady Shan Qing Luo was in Spirit Snake Town, under Qi Lian's command. It had to be said that after not seeing each other for more than 10 years, his wives had made great progress. Shuiyu, Shan Qing Luo, and Xia Ning Chang had all broken through to the Emperor realm. Although Su Yan's cultivation did not increase, her strength had greatly increased. Of course, this was due to the star boundary's world energy tide, but it was also due to his wives' extraordinary aptitudes. After all, in the territory of the lower plane, his wives were already outstanding. Their aptitudes were many times better than the average person's. His parents' strength had also improved, but Yang Kai did not feel at ease letting them go to the battlefield. On the battlefield, people were dying every moment. Even if they were the Emperor Realm's third order, fake emperor, and half-saint, so what? No one could guarantee that they would not be the next to die. In such a dangerous environment, how could Yang Kai let his parents participate? If he really let them go to the battlefield, Yang Kai would not be in the mood to command the army. He would probably have to stay by his side and protect them at all times. The Yang family fourth master Ndong Su-ju also knew that after this parting, the dust of the War of the Two Realms would likely settle, so even though they were extremely reluctant and worried, they didn't show it on their faces and instead just smiled and enjoyed this rare moment of peace. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, the first rays of the morning sun shone brightly. On an ice plain dozens of miles away from Towering Palace, a cold wind blew, and snow danced in the air. 300,000 people were gathered on the ice plain. There might be a lot of people, but it was completely silent. The location of the gathering had been set long ago. After all, with so many people, the High Heaven Palace could not fit them all, so they simply gathered on the ice field. The 300,000 people were divided into 10 groups at this moment. Each group had more people and less people, some had a few thousand people, while some had tens of thousands of people. All of them were looking in the direction of the High Heaven Palace. A moment later, a stream of light rushed over. When it entered the eyes, it was still a few dozen kilometers away, but in the next breath, it was already in front of them. Its speed was so fast that it left a long streak of light in the sky. When the light dissipated, Yang Kai's figure was revealed. "Welcome, Army Commander, Master." The shouts were like landslides and tsunamis. In an instant, the sky shook and the earth shook. The falling snowflakes froze in the air at this moment and suddenly collapsed. With a crash, a blood-red flag that was hundreds of kilometers long suddenly spread out in the sky. When the cold wind whistled, the flag fluttered. Under the moonlight, it looked as if there was blood flowing on it. At first glance, it looked as if the sky was bleeding. There was only a big word, "Kill," on the flag. Other than that, there was nothing else. However, this word seemed to be alive. Its murderous aura made the bright moon dim. The flag hung behind Yang Kai and covered the sky. In front of the flag, Yang Kai's figure was as small as an ant, but as tall as the heavens and the earth. Chapter 3680. As the "Kill" banner fluttered, 300,000 pairs of eyes focused on it. The giant "Kill" word seemed to want to kill the heavens, kill the earth, and kill all demons and monsters in this world. Their blood boiled. In this world of ice and snow, when the commander's flag was unfurled, every member of the GZ army felt their blood boiling. Hyoji smiled. A few days ago, when he saw Yang Kai write the word "kill" on a piece of white paper, he had wanted to dissuade him, but after thinking about it, this was the first decision Yang Kai made after returning. It would not be good for him to refute it, so he endured it. But now, it seemed that it was fortunate that he did not refute it at that time. The commander's flag was simple and clear, and when it fluttered, the word "kill" was enough to ignite the army's bloodlust. Kill. Hyoji raised his hand high and clenched it into a fist as he roared. Kill. 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 The heavens shook and the earth shook as the 300,000 people shouted in unison. Their voices converged, filling the air with a chilling aura. Even in the High Heaven Palace, several dozen li away, the disciples who stayed behind could clearly hear these cries of "kill." Looking at each other from afar, they knew that their own army was about to set out to kill the enemy. By the time the dust settled, how many of the 300,000 people would be able to return in one piece? How many would be wrapped in horsehide and die on the battlefield? Deep veneration. On Medicine Pill Peak, Xia Ningchang, like the other disciples who stayed behind, gazed in the direction of the army, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Ji Ying stood beside her and sighed softly. You know his abilities. He possesses the space principles and is best at escaping and preserving his life. There is no need to worry too much. I want to go with him. Xia Ningchang bit her lip. Ji Ying said, didn't we agree on this? He also told you that you are an alchemist emperor. Staying here to refine pills is more important than going with him to the battlefield. Every pill you refine here may save a life on the battlefield. I know, Xia Ningchang nodded, but I still want to go with him. Ji Ying still wanted to persuade her, but Xia Ningchang did not give him a chance to speak. Under the night wind, her voice was as soft as jade. Brother, do you know? Ever since we left Tongxian realm, we have been apart from him more often than not. As a man, it is a good thing that he can work hard. We are very happy that he can protect us from danger. But we still want to be with her. Even if we encounter danger, we want to face it together. When he was not here, we worked hard to cultivate so that we could one day be by his side and share his burdens. Now that the opportunity has come, Big Sister, Aluo, Shuiyu, and Big Sister Qing have all gone with him. I want to stay here and refine pills because the quality of the pills I refine is extraordinary and the refining efficiency is extremely high. I also have other responsibilities. Turning her head, she looked at Ji Ying, her beautiful eyes full of pleading, but brother, I really want to go to the battlefield with him and fight side by side with him. I don't want to shelter him from the wind and rain, I just want to help him kill a few enemies and lighten his burden. Ji Ying opened his mouth but eventually smiled and said, Go, he hasn't left yet. It's not too late for you to go now. Brother. Xia Ningchang looked at him in amazement. Ji Ying smiled and said, whether it is going to the battlefield or staying here to refine pills, we are both contributing to the star boundary. There is not much difference. Don't worry, brother will refine your spirit pill for you. Besides, it is rare to be willful in this world, so it is better to follow your heart than force yourself. Xia Ningchang was overjoyed. Many thanks, brother. Then. I'll go now. Seeing Ji Ying nod, he quickly bowed and turned his head to look at the banner with the word kill written on it several dozen kilometers away. His eyes bloomed with sincere joy as his figure flickered and he rushed in that direction. You will definitely return safely. Ji Ying shouted from behind. I know, brother, you take care too. Xia Ningchang's cheerful voice echoed along the way. Several dozen kilometers away, the sounds of battle shook the sky. Yang Kai looked down with a solemn expression when suddenly he raised his brow and looked in the direction of the High Heaven Palace. The sounds of battle suddenly stopped and the clamor that soared into the sky turned silent in an instant. Everyone looked back. They saw a ray of light quickly approaching and landing on the ground, revealing Xia Ningchang's figure. The little senior sister did not look at Yang Kai but directly went in front of Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, cupping her hands and saying, High Heaven Palace's Xia Ningchang has come to receive orders. Yang Xiao was startled and hurriedly dodged. Yang Kai was his adoptive father, and Xia Ningchang was the youngest among the sisters, so how could he accept such a bow? On the contrary, Yang Shui smiled and looked at Yang Kai, then at Xia Ningchang, gently nodded and said, Enter the ranks. Yes. Xia Ningchang ran happily to the middle of the army and stood there. Even though she was wearing a veil, the joy that came from the bottom of her heart was obvious. On the eve of the army's departure, there was an extra person in the middle of the army, and even Yang Kai, the army commander, did not agree to it. This was simply overstepping his authority. After letting Xia Ningchang enter the ranks, Su Yan looked up at Yang Kai on the heavenly Phoenix Town side and raised her chin, giving him a look that said, if you dare to say anything, just try it. Yang Kai pretended not to see and stood in the void with his hands behind his back. He coughed lightly and said, "Everyone is here. Let's set off." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and the sealed world bead flew out, rolling in mid-air. Its huge body covered the sky as it bit down ferociously. The army of 300,000 disappeared in an instant, all of them swallowed into the sealed world bead. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took back the sealed world bead. Looking back, he saw Fu Ling, who was carrying the flag, looking at him with blinking eyes. Fu Ling was the flag bearer of the GZ army. When Yang Kai arrived, she naturally did her best to carry the flag and stood behind Yang Kai, escaping the fate of being swallowed by the rolling bead. Looking at each other, Fu Ling smiled and asked, "Brother-in-law, is it just the two of us left?" Saying so, she threw a coquettish glance at Yang Kai, looking eager to have a go. "Put away the flag." Yang Kai glanced at the blood-red flag behind him. "Oh." Hearing this, Fu Ling nodded and urged the dragon yuan in her body. The 100-kilometer flag wriggled and soon turned into a palm-sized flag. Fu Ling put it away and looked at Yang Kai, "Brother-in-law, let's set off. The journey is long, you have to take care of others. Get the hell in there." Yang Kai simply ignored her flirtatious glances and simply pulled her into his sealed world bead, immediately feeling a sense of tranquility wash over him. In the next moment, space principles surged and Yang Kai disappeared. In the Seven Mist Seas main hall, a huge sand table stood in the middle of the hall. The scenery on the sand table was clearly a miniature version of the two-world passageway. At this moment, more than 20 people gathered around the sand table, all of them at the third stage Emperor realm and above. There was no lack of fake emperors among them. They were all army commanders of the various armies in the star boundary. Facing the sand table, Li Wuyi pointed at the sand table and said, "Ding Chou army will be in charge of this spirit array, with Bing Wei army as support. You must ensure that the spirit array operates effectively without any mistakes." As soon as he finished speaking, an elderly man immediately cupped his fists and said, "Yes, General Master." Another middle-aged man looked at him from the corner of his eyes. "Old man, can you do it? You're already so old, so don't try to be brave. If you can't, my Bing Wei army will be in charge of this spirit array, and your Ding Chou army will be the support." The elderly man chuckled meaningfully. "If this old master can't do it, do you think you can?" General Master's eyes are like torches, so he naturally knows that the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Don't be noisy, just obediently assist this old master in killing the enemy. When we get back, it's not impossible to get 10 or 20% of the credit. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's nose became crooked from anger. Just as he was about to say something, Li Wuyi said indifferently, "Don't argue. The deployment of the array is the result of the Great Emperor's discussion. This king is only responsible for conveying the message. If you have any objections, you can speak to the Great Emperors. As long as the Great Emperors agree to let you swap, this king will not stop them." Hearing that this was the decision of the Great Emperors, the two army commanders stopped quarreling, but the middle-aged man still felt a little indignant and glared hatefully at the elderly man, clearly feeling that his Bing Wei army was stronger than the elderly man's Ding Chou army and should be the one to make the decision. Li Wuyi pointed to another place. "This spirit array is..." Before he could finish speaking, he seemed to sense something and took 2 steps back. The next moment, as the space principles fluctuated, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Seeing this, Li Wuyi smiled slightly. "You're finally here." As soon as Yang Kai appeared, he felt dozens of gazes on him. Even though these gazes did not deliberately release any kind of pressure, he could not help but feel his heart tighten, knowing that the owners of these gazes were definitely not lazy. Looking up again, his eyes narrowed. With his eyesight, how could he not see that the people gathered here were either third-order Emperor realm masters or false emperors? Moreover, from the looks of it, they seemed to be holding an important meeting. Yang Kai quickly cupped his fists. "Greetings, master, greetings, seniors." Li Wuyi reached out and patted him on the shoulder. "It's good that you're here. And, let me introduce you." Turning his head, he looked at the others in the hall and smiled. "This is the Palace Master of the Northern Territories High Heaven Palace, Army Commander Yang Kai of the GZ Army. Many of you are familiar with him, and some of you are meeting him for the first time. However, in the future, we will all be comrades on the battlefield, so we will need to cooperate with each other." There were indeed a few people in the crowd that Yang Kai knew. Not to mention Li Wuyi. Yang Yen was also present, and there were also Wen Zishan, Ma Qing, Bing Yun, the 3 Saint Masters of the ancient wild lands, and a few of the top-ranked Monster King. However, other than these people, he was not familiar with most of them. Although Yang Kai had long known that the star boundary was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons, and that there were many false Emperor Realm Masters who lived in seclusion, he was still surprised to see so many false emperors here. However, on second thought, even the demon path had 4 great demon overlords, which meant that there were at least 4 false emperors, so it was not surprising that the star boundary had so many false emperors. Among the many gazes, there was one that was extremely cold. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that it was Zhang Mo. He could not help but grit his teeth. He had no friendship with Zhang Mo. Chapter 3681. The first time he met Zhang Mo was in the Star Territory. Zhang Mo was also a member of the Star Courtyard, and the Great Desolate Star Territories Wuheng was his subordinate. Back then, when Wuheng urged the Great Desolate Star Territory to devour the Hengluo Star Field, Yang Kai naturally did not agree and fought with him. Wuheng was no match for Zhang Mo, and in a life-and-death crisis, he summoned Zhang Mo to help. At that time, it was Yang Inflammation who appeared and resolved the crisis for Yang Kai. It was also at that time that Zhang Mo saw that Yang Kai seemed to have traces of cultivating the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques were so famous that Zhang Mo was naturally jealous. So after returning to the star boundary, he tried to find traces of him and finally blocked him outside the Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Eastern Territory. Outside the Heavenly Wolf Valley, Yang Kai and the embodiment joined forces to fight fiercely and suffered a big loss. In the end, Qiongqi appeared and beat Zhang Mo into a pig's head. After 2 grudges, when they met again at this time, it was almost a situation of enmity between 2 enemies. Yang Kai naturally did not have a good expression. If it was before, he might have been afraid of Zhang Mo, but now, not to mention the 4 half-saint of demon race in the small sealed world on standby, his own strength had also greatly improved, so he was not necessarily afraid of him. It was fine if Zhang Mo did not come looking for trouble, but if he dared to, Yang Kai would definitely let him know that a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. The other corps commanders were not clear about the grievances between the 2, but they felt that there was something wrong with their expressions when they met, so they vaguely guessed that there should be some kind of gap between the 2. Li Wuyi and Yang Inflammation were clear about it, but now that the demon disaster had not been eliminated and the enemy was in front of them, it was naturally not good to say anything, so he quietly sent a message to Yang Kai, "The overall situation is more important." Yang Kai nodded without a trace. Almost half of the Star Boundary's Legion commanders were gathered here, and Li Wuyi introduced them to Yang Kai one by one. Even though Yang Kai had a good memory, after a round of introductions, he could only remember the names of the Star Boundary's legions. The main reason was that the division of the astral legions was based on the heavenly stems and earthly branches. If one wasn't familiar with them, it would be difficult to differentiate them. However, this wasn't a big deal. In the future, when they fought together, they would naturally become familiar with each other. Compared to the other armies, the GZ army was nothing more than a baby in its infancy. Regardless of seniority or cultivation, Yang Kai was still considered a newcomer. Thus, many of the other commanders treated him warmly. Most of them would praise him with words like, "Every generation produces talented people," or "Heroes emerge from the young," to form a good relationship with him. However, when he introduced an old man, the old man glared at Yang Kai with displeasure, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Yang Kai was puzzled. He didn't know how he had offended the old man. Looking at the old man's face, he had never seen him before. How could he have offended him? He thought to himself, is this guy in cahoots with Zhang Mo? If that's the case, I'll have to be more careful in the future. I don't want to be tricked by these two on the battlefield. However, Li Wui smiled and said, "Don't blame Master Fu for looking at you like that. Master Fu is the Legion commander of the Wu Yin army. Hyoji used to be part of the Wu Yin army." Hearing Li Wui's words, Yang Kai finally understood. He laughed and hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Master Fu." Yang Kai thanks Master Fu for letting him go. Hyoji used to be this old man's subordinate. In the end, he lost to Yang Kai for a while and was poached by Yang Kai. Then, in just a few years, he was able to gather such a large amount of resources for the GZ army. Naturally, the old man was depressed. When Hyoji was in the Wu Yin army, he didn't display such ability. Now that he was gone, he was able to display such strength. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have let Hyoji go no matter what. With Hyoji around, the size of the GZ army might be the glory of the Wu Yin army. Old man Fu snorted and said, "What are you thanking me for? What's there to thank me for? You can only blame this old man for not being able to see clearly and letting the Wu Yin army's pearl be covered in dust. For the Wu Yin army to be under Lord Yang's tutelage, it might be his own good fortune." He paused for a moment before continuing, "However, Lord Yang, the Wu Yin army's GZ army originated from my Wu Yin army. Without the Wu Yin army, your GZ army wouldn't be as large as it is today. This old man doesn't want any benefits from you. In the future, if my Wu Yin army needs anything on the battlefield, the GZ army is on call at any time." Yang Kai immediately replied. Old man Fu's tense expression immediately relaxed. He smiled and said to Yang Kai, "Lord Yang is not bad. In the future, our two families should get closer." "No problem. Master, you are all seniors who have fought on the battlefield for many years. This Yang is new here and has many things to ask of you. When the time comes, I'll have to trouble Master Fu." "Ha ha ha." The old man surnamed Fu laughed heartily and patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. "On the battlefield, if there is anything your army needs, don't hesitate to call this old master. As long as this old master still has a single breath left, he will definitely lead the army to support you so you won't suffer any losses at the hands of those demon beasts. Then I'll thank Master Fu in advance." At this point, the two looked at each other and smiled, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other in many years. It took a bit of time to introduce them one by one. After a while, Li Wui said, "There are other army commanders who aren't here for the time being. If there's a chance in the future, I'll introduce them to you." Yang Kai nodded and glanced at the sand table. He knew that this group of people had gathered here to discuss important matters. He immediately said, "Then I'll go outside and wait. I'll come back later to ask Master about the battlefield." "Don't be in a hurry." Li Wui raised a hand to stop him. "Stay and listen. When the time comes, we'll need your GZ army's help." Yang Kai wanted to go outside just to avoid arousing suspicion. Since Li Wui had said so, he naturally wouldn't refuse. After the commotion, everyone in the hall fell silent. Only Li Wui's confident voice could be heard. Yang Inflammation quietly crept to Yang Kai's side and nudged him with his shoulder. His eyes were fixed on the sand table as he transmitted his voice. "What are you doing in the territory of the lower plains? How come you've been gone for more than 10 years? I thought you wouldn't come back. I'm studying secret arts and cultivating the divine technique. Yang Kai replied truthfully. Yang Inflammation curled his lips. If you want to cultivate, you can just go to the star boundary. Why go to the territory of the lower planes? Tell me honestly, are you hiding some woman there? What nonsense are you spouting? Yang Kai rolled his eyes. The war between the two worlds is not over yet. How can I be in the mood to do such things? Besides, do I lack women? Yang Inflammation snorted. You can't say for sure. As the old saying goes, a wife is inferior to a concubine is inferior to a mistress, and a mistress is inferior to a mistress. Who knows what you're thinking? Yang Kai couldn't be bothered to argue with her, so he changed the subject. I saw an old friend in the territory of the lower plains. Can you guess who it was? Your old flame. Yang Inflammation didn't even think about it. Wukong. Yang Yen exclaimed before quickly covering her red lips with her hand. It was only because she had cried out in surprise that several dozen pairs of eyes in the hall turned towards her in an instant. Yang Kai quickly adjusted his expression and also pretended to be puzzled as he stared towards her. She reacted quickly and quickly pointed to the sand table. This array is very important. Don't you need a large army to guard it? Li Wui shook his head. There's no need for that. This is a death spot. It doesn't matter if the demon race doesn't enter it, but if they do, they won't be able to return. In other words, this spot was deliberately left empty to lure the demon race in. Yang Inflammation gently nodded, a look of understanding on her face. Li Wui continued, but Yang Inflammation quietly stuck out her tongue and waited for a while before sending another message. You saw Wukong? How did you escape from him? Yang Kai smiled. He didn't do anything to me, so why would I escape? Besides, Wukong and Senior Red Dust share the same soul. Wherever he is, Senior Red Dust will also be there. That's true, Yang Inflammation nodded. Is Senior Red Dust all right? Not for the time being, but I heard some news from them. The specific situation has been recorded in a jade slip. You can pass it on to the great emperors for me. Why don't you go yourself? I've just arrived and I'm busy with many things. Where would I find the time? It's settled then. More than a decade ago, Yang Kai used the space spirit bead to teleport to the Iron Blood Great Emperor's side, only to be tricked by him. There was no way he would meet him again. It's not impossible for me to pass it on for you, but what do you have to give me? I don't have anything valuable on me. How about I give myself to you? Come to my room tonight. I'll be waiting for you. Yang Inflammation's eyes flashed with a cold light. The hall was bustling with noise and excitement for half a day before everyone gradually dispersed. Before leaving, Bing Yun nodded slightly to Yang Kai and smiled. Yang Kai also nodded. After everyone left, Li Wui sat down on a chair and a maid immediately came in to serve him tea. After taking a sip of the tea, Li Wui asked, "Has the matter been resolved?" Kai Yang sat on the chair next to him, separated from him by a table. Hearing this, he nodded and said, "It's already been resolved." "That's good." Li Wui was relieved and drank a few more mouthfuls of tea before putting down the cup. "You should have heard what I said just now, right?" Yang Kai recalled the instructions he gave to the various corps commanders before and said, "Do we need to wait for the great array to be completed before we can open the passage between the two worlds?" He originally thought that after returning, he could open the passage between the two worlds and then kill his way into the demon territory. Who knew that things were not like that at all? The astral boundary had other arrangements, so they still needed to wait. Li Wui patted the armrest of his chair and said, "The demon race is brave and the demon race is good at fighting. The astral boundary doesn't have much of an advantage, especially in terms of numbers. We are at a great disadvantage. If we really open the passage between the two worlds and kill our way into the demon territory, even if we have 55 corps commanders, I'm afraid we won't have a good end. It can even be said that if we really do this, we will be the ones to lose in the end. Yang Kai nodded. Among the people in the astral boundary, he was the only one who had been to the demon race's territory. He knew what the demon race's situation was like and how powerful they were, so he naturally understood that Li Wui's words were not exaggerated at all. Chapter 3682. Over the past decade or so, Astral Boundary has been embroiled in continuous battles to purge its enemies. The results have been pretty good. The remaining demon race forces in Astral Boundary have either been annihilated or subdued by Longevity Sky and the others. Even Demon Sky Path has been suppressed to the point of being unable to raise its head. Sect Master Qin Yi was even injured by the Iron Blood Master several years ago and has been in hiding ever since. However, these 10 or so years have also been a buffer period for the demon race to prepare. The passage between the two worlds has been sealed for so long, who knows what the situation is on the other side? Li Wui shook his head with a smile. Perhaps after the passage between the two worlds is opened, the demon race forces on the other side are preparing their troops and waiting for us to walk right into their trap. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. Senior is right. That's why we can't attack them, at least not so recklessly. Li Wui stood up and walked to the center of the hall with his hands behind his back. He turned around and looked at Yang Kai. You know the situation of the passage between the two worlds. The entrance is only so big, and there is a limit to the number of people that can pass through at one time. If Astral Boundary's army rashly enters, they will definitely be at a disadvantage, and vice versa. That's why we need to set up defenses around the passage between the two worlds. Once the various armies are ready, we can open the passage between the two worlds and wait for the demon race forces to arrive. Yang Kai nodded. Demon territory won't last long, and the demon race is more anxious than us. If they discover that the passage between the two worlds has been opened, they will definitely send people to investigate. If they send too few people, it will be useless, but if too many come, they will be eaten in one bite. Li Wui chuckled. Exactly. They should be the anxious ones, so we only need to set up defenses around the passage between the two worlds. As long as the defense line is not broken, the initiative will always be in our hands. It won't be too late to attack when Astral Boundary gains the upper hand. Yang Kai thought for a moment. Then I'm afraid it will take a long time. Maybe a few decades, maybe 100 years. As long as Astral Boundary's stability can be maintained, any price is worth it. I understand. Yang Kai stood up and cupped his fists. The GZ army has arrived at the battlefield. If Master has any instructions, please do not hesitate to let me know. Li Wui said, there's no need for your GZ army to set up the defensive formations. The other armies will take care of it. However, your GZ army has something to do. Once the passage between the two worlds opens and the demon race swarm over, your GZ army will have to face the enemy head-on. In the meantime, I'll arrange a place for you to set up camp and have the army train. A battle between two armies is different from an ordinary battle. In the vast sea of people, sometimes cultivation isn't the key to victory or defeat. Fortunately, although your GZ army is new, there are still many veterans in it. Pass down the order and let Hyoji handle this matter. He naturally knows how to handle it. Understood. Yang Kai agreed. Li Wui then led him to the giant sand table and drew a territory with his hand. With this as the center, the GZ army will set up camp in a radius of 1,000 li. You can handle military matters on your own. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask the other commanders, or you can ask me. A moment later, Yang Kai walked out of the hall. After identifying the direction, he flew into the sky. After another incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai appeared in the desert of the Western Territory. He stood in the void and looked around. He could vaguely see the original location of the passage between the two worlds. That place was originally the border between the demon territory and the star boundary. It was also the place where the demon race gathered. However, after Yang Kai returned more than 10 years ago and sealed the passage between the two worlds, that place gradually became desolate. Until today, there was no one there. Although there was no sign of life there, everyone in the star boundary knew that if the demon race came, they would still come from that direction. Therefore, the Seven Mist Sea had mobilized the various legions to set up a large formation with the passage between the two worlds as the center. 55 legions had surrounded that barren land so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. They were only waiting for the demon race to break through and walk right into the trap. Looking around, there were large barracks several thousand li to the left and right. They were crowded with people. It was obvious that these were the garrisons of the various legions in the star boundary. Every few thousand miles, there would be a large group of such huge barracks, encircling the passageway between the two worlds in a huge circle. While he was observing, a profound light shot into the sky from a large barracks several thousand li away from his right. The light was dazzling and resplendent as it streaked across the horizon. In just a dozen or so breaths, the profound light arrived in front of him and revealed the figure of an old man. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. Master Fu. This old man was the army commander of the Wu Yin army, Fu Renjia, whom he had met in the Seven Mist Sea's main hall. When they had first met, the old man had spoken bluntly to Yang Kai. In fact, he was quite an interesting person. Fu Renjia laughed loudly. I was wondering why this place had been empty all this time. There was no army stationed here either. It turns out that Army Commander Li had long planned to leave this place for Lord Yang. Yang Kai glanced in the direction he had come from and raised his eyebrows. Is that where the Wu Yin army is stationed? That's right. Fu Renjia's face was full of joy. It seems that we will be neighbors from now on. As he spoke, Fu Renjia cupped his fists and said, I will have to ask Lord Yang to take care of me in the future. I dare not, I dare not. Yang Kai hurriedly returned the gesture. This is my first time here. I will have to ask for Master Fu's guidance. I don't know anything about military affairs. Fu Renjia laughed. It doesn't matter if you don't know. As long as Hyoji knows, it's fine. Otherwise, why would you spend so much effort to poach him from this old man? Yang Kai laughed awkwardly and turned his head to look in the other direction. He said, Master Fu, do you know which army is stationed over there? Fu Renjia said in a low voice, Tsangmo. Yang Kai was startled. Before he could react, Fu Renjia laughed loudly. I'm lying, I'm lying. This old man loves to joke with people. Lord Yang, please don't mind. Army Commander Li knows that you and Tsangmo don't get along, so why would he arrange for you to be neighbors? Tsangmo's Jia Xian army is on the other side, far away from you. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and laughed awkwardly. Master Fu can tell? Fu Renjia said, although I don't know what grudges you have with Tsangmo, this old man is not blind. How can I not see? This guy Tsangmo, this old man also doesn't like the look of him. He's not a good person. If you really have grudges with him, you must be careful of him in the future. Yang Kai smiled and didn't comment. Fu Renjia quickly changed the topic. Facing the passage between the two worlds, on your left is this old man's Wu Yin army. On your right is the Bingchen army. You shouldn't be unfamiliar with the army commander of the Bingchen army, right? Senior Bing Yun. When Yang Kai heard this, he was delighted. He turned his head and looked to his right. It seemed that Li Wu Yi was still taking care of him. These two neighbors, one had a good relationship with the other, and the other was easy to get along with. When the war comes in the future, it will be convenient for them to work together. Fu Renjie smiled. That's Bing Yun. TSK. Speaking of which, although there are many women in the Bingchen army, the number of people who killed the demon race is no less than any of the men. Bing Yun is also a commander. As he spoke, he raised his eyebrows and said, since Lord Yang is here, where is the GZ army? I've long heard that the GZ army is full of experts and has a grand lineup. It's a pity that I haven't had the chance to see it. Can this old man broaden his horizons? Yang Kai smiled and said, just in time. Master Fu, please inspect it. As he spoke, he took out the sealed world bead and formed a hand seal. When the sealed world bead was thrown forward, his divine consciousness surged. The void trembled, and a visible layer of ripples appeared between heaven and earth. Wherever the ripples passed, the army hidden in the sealed world bead was revealed. The army still maintained the rolling formation that engulfed them. 10 towns, 10 formations. In a breath, 300,000 people descended like divine soldiers. In an instant, heads were moving, and killing intent was rolling. But it wasn't over yet. Among the crowd, Fu Ling rushed out and stood behind Yang Kai. He waved the flag in his hand. With a whoosh, the 100 miles kill flag covered the sky. It was dark red, as if blood was flowing from the sky. 300,000 people raised their hands in unison, and their voices were as loud as thunder. Greetings, Army Commander Master. The sound waves gathered and rushed to the 9 heavens, causing the sky to change color. The corners of Fu Renjie's eyes twitched. He turned to look at the Wu Yin army, which was thousands of miles away. Then, he looked at the GZ army in front of him. He couldn't hide the envy in his eyes. The Wu Yin army wasn't weak. There were 54 armies in the astral realm, and every one of them had fought their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Fu Renjie thought so too, but comparisons were always bad. Now that he saw the might of the army in front of him and compared it to his own army, he suddenly felt like he was the king of a mountain. He couldn't be compared. Then, he looked at Hyoji below. Fu Renjie felt his heart ache. Yang Kai carefully observed the old man's expression and knew that he had been somewhat irritated, so he didn't dare to make any more noise, quickly saying, with this place as the center, within a 1,000-kilometer radius will be our army's encampment. Each town will divide their own territory and set up camp. Yes. Another roar of acknowledgement sounded, and the army immediately got busy. Good. Fu Renjie took a deep breath and couldn't help but praise. The GZ army is like a tiger descending from the mountain and a dragon descending into the sea. In the future, you will definitely achieve great things on the battlefield. Master Fu, you flatter me. Fu Renjie turned to look at the sealed world bead in Yang Kai's hand. He raised his eyebrows and said, I've long heard that Lord Yang has a space artifact that can hide living people. I've never had the chance to see it. I guess this is it, right? Yes. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously grasped the sealed world bead tightly. He thought to himself, this old man can't be thinking about my treasure, right? Although they hadn't known each other for long, this old man was very easygoing and open-minded. However, the more open-minded he was, the more likely he was to lose face. How could Yang Kai not be wary of him? This is called the sealed world bead. It was given to me by Master Yang Inflammation years ago. However, although this thing is mysterious, it can only be used by those who possess the power of space. It's useless even if someone else has it. As soon as he said this, Fu Renjie's shining eyes dimmed. This old man really wants to steal my treasure? Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fu Renjie didn't give up. He smacked his lips and said, Lord Yang possesses the power of space and is proficient in the laws of space. Can't he refine this thing and allow those who don't possess the power of space to use it? Take the space spirit bead for example. This thing is also related to the laws of space, but it's also being used in the army now. Chapter 3683. How far was the third-order Tao source realm from the Emperor realm? If one understood, the distance would be as small as a piece of paper. If not, the distance would be as wide as heaven and earth. Many things in the world were like this. For example, the sealed world bead could hide a living person. Fu Renjie said, "Lord Yang, this is what I think. Such a treasure is hard to come by. If we can promote it in the army, it will definitely be of great use. Think about it, if I am fighting a strong enemy alone and the situation is in a stalemate, and I suddenly summon a few strong helpers, how will the enemy react? What will the outcome be? Also, I don't know if Lord Yang has thought about it, but this treasure is most suitable for marching an army. Just like this time, Lord Yang came from the Northern Territory alone. How can the time he spent leading the GZ army here be comparable? On the battlefield, mobilizing an army is a very troublesome matter, but sometimes, speed is the most important thing. It is really a headache. However, if we have a treasure like the sealed world bead to help us, he. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, I understand what Master Fu is saying. Perhaps I can try to refine something similar to the sealed world bead. If Fu Renjie had told him this before he created heaven and earth and refined heaven and earth, he might not have thought of anything. However, after more than 10 years of meditation and cultivation, Yang Kai immediately thought of many things after hearing Fu Renjie's words. The sealed world bead was refined by a powerful senior. Since someone had done it before, it might not be impossible for him. Moreover, he had more than 10 years of experience to learn from. He didn't dare to say that he would succeed, but Yang Kai was at least 60% to 70% confident. Fu Renjie's eyes lit up. Lord Yang can really do it. I'll try my best. Fu Renjie rubbed his hands and chuckled. Then this old man will have to thicken his skin and negotiate with Lord Yang in advance. If he can really refine something like this, the Wu Yin army will want a share. Well said. If we really succeed in refining it, we will definitely reward Master Fu. Fu Renjie laughed and patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. If your GZ army needs any help in the future, don't hesitate to call this old man. Thank you, Master Fu. Yang Kai cupped his hands. Fu Renjie waved his hand and said, there will be plenty of time in the future. Let's get closer to each other in the future. Lord Yang has just arrived and is busy with military affairs. I won't disturb you any longer. I'll visit you another day. Yang Kai nodded and said, Master Fu, take care. As soon as they sent Fu Renjie off, Hyoji flew over to ask where the commander's tent should be set up. He had chosen 3 decent places for Yang Kai to decide. Yang Kai didn't mind too much and told him to do as he pleased. He turned around and busied himself with the rest of the army. Just as Li Wui had said, although the GZ army had just been formed, there were many veterans in the army. Even if there were some new recruits who didn't know anything about military affairs, they quickly familiarized themselves with the new recruits. The army busied themselves. When night fell, the 800 li of camp stretched out. Tents crisscrossed with each other, and the army was at its peak. The commander's tent was placed in the center of the camp. It was extremely eye-catching and separated into an inner and outer tent. The inner tent was where Yang Kai rested and had all the necessary amenities. The outer tent was where the higher-ups of the army discussed matters. It was spacious and there was even a large leather drum outside the tent. It had been refined so that when it was struck, the sound would travel 1,000 li. It was enough to ensure that the entire GZ army could hear it. The South Gate army had also set out with the army this time. They led a group of formation masters to set up a large formation outside the commander's tent. Inside the camp, Hyoji had arranged for people to patrol. The demon race had yet to appear, but the camp was already filled with an austere atmosphere. Yang Kai was sitting in the outer tent when a beautiful figure lifted the curtain and entered. It was Su Yan, who was wrapped in a fragrant wind, entering the tent. Yang Kai smiled, but Su Yan's expression was serious. She walked over and cupped her fists. "Master." "Cough, what's the matter?" Yang Kai wasn't used to his wife suddenly acting so formally. However, there were outsiders in the tent, so he couldn't appear too casual. Su Yan said, "I heard that the Bingchen army is stationed on the right. This humble one hasn't seen Master for many years and would like to pay him a visit. I hope that Master will allow me." Yang Kai suddenly understood. He stood up and said, "Let's go together. I also want to pay a visit to Senior Bing Yun." Previously, in the Seven Mist Sea Palace, before Bing Yun left, she had sent a message to Yang Kai, telling him to settle down and pay her a visit. He didn't know what she had to say, but Yang Kai had originally planned to pay her a visit. Now that Su Yan had this idea, he naturally would go with her. Su Yan nodded and followed closely behind Yang Kai. After leaving the commander's tent, the two of them identified the direction and soared into the sky. A moment later, the two of them were already 1,000 li away from the GZ army. Yang Kai slowed down and waited for Su Yan to come closer before reaching out and holding her soft hand. Su Yan fidgeted for a moment and looked around with a guilty conscience. Seeing that there was no one around, she finally relaxed. She turned her head and glared at Yang Kai, but let him do as he pleased. However, she never thought that Yang Kai would go overboard and pull her into his embrace. Su Yan's face turned red. She placed her hand on Yang Kai's chest and tried to maintain a distance from him. She said in a small voice, "Don't be like this." No one saw. Yang Kai was thick-skinned and used even more strength in his hand. "Even if no one saw, you can't be like this." As she spoke, Su Yan ruthlessly pinched Yang Kai's arm. While he was in pain, she took the opportunity to break free from his grip. She pursed her red lips and said, "We sisters have discussed it. In the army, there is no such thing as love. No matter in front of others or in private, we can't be too close to you." Yang Kai was shocked. "There's such a thing? How come I didn't know about it? When did you discuss it?" Su Yan pursed her lips and smiled, "The night before we set off." "Who suggested this? What nonsense." Yang Kai's face was fierce, and his eyes shone with an ominous light. "You don't need to know who suggested it. You are now the Legion commander of the GZ army. You have to set an example in everything you do. There are hundreds of thousands of eyes in the army watching you. If you don't act like a Legion commander and indulge in your selfish desires, the GZ army won't be an army." "So, junior brother, what junior brother?" Yang Kai glared at her. Su Yan changed her words and blushed with embarrassment. "Husband, just bear with it. In the future, there will be a time when you'll be able to enjoy the fruits of your labor." "Bear with it until when?" Yang Kai's face darkened. He had a bad premonition. Su Yan said in a small voice, "When the dust of the war of the two realms settles." Yang Kai chuckled, "You are really my good wives. You're always thinking about your husband. I'm so touched." Su Yan pinched his arm. "Don't say such things out of anger. You know that we are doing this for your own good." Yang Kai's interest waned. He smacked his lips and said, All right. In the future, I will restrain myself and discipline others. That should be fine, right?" He sneered in his heart. Such an important matter was decided without even discussing it with him. "Who cares about you?" Su Yan nodded in satisfaction. "I will make it up to you in the future." Yang Kai beamed with joy and pulled Su Yan back into his embrace. how will you make it up to me? Su Yan blushed again and didn't say anything. Yang Kai continued to chuckle and changed the topic. Tell me honestly, who suggested this? I won't tell you. Su Yan shook her head. Her hair brushed past Yang Kai's cheek, tickling him. Was it that girl Zhu Qing? I knew it had to be her. Only she would suggest such a thing. Just watch how I deal with her later. Yang Kai said fiercely. It wasn't her. Don't ask. Su Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She made a mental note to stay with Zhu Qing when they returned to avoid being taken advantage of by Yang Kai. A few thousand kilometers wasn't too far. Yang Kai and Su Yan both slowed down and arrived at their destination in the time it would take for a stick of incense to burn. Flying over, they arrived outside the camp. Immediately, someone blocked their way and shouted, "Who are you? The Third-Day Army's camp is not to be trespassed." As soon as the voice fell, a figure jumped out and raised her hand. Don't be rude. The person who had just arrived took 2 steps forward and bowed. Greetings, Brother Yang. Junior Sister Lu. Yang Kai looked at her and chuckled. It has been many years since we last met. Junior Sister has already broken through to the Emperor realm. As expected, your talent is extraordinary. Congratulations. The person who had just arrived was also an acquaintance. She was Lu Xianyun, who was born in the territory of the Great Desolate Star and had fallen into the Blue Feather sect together with Yang Kai. When she entered Bing Yun's tutelage, Lu Xianyun was already a Dao Source realm cultivator. After so many years, she had also become a master in the Emperor realm. Yang Kai was gratified. There was nothing happier than seeing an old friend safe and sound. Lu Xianyun smiled sweetly. I can't compare to little junior sister. Little junior sister entered the sect the latest, but her talent is the best. Honored master is full of praise for her. The little junior sister she was referring to was naturally Su Yan. Junior sister Lu, you are here for. Yang Kai looked at her. Lu Xianyun said, on the orders of my honored master, I am here to wait for master. Unconsciously, she had changed the way she addressed Yang Kai. It was not that she wanted to alienate him, but there were rules in the army. It was inappropriate to keep calling him brother and junior sister. She turned sideways and gestured, Master, please. Yang Kai nodded, thank you for your trouble. They walked all the way to the commander's tent. Lu Xianyun stopped and turned back, Master, please wait a moment. I will report to honored master. Yang Kai had nothing to say since he was already here, so he waited outside the tent with Su Yan. After a while, Lu Xianyun came out with a strange expression, honored master is not here. Master, please follow me. Yang Kai said, does Senior Bing Yun have something to deal with? If so, I can wait here for a while. Lu Xianyun shook her head, I don't know. Honored master left a message saying that master is here and will take you to another place to see her. Yang Kai nodded and followed behind Lu Xianyun. He looked around at the Bing Chen army. Along the way, they met many Bing Chen army soldiers. They quickly stopped and bowed. After walking for a while, the 3 of them came to another tent. There was a formation outside the tent, so they could not see what was going on inside. However, since Lu Xianyun was here, it meant that Bing Yun should be here. After stopping, Lu Xianyun cupped her hands and said, Honored Master, the GZ Army's Lord Yang has come to visit. Bing Yun's voice immediately came from inside, come in. Lu Xianyun reached out and opened the curtain. She smiled at Yang Kai and Su Yan, please. Yang Kai stepped inside and raised his head, only to see Bing Yun looking at him with a smile. Just as she was about to salute him, she suddenly noticed another pair of eyes staring at her. He turned his head and saw a pair of clear eyes. Chapter 3684. Bing Yun wasn't the only one in the tent. Ji Yao was there too. Yang Kai looked at the decorations in the tent and realized that this should be Ji Yao's tent. Ji Yao was the commander of the Bingchen army and had a high position. Naturally, she had the right to have her own personal space. However, he didn't know why Bing Yun would meet him here. "Greetings, senior." Yang Kai gathered his thoughts and bowed. Behind him, Su Yan also bowed. "Disciple greets master." Bing Yun smiled and raised his hand. "Rise. We aren't outsiders. There's no need to be so courteous." Yang Kai straightened his body and looked at Ji Yao, who was standing behind Bing Yun. He smiled. "We haven't seen each other for many years. Junior sister Yao is still as elegant as ever." Ji Yao lowered her head and bowed. "Greetings, brother." Her voice was soft and slightly trembling. It was hard to detect. "Sit down and talk." Bing Yun pointed to a chair at the side. Yang Kai was terrified. "Junior can just stand in front of senior." Bing Yun glared at him. "Don't call me senior. Now that we are all army commanders, we should be on equal footing. In the future, on the battlefield, my Bingchen army might have to trouble you. Do you have to be so courteous with me?" Since he had already said this much, Kai Yang thought about it for a moment, then no longer insisted and sat down. Bing Yun smiled. "That's right. Not to mention that our two sects have always supported each other. My precious disciple's heart is also with you. We are a family. You don't have to be so courteous in the future." Yang Kai had a guilty conscience. Sweat appeared on his forehead as he nodded. Bing Yun changed the topic. "I heard from Army Commander Li that you have been in the lower dimension territory for the past 10 years. Is everything okay in the lower dimension territory?" Yang Kai replied, "Everything is fine in the lower dimension territory. There aren't any major issues." "That's good." Bing Yun nodded. Yang Kai originally thought that she had called him over because she had something important to discuss with him, but who would have thought that after they sat down, Bing Yun didn't have anything to say, so she just casually chatted with him. Naturally, Yang Kai answered all her questions. On the other hand, Bing Yun had been the Legion commander for many years. Yang Kai was new here and had some questions to ask her. Bing Yun did not hide anything and shared her experience of leading the army to fight against the demon race. Yang Kai felt that he had gained a lot, so he memorized it carefully. As the two of them chatted, Su Yan and Ji Yao were also whispering to each other behind their backs, smiling from time to time. Yang Kai didn't know what they were talking about, nor did he know why they were so happy. Half an hour later, while Bing Yun was drinking tea, Su Yan said, "Master, when Disciple was cultivating recently, Disciple's Emperor's Core felt blocked when it traveled to Dantian. Is there a problem?" Bing Yun turned to look at her. Su Yan blushed and lowered her head. Bing Yun smiled. "Come with me, I'll check for you." "Yes." Su Yan responded respectfully and followed Bing Yun out of the tent. After the two of them left, Yang Kai frowned and looked at Ji Yao. "Junior sister Yao, is there a problem with Su Yan's cultivation?" If there was a problem with cultivation, it was not a small matter. If it was light, one's Emperor's Core would reverse and impact the meridians. If it was serious, one's cultivation would go astray and become the demon race. Yang Kai couldn't help but worry. Why haven't I heard her mention it? Ji Yao faintly rolled her eyes at Yang Kai, then turned and walked into the tent. Kai Yang was bewildered by her actions, so he asked a few more questions. Who would have thought that Ji Yao still wouldn't pay attention to him? After entering the tent, she directly closed the bead curtain. Yang Kai was anxious and wanted to go out to see what was going on, but this was related to the secret of Ice Heart Valley's secret art. He wasn't an Ice Heart Valley disciple, so he couldn't act rashly. After walking around the tent for a while, Yang Kai suddenly raised his brow. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. His eyes darted around and his breathing suddenly became heavy. Logically speaking, if there was a problem with Su Yan's cultivation, she should have told him. Moreover, Bing Yun didn't have to avoid him and directly took Su Yan away. Today's matter was a bit strange. Considering all this, Yang Kai came to the entrance of the tent and poked his head out to take a look, only to see that the outside of the tent was empty. The cultivator who had been standing guard outside was nowhere to be seen, and there were no patrols around. Retracting his head, Yang Kai sniffed and looked around with a guilty conscience before walking over to the bead curtain, clenching his fists and coughing lightly. "Junior Sister Yao." There was no reply from the tent, but Yang Kai clearly heard Ji Yao's breathing become a little faster. "Can I come in?" Yang Kai asked again. There was still no reply from the tent. After waiting for a long time, Ji Yao's low voice called out, "Who's stopping you?" Her voice was soft and slightly resentful. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, lifted the bead curtain, and stepped into the tent. This should be Ji Yao's resting place, but it didn't have the usual lavish decorations. The disciples of Iceheart Valley were relatively indifferent in temperament and didn't have much desire for luxurious living facilities, so Ji Yao's tent was clearly decorated at a glance. Only the pink curtain hanging above her bed added some color to this small space. At this moment, Ji Yao was sitting on the edge of the bed, her side facing Yang Kai. Her head was lowered, like a statue, not moving at all. The candlelight flickered, illuminating her white cheeks. Rubbing his hands together, Kai Yang walked briskly, like old man Wang sneaking into Widow Li's house in the middle of the night. He was acting like a thief. Coming to Ji Yao's side, Yang Kai sat down and reached out to grab her soft shoulders. Ji Yao twisted her body to get rid of him, turning her back to him. Yang Kai chuckled and stretched out his hand to squeeze her shoulder. "What's wrong? Are you angry? Tell me, who provoked you?" Ji Yao sighed and whispered, "I don't have the face to see anyone." "What?" Yang Kai was puzzled by her words. "What do you mean you don't have the face to see anyone?" Ji Yao sighed again, turned around, looked into Yang Kai's eyes, and said helplessly, "Why do you think Honored Master called you here to see you in my tent? Do you think little junior sister really has some kind of problem with her cultivation that she needs Honored Master's help?" Yang Kai had already thought of this, but at this moment, he pretended not to know and asked in a stunned voice, "You mean?" Ji Yao blushed and said, "Honored Master deliberately came here to see you, and little junior sister casually found an excuse to leave with Honored Master in order to give you some space alone with me." Yang Kai's eyes widened. "They all know?" Ji Yao covered her face with her hand. "I really don't have the face to see little junior sister in the future. What should I do?" Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He reached out and pulled her hand away from her face, comforting her, "Even if that's the case, it's nothing. Since Senior Bing Yun and Su Yan know, then we don't have to be so sneaky in the future." "No." Ji Yao shook her head, her hair fluttering in the wind. If little junior sister wasn't little junior sister, then it wouldn't be a big deal. But she is little junior sister. If this were to spread out, as a senior sister, how could I steal junior sister's man? Then what should we do? They already know. Ji Yao bit her red lips, hesitation and struggle in her eyes. After a moment, she looked at Yang Kai and said miserably, "Let's not meet in private in the future. This is the last time." Yang Kai blinked. Before he could say anything, Ji Yao had already leaned over and lightly pressed her cold lips against his. Like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, Yang Kai didn't have time to taste that touch of cold softness. Ji Yao had already stood up and said in a trembling voice, "Go." How could Yang Kai leave? He reached out and pulled Ji Yao into his arms. While she was gasping in surprise, he lowered his head and pressed his lips against hers. For a moment, he was in a daze, his mind was in a mess, on the fragrant bed, two hot bodies were entangled. At first, Ji Yao resisted a little, but after 3 to 5 breaths, she was already panting heavily. Her arms were wrapped around Yang Kai's neck, her clothes were messy. Yang Kai was surprised to find that Ji Yao didn't resist this time. In the past, when he took off her clothes, she would firmly defend it. But this time, she didn't resist at all. Encouraged by this, Yang Kai became even more ferocious. While he was busy, Yang Kai's movements suddenly paused. His eyes widened as he reached out and grabbed the quilt beside him, covering Ji Yao's messy clothes. Then, he turned his head and looked over. Ji Yao was panting, her face flushed red. Gasping for breath, she said, "What?" As soon as she finished speaking, she realized that something was wrong. There seemed to be another person in the room. Thinking back carefully, there seemed to be an unusual fluctuation of energy just now. Ji Yao was shocked. Looking over, she saw a graceful figure standing beside the bed. The owner of the figure lifted the pink curtain and stared in front of her with a shocked expression. The person who came didn't seem to expect to see this scene. For a moment, she was in a daze. "You Ru Meng." Ji Yao frowned. She immediately recognized the identity of the person who came. At the same time, she also knew how she appeared here. She must have activated the space spirit bead connected to Yang Kai. That was why she appeared here. Yang Kai's eyelids twitched violently. He laughed and said, "Ru Meng, why are you here?" There was nothing more embarrassing than this. Yang Kai was half lying on Ji Yao's body. At this moment, he didn't know whether to get up or not. Even if it was a woman close to him, she would be ashamed to be seen like this. I just came to see you. You Ru Meng said casually, because I felt that you were nearby. With the Heart Seal secret technique, when Yang Kai arrived at the battlefield in the Western Territory, she had already sensed it. However, it was inconvenient for her to move during the day. Moreover, Yang Kai was new here, so he must be busy with many things. So, she thought that she would find him at night. Who knew that after activating the space spirit bead, she would appear in a woman's boudoir? After saying this, Yu Ru Meng realized that it was others who should be panicking. Why should she be panicking? She immediately sneered, "This is really surprising, haha." If the person on the bed with Yang Kai was Su Yan, Xia Ning Chang, or any other woman that Yu Ru Meng knew, she wouldn't be surprised. However, the one lying under Yang Kai was Ji Yao. Yu Ru Meng knew Ji Yao and was no stranger to her. Chapter 3685. This. Yang Kai scratched his head and couldn't come up with a decent excuse for a long time. Yu Ru Meng looked at Yang Kai and then at Ji Yao and sneered, "You've been busy for a long time and still haven't taken off your clothes. Aren't you too useless? Do you need my help?" "Help? Help with what?" Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Yu Ru Meng glanced at Ji Yao and chuckled, "This girl's primordial Yin hasn't faded yet. Obviously, she's still a virgin. If it's her first time tonight, there will be a lot of unfamiliarity. I'll look after her and pass on some experience to her." Cough. "Don't make trouble." Yang Kai suddenly felt a little weak. He didn't know if Yu Ru Meng was talking out of anger or something else. Yu Ru Meng curled her lips and said, "If you want to eat, then eat. What are you afraid of? You have so many women, have I ever cared about you? Anyway, it's just one more." As she spoke, she suddenly smiled and her beautiful eyes emitted a soul-stirring light. "Why don't you and I do a demonstration first and let my sister watch from the side?" Not only did she say this, but Yu Ru Meng also really put it into action. Her delicate body flashed and she had already climbed onto the bed and sat on top of Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately froze on the spot. Ji Yao also couldn't bear it and quickly jumped down from the other side of the bed. She bit her red lips and said, You guys talk, I'll go outside and take a look." She fled in panic. Behind her came Yu Ru Meng's charming laughter. After Ji Yao left, Yu Ru Meng looked down at Yang Kai condescendingly with a smile. A pair of jade hands gently stroked Yang Kai's chest, giving him a strange feeling of numbness. Yang Kai swallowed his saliva and said, "This is not good. After all, this is Ji Yao's room. Isn't this like a turtledove occupying a magpie's nest? Why don't we change a place? Don't you think this is very exciting?" Yu Ru Meng bent down and looked at him with charming eyes. Yang Kai shook his head, then nodded vigorously. Yu Ru Meng's jade-like hands wandered up and down her chest. Her clothes were gradually unbuttoned. Yu Ru Meng's breathing quickened. She blew air into Yang Kai's ear while she spoke. Her voice was almost sleep-talking. "When did you get together with her?" "Not long, not long." Yang Kai reached out his hands and held her slim waist. Yu Ru Meng swatted away his mischievous hands and assumed a posture of wanting to take the initiative. She chuckled and said, "No wonder people say that a wife is not as good as a concubine and a concubine is not as good as a mistress. It turns out that you like this kind of thing. There's no such thing." Yang Kai flatly denied, his blood boiling. "Originally, when Su Yan and the others sent me a letter to form an alliance, I didn't want to bother with them, but now it seems, Yang Kai was stunned. "Su Yan and the others want to form an alliance with you? What alliance? Oh, you're also communicating with Su Yan?" Yu Ru Meng smiled and said, "They are all your women, so naturally I should get to know them. In the past 10 years when you were not here, although I didn't see them much, I did send them a lot of messages. My sisters are not bad, but there are a lot of them. However, you are strong and full of tricks, so I don't think they will be left alone in the future. What kind of alliance do they want to form with you?" Yang Kai asked. He had an ominous premonition. Yu Ru Meng laughed again and again. "What alliance? They just want to say that in the face of a great enemy, you, as the army commander, should lead by example and not be too self-indulgent." Yang Kai swallowed his saliva and said, "Did you agree with them?" "Why would I agree with them?" Yu Ru Meng sneered, "This queen does not need others to tell her what to do. That makes sense. You absolutely can't agree with them." Yang Kai nodded fiercely. Yu Ru Meng smiled sweetly, "I didn't agree at first, but now it seems." As she spoke, she suddenly twisted Yang Kai's waist with so much force that Yang Kai's face distorted and he let out a strange cry. "It's time to form an alliance with them. Anyway, you can sneak outside. Why do you need us sisters to serve you?" The strange cry alarmed Ji Yao in the outer tent. Ji Yao asked nervously, What's wrong?" Yu Ru Meng reached out and covered Yang Kai's mouth, not letting him speak. She gasped and said, No, nothing." There was no movement in the outer tent, and it was quiet. After a while, Yu Ru Meng turned over and got out of bed, coldly snorting, "Stinky thing." Without giving Yang Kai a chance to speak again, she stepped out. After a few steps, she suddenly thought of something and reached out to ruffle her hair and wrinkle her dress. She opened the bead curtain and came to the outer tent. Ji Yao looked over in horror, her beautiful eyes widening. Yu Ru Meng's face was flushed red, her charming eyes like a moisturized flower, smiling sweetly at her. "Tonight, he's yours." She walked out of the tent and soared into the sky. Ji Yao looked outside and then back at the inner tent, frowning and hesitating for a long time, but still feeling a little uneasy. She quickly walked in. Looking up, she saw Yang Kai lying on the big bed, his eyes lifeless, as if his body had been hollowed out. Ji Yao's eyes reddened as she walked forward and helped him up, leaning against him, distressed. "How could this be? What did she do to you?" Yang Kai glanced at her and sighed, unable to speak. He couldn't tell her that it was because Yu Meng didn't do anything to him that he was like this. Originally, it was a good thing, but with Yu Meng's interference, he lost all interest, so he got up and dressed. After a while, Yang Kai and Ji Yao walked out of the tent. Su Yan was already waiting outside. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Su Yan frowned. Did Ru Meng come just now? You saw her? Yang Kai blushed. Su Yan said, Honored Master said that she sensed Ru Meng's aura. Why did she come? She looked at Ji Yao worriedly, wanting to ask if she disturbed them, but she couldn't bring herself to ask. Yang Kai stammered for a while, unable to say anything. The two bid farewell and Ji Yao sent them off. After returning to the GZ army's encampment, Su Yan returned to Tianfeng town's camp, while Yang Kai returned to the commander's tent alone. Hyoji came to report that the GZ army had just arrived at the encampment today and had already set up camp. He asked for instructions on how to train the army. This was not a small matter. Yang Kai also knew that the GZ army had just been formed and had not yet fought a battle against the demon race, so their foundation was not stable. However, there was no battle to fight now, so they could only train on their own. He immediately gathered his thoughts and summoned the 10 leaders of the town to discuss training matters. Most of the leaders of the town had been tempered on the battlefield, so their understanding of military matters was much greater than Yang Kai's. Each of them expressed their own opinions, and Hyoji learned from their strengths to make up for their weaknesses. After summarizing everything, they quickly came up with a plan. Yang Kai passed down the order. When there was no battle, the army was to train according to the plan. The leaders of the town loudly agreed. When the meeting was adjourned, it was already late at night. Yang Kai was just about to enter his tent to rest when a guard came in and reported, Master, Ling Xiaofan commander, Master Xian Yu has made some food and is bringing it over. Yang Kai did not react at first, but after thinking for a while, he realized that the so-called fan commander was most likely referring to Shanqing Luo. Overjoyed, he raised his hand and said, Tell her to come in. Yes. The guard obeyed and left. A moment later, Shanqing Luo's waist swayed gracefully as she walked in carrying a food box. Arriving in front of Yang Kai, she politely bowed, This humble servant greets Sir. Sir must be tired, so this humble servant has prepared some snacks for Sir. Yang Kai laughed, There are no outsiders, so don't be so polite. Come, let me see what delicious food you made. Today, Yang Kai had been tormented by his women. First, he hit a wall with Su Yan. Then, he failed with Ji Yao. Then, he was caught in bed by Yu Meng. At this time, Shanqing Luo was so considerate that Yang Kai was really touched. Shanqing Luo pursed her lips and smiled. She walked forward and put the box of food on the table. Then, with a twist of her waist, she turned around and sat on Yang Kai's lap. Yang Kai hugged her and reached out to open the box of food. His expectation turned into shock, There's nothing. The food box was empty. There wasn't any food in it. Shanqing Luo smiled coquettishly. Her plump buttocks rubbed against Yang Kai's thighs. It was shockingly elastic. Her tender body was also burning hot. She reached out to draw circles on Yang Kai's chest and said in a soft voice, There is, but I don't know if it's to husband's taste. After saying that, she tapped her red lips and smiled gently. Yang Kai understood what she meant. He immediately became vigilant. Did your eldest sister send you to test me? Shanqing Luo smiled even more happily. She reached out and waved at Yang Kai, indicating for him to come closer. Yang Kai leaned back and shook his head like a rattledrum. He said vigilantly, If I go closer, won't my wives immediately activate the space spirit bead to catch me in the act? Shanqing Luo was so angry that she laughed. She reached out to grab Yang Kai's ear and pulled him closer. She put her red lips on Yang Kai's and exhaled, I was the one who suggested the alliance and left you alone. Yang Kai was furious. He was about to teach her a lesson when he saw her sly smile. He suddenly understood, you want to eat alone. Shanqing Luo smiled sweetly, so what if I do? Yang Kai was shocked, how dare you? Let your eldest sister and the others know later, that's my business. Shanqing Luo raised 2 fingers and lifted Yang Kai's chin. She blew air at him, I don't know if husband has the guts. If you don't, Luo can leave now. Yang Kai sneered. He picked up Shanqing Luo by the waist and strode into the tent, let me see if tonight's supper is to my taste. Shanqing Luo hugged Yang Kai's neck and couldn't stop giggling. The GZ army was at its peak, and its lineup was unprecedentedly strong. When comparing the strength of an army, the GZ army was definitely a giant among the 55 armies in the astral boundary. The other armies couldn't compare to them. The strong soldiers and fierce generals added luster to Yang Kai's face. On the second day after the army set up camp, all the commanders of the various armies came to visit. Yang Kai got to know quite a few people. When the commanders observed the army's drill, they couldn't help but reveal envious expressions. They wished that they could take his place and lead this army to attack the demon's den and flatten the demon's territory. Yang Kai handed the army over to Hyoji. He had nothing to do. During the day, he received the commanders of the various armies and chatted with many reclusive experts to improve their relationship. At night, he ate the supper that Luo sent over. The days passed quickly. After a few busy days, the GZ army finally calmed down. Chapter 3686. On the 7 Mist Seas side, the spirit array that surrounded the passage between the 2 worlds was still being set up. The mobilization of the various armies and the adjustment of the spirit array was not something that could be completed in a day or 2. According to Li Wuyi's estimation, it would be considered fast if the spirit array could be completed within half a year. Therefore, the 7 Mist Sea had issued an order that the passage between the 2 worlds would be opened in half a year and a year at the latest. At that time, the decisive battle with the demon race would begin. The various armies of the star boundary were eager to fight. Yang Kai had returned to the lower star territory. He was proficient in space principles and had obtained the approval of the star boundary. He had refined the star territory source. If he wanted to return to the star territory, he did not need to go through the star court. He had an advantage that other star territories did not have. Last time, it took him more than 10 years to create the star boundary and refine the star boundary before he finally separated the small sealed world from the second territory. This time, he wanted to refine a space artifact similar to the sealed world bead. He had this idea because he was awakened by Fu Renjia's words. Fu Renjia was right. If he had a space artifact, it would be very convenient for the various armies of the star boundary, whether it was marching, fighting, or taking the enemy by surprise. Refining a space artifact was a piece of cake for Yang Kai. Strictly speaking, the meteorites and dead stars that he had refined before could be regarded as space artifact. If it was in Yang Kai's hands, it would be able to accommodate living people and take in living creatures. But those without space principles would not be able to use them. Therefore, the only problem in front of him now was how to let those who did not understand space principles activate the power of these artifacts. With the precedent of the space spirit bead as a reference, it would not be difficult to solve this problem. Yang Kai was confident that he could solve this problem before the decisive battle, but it would take some time to refine them. In the core of a small dead star, Yang Kai woke up as if he had fallen asleep. The space principles turned into invisible vibrations that spread out and affected the entire dead star. Under the effect of the space principle, the size of the dead star strangely shrank. After an unknown period of time, when Yang Kai opened his eyes once more, the Death Star had already transformed into a round pearl. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to pick up the round pearl, and then frowned as he sized it up for a long time. After pondering for a moment, he put it away. Half a day later, Yang Kai appeared beside Su Yan in the Western Territories GZ Army camp. Su Yan was meditating in her own tent. She sat cross-legged on the bed. At first glance, she saw Yang Kai appear beside her. She thought that he was going to do something bad. She blushed and said, "Husband, don't mess around. It's still daytime. If you mess around, I will call for help." "Why are you calling me?" Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He reached out and pulled her up. "Come with me." Su Yan was stunned. "Where are we going?" "To test out something," Yang Kai casually explained. When they left the tent, they happened to encounter a group of patrolling soldiers. When the patrol captain saw Yang Kai and Su Yan walk out of the tent together, he immediately waved his hand and led his team away. "Stop!" Yang Kai shouted from behind. The patrol captain's body stiffened. He slowly turned around and said with a sad face, "Master, this subordinate didn't see anything." After saying this, he looked at his subordinates and asked, "Did you see anything?" Everyone shook their heads like a rattledrum. Su Yan blushed. She didn't know whether she should explain or not. Yang Kai led her to the patrol captain and stuffed the bead in his hand into her hand. He pointed to the patrol captain and said, "Take him in." Su Yan looked down at the round pearl in her hand and her beautiful eyes lit up. "Did you succeed?" Before Yang Kai left, he had told the higher-ups of the army about his plan, so when Su Yan heard this, she thought that Yang Kai had succeeded. Yang Kai shook his head, "I don't know. That's why I asked you to try." Su Yan nodded. She stood in front of the patrol captain and held the round pearl in her hand. Her emperor chi and divine sense surged, enveloping the area in front of her. Opposite her, the patrol captain trembled like a quail without a nest in winter. With a sad face, he said, "Master, this subordinate really didn't see anything, shut up." Yang Kai interrupted him. The patrol captain immediately fell silent and his body trembled. After a while, Su Yan's emperor chi calmed down and she withdrew her divine sense. She looked at Yang Kai and shook her head, "It's useless." She tried several times but couldn't take the person opposite her into the round pearl. Sure enough, Yang Kai wasn't too disappointed. He took back the thing in Su Yan's hand and frowned, wondering where the problem was. With a soft gulp, the patrol captain, who had been standing in place and didn't dare to move, gulped nervously. He didn't know what would happen if he interrupted the two masters' plan. Yang Kai looked up and asked, "Why are you still standing here?" The patrol captain whispered, "Master, do you have any other instructions?" Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Go patrol." "Yes." The patrol captain, Ru Meng, hurriedly saluted and led his team away. Yang Kai stood there for 3 days and 3 nights. During this time, the higher-ups of the army came to visit him. However, Su Yan knew that he must have thought of something important, so she ordered people to set up defenses around him. She even personally guarded him, not allowing anyone to come close. 3 days later, Yang Kai raised his brow and revealed a look of joy. Grinning meaningfully, he stomped his foot and soared into the sky, disappearing in an instant. This time, Yang Kai stayed in the lower territory for much longer than the last time. Last time, he only spent half a month, but this time, it took him a full 2 months before he appeared. He still appeared directly in Su Yan's tent. With the previous experience, Su Yan was more experienced and didn't rashly warn him again. The two of them left the tent together and met with a group of patrolling soldiers. As they stared at each other, the patrol captain's face darkened. "Why is it like this again? Last time, it was like this." He had been scared for nothing for a while. 2 months later, a similar scene appeared again. He secretly made up his mind to never patrol this area again. Not daring to run, he braced himself and walked up, cupping his fists and saying, "Greetings, master." Yang Kai looked at him and muttered, "Why do I feel like you look familiar? Are you a disciple of the High Heaven Palace?" The patrol captain replied respectfully, replying to Master, "This lowly one has always wanted to join the High Heaven Palace, but did not have the good fortune to do so." Yang Kai patted him on the shoulder. "In the face of danger, serving in the GZ army is the same. This king now has an important task for you, one that concerns the survival of the star boundary." The patrol captain was flattered and straightened his back. "Master, please instruct this lowly one will do his best until the day he dies. It's not that serious, just stand still and don't resist." Yang Kai turned to look at Su Yan. "Take him." Su Yan circulated her emperor qi and poured it into the round bead in her hand, her divine sense surging towards the patrol captain. In the next moment, the patrol captain suddenly disappeared, leaving behind a few soldiers looking at each other. Yang Kai laughed loudly and couldn't help but pick up Su Yan next to him and spin her around a few times. Su Yan cried out in surprise, and when Yang Kai put her down, her face was as red as blood. The few patrol soldiers in front of them all stared with wide eyes, dumbfounded. When they came to their senses, they hurriedly looked up at the sky or down at the ground. "Try taking a few more," Yang Kai waved his hand and said. Su Yan was a little embarrassed, but when she heard this, she decisively stopped hesitating and circulated her emperor qi, taking the few people in front of her into her bead. Immediately, she felt much less embarrassed. "Try a few more and see where the limit is." Yang Kai led Su Yan through the camp, leaving behind a barren land wherever they went. Half an hour later, Hyoji stopped Yang Kai and Su Yan somewhere in the camp, his expression solemn. "Master, something has happened." "What happened?" Yang Kai frowned. Seeing his expression, something big must have happened. Hyoji said in a deep voice, "This lowly one suspects that someone has broken into the camp." Yang Kai's face sank. Who would be so bold? Hyoji shook his head and looked around vigilantly. "I don't know yet, but the intruder is definitely a master. He quietly wiped out more than 70 of our patrol teams without making a sound, and there were no signs of a fight. This lowly one has quietly ordered all the main towns to investigate the camp and find the intruder." "Master, why do you have such an expression?" Yang Kai turned to look at Su Yan and said, "Master Fu, the commander of the Wu Yin army, asked me to reserve this thing. Send it to him when you have time. Also, tell him that this thing is closely related to one's spiritual energy cultivation, so tell him not to exhaust himself." "Oh." Su Yan nodded obediently. "I'll continue with my work." Yang Kai coughed lightly and ignored Hyoji, communicating with the star territory source, and his figure quickly blurred. Hyoji frowned. "Where is Master going? What about the intruder?" Su Yan glanced at him and sighed softly, tossing the round bead in his hand to Hyoji. Hyoji caught it with a puzzled expression. He used his divine sense to explore it, and the next moment, his face lit up with joy. "Master succeeded?" Su Yan nodded. "This is a joyous occasion. With the help of this thing, my star boundary army." Hyoji suddenly frowned. "No one broke into the camp, right? Those patrol teams that disappeared were all taken in here?" Su Yan nodded again. "He told me to do it." Hyoji blinked and let out a long sigh. It was really tiring to have such a boss, but the birth of the space artifact in his hand diluted some of his dissatisfaction. He quickly pulled himself together and said, "What is this thing called? I see that the space inside is not small. It's more than enough to accommodate any army." Su Yan said, "He called it the One Realm Bead. The space inside is not small, but if you want to take living things in, you need to expend your spiritual energy. The amount you can take in is closely related to your spiritual energy cultivation." One Realm Bead. Hyoji raised his eyebrows. is this derived from the sealed world bead? That's quite appropriate. I wonder, with Madam's cultivation, how many people can you take in at once without damaging your combat strength? Su Yan replied, I tried for a long time just now, and I feel that it shouldn't be a problem to take in 3,000 people at once. Even if there is a consumption, it won't affect my combat strength too much. Chapter 3687. 3,000. Hyoji's eyes flashed. Su Yan was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, so her soul wasn't that strong. If she could obtain 3,000, then he would definitely be able to obtain even more. If that was the case for first-order emperors, then what about second-order emperors? Third-order emperors? What about false emperors? Since the function of the One Realm bead was closely related to one's soul cultivation, then naturally, the higher one's soul cultivation, the more effective it would be. Holding the One Realm bead, Hyoji said, Madam, I feel that we shouldn't hand this over to Master Fu for now. I want to find more people to test its functions first. Anyway, the Master is still refining it, so it won't be too late to give one to the Master later. As for the Master, I will explain it to him. I won't let him be a villain who goes back on his word. Su Yan heard this and said, the Master has instructed that when he's not around, Yao Zhang army should act according to his discretion. Hyoji smiled, many thanks, madam. After the birth of the first One Realm bead, the news spread like wildfire. After all, Yang Kai and Su Yan had taken in more than 70 patrol teams when they were testing it. Although Hyoji had immediately issued a gag order, the news of the One Realm bead still spread quickly. The GZ army's camp became lively again. All the army commanders came to visit, but when they couldn't find Yang Kai, they stared at Hyoji. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the One Realm bead in Hyoji's hand, like hungry wolves staring at delicious food. Fu Renjie said that Yang Kai had promised to give it to him, so he confidently asked Hyoji for it. How could the other army commanders agree? The counterattack was imminent, and with the One Realm bead in hand, it could play a huge role in crucial moments. At this time, no one was polite to Fu Renjie. When Zishan said that Yang Kai was an elder of Azure Sun Temple, so the One Realm bead should belong to Azure Sun Temple and should be safeguarded by him. Lei Hong said that Yang Kai was born in the Southern Territory and received the legacy of the great emperors. Now, it was time for him to return the favor. For a time, everyone, whether they were familiar with Yang Kai or not, argued in the GZ army's camp. Some hot-tempered people even rolled up their sleeves to fight. Fortunately, the One Realm bead was in the hands of Hyoji. Although Hyoji's cultivation wasn't very high, only at the second-order emperor realm, he was the son of the great emperors. Even if the various army commanders were jealous of the One Realm bead in his hands, they could only play the emotional card. If it were someone else who was in charge of the One Realm bead, it would have been snatched away long ago. Even Bing Yun, who had always been aloof from worldly affairs, got involved. He specially called Su Yan over to ask about the One Realm bead. Su Yan was at her wit's end after the Bingchen army incident. She contacted Yang Kai, but there was no response. She knew that Yang Kai was probably focused on refining the realm bead, so she could only wait quietly. After half a month of arguing, the matter alarmed the Seven Fog Sea. Li Wu-yi ordered Hyoji to send the One Realm bead to the Seven Fog Sea. Army Commander Li said that he would study it properly. Others were afraid of Hyoji's identity as the son of the great emperors, but Li Wu-yi wasn't. Hyoji didn't dare to disobey the orders of the army commander, so he obediently sent the One Realm bead to the Seven Fog Sea. Hyoji returned from the Seven Fog Sea and glared coldly at the group of army commanders. Everyone knew that the One Realm bead probably wouldn't return after going to the Seven Fog Sea. Now, they could only wait for Yang Kai to return from Star Territory and see if he could bring back more One Realm beads. Therefore, even though the One Realm bead was gone, the army commanders still stayed in the GZ army. Hyoji couldn't chase them away no matter how hard he tried. Needless to say, they were extremely annoying. Yang Kai's wives were surrounded by countless female experts from various armies. Women were usually easier to talk to. The army commanders couldn't find a breakthrough from Hyoji, so they could only set their sights on Yang Kai's wives and take the roundabout route to save their country. In Star Territory, Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he found out about this. He didn't expect the One Realm bead to be so popular. However, after thinking about it, a space artifact that could store living things had never appeared before. Now that they were about to launch a counterattack, the army commanders were naturally envious. He sent a message back to Hyoji and asked him to pass on the message. As long as there was enough time, it wouldn't be a problem for the army commanders to get a One Realm bead on the day he returned. After the news spread, the GZ army finally stopped, and the army commanders returned to their respective armies. Refining the One Realm bead wasn't difficult. Apart from the first One Realm bead, which took Yang Kai a lot of effort, he simplified the refinement process. After all, the army commanders only had a maximum of 1,000,000 people, and most of them only had a few 100,000 people. Taking into account the army commanders' cultivation bases, it would be enough as long as the One Realm bead could hold a few 100,000 people. The larger the space, the longer the refinement process would take. In order to increase efficiency, there was no need to go through so much trouble like the first One Realm bead. There wasn't much of a difference in finding a bigger meteorite to refine. One by one, the One Realm beads were born in Yang Kai's hands. Basically, he could refine one every 5 to 6 days. However, there were more than 50 army commanders in the astral plane. If he wanted to ensure that every army commander had one, time was a little tight. Time passed. Beside the passage between the two realms, the army commanders rested their heads on their spears. With these army commanders as the core of the formation was about to take shape. Everyone knew that the day of the counterattack was not far away. Every cultivator grasped this final moment and worked hard to increase their cultivation base and strength in order to increase their chances of survival on the battlefield. The night was pitch black. Dark clouds covered the sun, and there wasn't the slightest bit of light between heaven and earth. The army commanders' camps were quiet, and patrols were constantly coming and going. The world trembled slightly, and a figure suddenly appeared in the void. It was as if it had always been there. The figure couldn't be seen clearly, and its face couldn't be seen clearly. Its entire body was shrouded in a layer of mysterious darkness. The figure raised its head and quietly looked at the sky. 1,000 miles away, in the demon race's camp, Yu Meng, who was meditating cross-legged, suddenly opened her eyes. She jumped down from her bed and floated out of the tent. At the same time, the curtains of 2 nearby tents opened, and Chang Tian and Bai Liemo appeared at the same time. Looking at each other, Bai Liemo turned her head and looked at the place where the passage between the two worlds was originally located. Frowning, she asked, "You two also felt it?" Chang Tian nodded silently, his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were deep, piercing through the void, silently colliding with the pair of eyes 1,000 miles away. Yu Meng was puzzled. Why is he here? Wasn't he injured by iron blood and serene soul? What is he doing here at this time? Bai Liemo giggled. Maybe he's here to court death. Yu Meng glanced at her coldly. Is it funny? Bai Liemo curled her lips. Your man hasn't been here recently. Are you not satisfied? Why are you venting your anger on this old lady? If you are really not satisfied, this old lady will help you find a few men to vent your anger. Scram. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly turned her head and looked in another direction. Bai Liemo and Chang Tian also noticed it and looked in that direction. They saw several streams of light chasing after them, each exuding an earth-shattering aura. Surprisingly, they were the great emperors of Star Boundary. The great emperors obviously also noticed it and immediately rushed to the battlefield from the Seven Fog Sea. Although they were far away, they all glanced in this direction. Chang Tian nodded gently, which was considered a greeting to the great emperors. The majesty of the great emperors filled the air, and the 55 armies of Star Boundary were alarmed. In an instant, every camp was lively, and countless cultivators walked out of their tents and looked at the source of the light with admiration. With a few swishing sounds, 3 streams of light cut through the sky and appeared in front of the various armies, revealing 3 figures. Even in the dark night, the 3 figures were dazzling. Those who had seen the great emperors proudly explained to their companions that this was the Iron Blood Great Emperor, this was the Serene Soul Great Emperors, and this was the Martial Beast. The 3 great emperors stood side by side, with the Star Boundary army behind them and darkness in front of them, a darkness that seemed to be able to swallow everything. In the GZ army, Hyoji stood in front, and the various commanders stood behind him. Yang Kai was not here, so Hyoji was in charge. After observing for a while, Hyoji frowned in confusion. Why did the great emperors suddenly come here? Who would know something that even he did not know? Hyoji did not give up and looked back at the various commanders. Did any of you hear anything before this? Everyone shook their heads. That's strange. Hyoji was puzzled. Zhu Qing said, the great emperors seem to be confronting someone. Everyone was shocked and turned to look at her. Hyoji asked, are you sure? Zhu Qing slowly shook her head. I can't see clearly, but there is indeed someone there. There was a collective gasp. If Zhu Qing had not said this, they would not have understood, but with her reminder, they all focused their eyes and looked in that direction. Sure enough, they saw a blurry figure on the other side of the passage between the 2 realms. Great Emperors of Night Shadow! Hyoji exclaimed. If there was anyone in this world that could make the 3 great emperors work together and confront them, it could only be the other great emperors. And right now, in the Star Boundary, there was only one person standing opposite the great emperors. Western Territory, Shadow Great Emperors of Night Shadow, Ken Yi. Zhu Lai asked the same question as Yu Ru Meng, wasn't he injured by the Iron Blood Master and the Serene Soul Master? Why would he appear here? It was no secret that Ken Yi had been injured. Several years ago, the Iron Blood Great Emperor and the Serene Soul Great Emperors worked together to pursue Ken Yi. After a shocking battle, Ken Yi was defeated and was hit by the Iron Blood. He went into hiding and did not appear until today. Maybe he has recovered? Fu Lingtian answered. Zhu Lai slowly shook his head. Not to mention whether the great emperors could recover in such a short time, even if they had recovered, they should not appear here. To him, enemies were everywhere on the battlefield, so it was unwise to go in alone. No one understood Ken Ye's intentions. Zhu Lai faintly smelled the scent of a conspiracy. Hyoji obviously thought of this as well, and his expression was extremely solemn. As one of the great emperors, Ken Yi could not be so stupid. Since he appeared, he must have a purpose. No matter what that purpose was, it would not be a good thing for the Star Boundary. Fortunately, the 3 great emperors had sensed his presence and rushed over immediately. No matter what scheme Ken Yi had, they should be able to stop it in time. Besides, Hyoji turned his head and looked in another direction. He had heard that there were 3 demon saints from the demon race there. Since those 3 had defected to the Star Boundary, they would definitely not sit idly by. 6 against 1, how could Ken Yi win? Chapter 3688. There was no clash of auras, no clash of energy. Iron Blood, Serene Soul, and Beast Warrior appeared at the same time and confronted Ken Yi, who had come alone. They merely looked at each other through the void. It wasn't that the great emperors didn't want to kill Kenyi, but Kenyi wasn't easy to kill. Rashly making a move wouldn't help at all, and it might even implicate the astral world army guarding the surroundings. Last time, Iron Blood and Serene Soul had joined hands to chase after Kenyi, but in the end, they only managed to injure him. The great emperor's Night Shadow, who had the Shadow Demon bloodline, was unparalleled in the art of concealment and escape. If he wanted to hide, no one would expect to find his tracks. Heaven's Revelations was already acting in secret, and Flower Shadow and Ice Feather were also quietly coordinating. They were only waiting for Heaven's Revelations to divine that sliver of fate and lock onto Kenyi's aura. At that time, he would have nowhere to go. There was a long silence. The oppressive atmosphere was like the darkness before the storm, pressing down on everyone's hearts and making it difficult to breathe. "Are you a man or a woman?" Mo Huang was the first to break the silence. He had kept this question in his heart for a long time, and it was very uncomfortable to not ask it face to face. Iron Blood and Serene Soul slowly turned to look at him. Mo Huang shrugged. "Aren't you guys curious?" "Anyway, I'm dying of curiosity." Iron Blood and Serene Soul retracted their gazes and looked at Kenyi together. Kenyi didn't answer, as if he didn't hear them. Mo Huang was a little embarrassed and curled his lips. "Why are you here?" Iron Blood asked. His voice wasn't loud, but it was firm and vigorous. Just by listening to his question, it seemed like he was just exchanging pleasantries between old friends, not a confrontation between life and death enemies. Kenyi still didn't answer and stood rooted to the ground like a wooden stake. The three great emperors looked at each other, instinctively feeling that something was wrong, but they were also happy to stall for time. Serene Soul silently contacted Heaven's Revelations and asked how much longer they would need to completely lock onto Kenyi's aura. They only needed to wait for Heaven's Revelations to succeed, and then they would launch an attack and fight to the death. Heaven's Revelations was obviously busy and didn't have time to respond. Gao Zhan's disciple replied. Using divination to lock onto the aura of a great emperor, even if the great emperors of Heaven's Revelations, who claimed to know the past and the future, personally acted, it was still not an easy task. What's more, things had happened so suddenly that Heaven's Revelations didn't have time to make much preparations. Whether the secret technique would succeed was also unknown. Serene Soul received the reply and secretly sent a message to Iron Blood and Beast Warrior. The two secretly smacked their lips when they heard it. A stick of incense wasn't long, but it also depended on who they were delaying. As one of the great emperors, even if Kenyi appeared here, it was impossible for him to be unprepared. Whether they could delay him or not, no one was sure. However, the worst-case scenario would be a group attack. In any case, the great emperors wouldn't be at a disadvantage if they worked together. However, if they alerted the enemy, it would be wishful thinking to get rid of Kenyi once and for all. "Can you turn back?" Zhan Wuhen asked again, his face full of sincerity. "You were born in the Star Realm and grew up in the Star Realm. You obtained the recognition of this world and became one of the great emperors. Why do you work for the demon race and destroy millions of lives?" Serene Soul also said, "If you turn back, we'll let bygones be bygones." Beast Warrior said, "But you have to first tell us whether you're a man or a woman." Heh. Under the night sky, a light laugh was heard. Kenyi, who hadn't moved or responded since he appeared, finally spoke. It seemed to be scornful, disdainful, mocking, and sarcastic. The voice entered everyone's ears and was extremely clear. However, the strange thing was that no one could deduce Kenyi's gender from this voice. The voice wasn't unpleasant to the ears. In fact, it was very pleasing to the ears. However, just by listening to this voice, it wasn't wrong to say that he was a man, but it was also possible to say that he was a woman. No one had heard such a strange voice before. Hyoji already felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly turned to look at Su Yen and said, send a message to Master and inform him of the situation here. Su Yan replied, I've already sent a message. Yang Kai had previously instructed that if something big happened here, he must be informed immediately. Kenye's appearance on the battlefield was a big matter, so Su Yan immediately contacted Yang Kai. What did Master say? Hyoji asked. Su Yan shook his head. No response. Maybe he's busy. Hyoji frowned and didn't hesitate in the slightest. He ordered, everyone, quickly return to your respective camps. Clear your troops and remain vigilant, in case of any unexpected events. The people who were waiting to watch a good show heard this and all agreed, quickly returning to their respective camps. The personal guard beside him swallowed and asked Hyoji, Master, do you think they'll fight? Hyoji said, Yi Ying's appearance is a rare opportunity. How could the great emperors miss it? After saying that, he shook his head. However, I'm afraid we can't interfere in the battle between the great emperors. We can only try to protect ourselves. If the great emperors fought, the aftermath of the energy would wreak havoc, and it would definitely be a world-shattering situation. On the other side, Kenyi stopped laughing and suddenly shouted, Duo. His hands, which had been hidden in his sleeves all this time, shot out at lightning speed and formed a seal in front of him. His emperor's chi surged, and in an instant, the heavens shook and the earth trembled. A buzzing sound came from all parts of the star realm. A sudden change. Zhan Wuhen had already made his move. He had been paying attention to Kenye's every move, and when Kenye spoke, he had already taken a step forward. He didn't seem to move at all, but his entire person had already rushed in front of Kenye and lightly punched out. The fist seemed weak, but it shattered the void, and a crimson bloody light blossomed on the fist. Following closely behind Iron Blood was the martial beast. It wasn't that Mo Huang's reaction was slower than Iron Blood's, but that he had made his move at the same time that Iron Blood had made his move. Which of the 10 great emperors of the Star Realm had an undeserved reputation? A faintly discernible bestial roar came from Mo Huang's body. He waved his hand in the air, and his thick hand grasped an axe. The axe was covered in rust, like a woodcutter's axe that had been left unused for many years. But when this axe chopped down at Kenye, the sky changed color. Serene Soul stood in place and didn't follow, but her divine sense surged like a tide. A formless divine sense attack had already turned into a divine sense spear that shot towards Kenye's mind. Kenye moved, and the 3 great emperors moved. A great battle was about to erupt. Things happened in a hurry, and no one reacted in time. If there was enough time, Iron Blood and the others would be more willing to wait until Heaven's revelations was used before making their move. But Kenye obviously wouldn't give them this opportunity. He came here alone, and without even a word of communication, he had already made the first move. The entire world revolved around the 4 great emperors, and everything quickly retreated. The 4 of them were at the center of the world. A world-destroying punch came crashing down, an axe that could turn the universe upside down, and that ferocious divine sense spear. Even though Kenye was also one of the great emperors, he definitely wouldn't have a good ending if he were to take these attacks head-on. At this moment of life and death, Kenye actually didn't move. Iron Blood raised his eyebrows, feeling that something was wrong. But at this moment, the arrow was already knocked, and he had no choice but to release it. The power of his fist was much more ferocious, as if it wanted to shatter heaven and earth. The instant the fist was about to touch him, ripples suddenly appeared behind Kenye's back, and a black spot the size of a dustpan appeared behind him. In the first place, it was the darkest time before dawn, but that black spot was darker than any other darkness. As soon as the black spot appeared, it suddenly expanded, and in an instant, it transformed from the size of a dustpan into a black spot with a radius of more than 100 feet. Zhan Wuhen's fist landed on Kenye's body, but strangely, he didn't feel any force. His whole body directly passed through Kenye's body, and plunged into the black spot, disappearing without a trace. Mo Huang's axe struck down, but also returned without any effect. The axe cut through Kenye's body, and there wasn't the slightest bit of blood. Mo Huang humphed coldly. He knew that Kenye's secret technique should be a technique similar to turning reality into nothingness. It looked like it didn't feel any force, but in reality, it was just an ingenious method of neutralizing the attack. Zhang Wuhen's axe was raised diagonally again, and his emperor's origin surged madly. The shockwave spread outwards, and with the axe as the center, the surrounding space shattered. At the same time, Serene Soul's divine sense attack arrived. With the combined power of the three great emperors, even if Kenyi turned reality into nothingness, he still couldn't block it. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his figure flew backwards, his aura rapidly declining. In an instant, Kenyi was seriously injured. Mo Huang still wanted to pursue him, but Kenyi flung his cloak, and his figure quickly disappeared. Mo Huang's brows were tightly furrowed. He could only faintly feel that Kenyi hadn't left, and was still nearby, but he couldn't find any trace of him at all. The concealment technique of the great emperors was unparalleled in the world. This is bad. Serene Soul stared at the black spot, her expression grave. Just now, Kenyi had endured a round of fierce attacks from the three great emperors in order to use the secret technique. After using the secret technique, the black spot had appeared. Serene Soul detected a familiar aura from it. It was the aura of the demon territory. Behind the black spot, there was another world. The passage between the two worlds sealed by Yang Kai had been reopened. Bastard, what a waste of the trust this world had in him. Traitorous dog. Mo Huang was furious. He knew that Kenyi was nearby, so he cursed very harshly, not caring at all about his and the others' identities as great emperors. Though he looked rough, as great emperors, which one of them wasn't a meticulous person? In this short instant, he already understood how Kenyi had broken the seal. Kenyi was one of the great emperors of the Star Realm, and was recognized by the world, but he also had the bloodline of the Shadow Demon, and was related to both the Star Realm and the Demon Territory. It was this connection between the two worlds that allowed him to use himself as a bridge to connect the two worlds and open a passage. Others couldn't imitate this, not even other great emperors. The Demon Saint in the Demon Territory couldn't do it either. In the whole world, only Kenyi had this ability. It wasn't hard to understand this after the fact, but no one had expected Kenyi to do this. By the time they realized it, it was already too late. However, when connecting the two worlds, Kenyi would also be attacked by the two worlds, and would have to pay a price. But now that Kenyi was hiding, no one knew what the price was. Wu Hen went in. Yao Jun looked at the black spot, raised his eyebrows, and said, he's back. Within the black spot, Zhang Wuhen's figure flew back quickly, his face slightly pale. After he steadied himself, the hand behind his back trembled slightly. His sharp eyes stared at the black spot in front of him, and he shouted, "He's here." You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.